There we go. That beat means it's only one time. Dreamcast time. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to SuperOldGameSaturday. I'm Kevin D-Trag.
And this is Nocturne Flam.
It is so good seeing you again. It's been a while. I know you've been in a case of being sick for a while, but she's back. She is better than ever as far as everything. We are set. We got a very special game for you tonight for the third entry of our 2023 Halloween block with keyboards. We have to have them plugged into ports 1 and 2 and the controller VMU for the game you're seeing on the screen. Set for this game. What are we playing?
We're playing Typing of the Dead.
Yes, we are playing the Typing of the Dead, which came out in the arcades in 1999 from Sega and WoW Entertainment on March... No, fine, it was 1999. They didn't give it a specific date. As far as the release of the game itself, is hitting enter and saying, hey, you know, run VMU for saving, which you got running for the console. It came out March 30th, 2000 in Japan, and the US got it on January 22nd, 2001 for the Dreamcast and later on the PC. Japan also got a PlayStation 2 port that was called The Typing of the Dead Zombie Panic. That was in 2004. And this started an interesting thing because it is technically The House of the Dead 2, and we're seeing this intro which is showing what the story of The House of the Dead 1 was, which we played its remake of for last year's show, or last year's Halloween representation of this franchise. But Sega said, you know what? We have this great light gun game. There is Rogan and G who went into the Curian Mansion to solve the mystery over there. They said, let's turn this into a typing game. I don't know why they did it. I looked everywhere as far as the story, because I was even asked when we did the House of the Dead remake last year on Switch, saying, what happened? How did this come to be? I couldn't find an answer specifically, but the madman and madwomen, as far as Sega WoW as it was, came up with, at least to start. It was developed by Sega AM1 as far as the arcade version, or WoW Entertainment, who started Sega AM1 doing games like Outrunners, Golden Axe, Revenge of the Death Adder, Sega Bass Fishing, Motor Raid, and Wave Runner, and Die Hard Arcade. In year 2000, they became WoW, where they did make this game along with other stuff like Sega GT, Alien Front Online. Later they made Home Run King on the GameCube and Vampire Knight on the PlayStation 2. And Sports Jam, which was on the Dreamcast. And the Pinball of the Dead. Another weird spin-off of the House of the Dead. There are a lot of them for this. This port, by the way, for Dreamcast, though, was developed by Smilebit. Are you familiar with the company, are you?
Not particularly, no.
Okay, they started as Sega Consumer Research and Development number 1, or Sega CS1. They started working in the Sega Genesis era on games like Biohazard Battle, which was shown briefly on the show for the flight showcase we did. Golden Axe 3, Panzer Dragoon, and Clockwork Knight, the last two on the Sega Saturn. Then it became Sega R&D 6 and became Smilebit, who would go on to make the Jet Set Radio games, Jet Set Radio and Jet Set Radio Future. They also made Panzer Dragoon Orta on Xbox, Gun Valkyrie on Xbox, which is a very weird one as well as far as how the controls are concerned, and also 100 Swords, which was an RTS game that Japan got on the PC and the Dreamcast, and Baseball Advance for the Game Boy Advance, and that kind of was sort of the end of them, because they became Sega WoW in 2002, merging with Overworks, the people who made Skies of Arcadia and Shinobi on the PS2, and then they showed it, unfortunately, in 2004. But before we got what you're seeing on the screen here, it is House of the Dead 2, mostly, but you're seeing, yeah, we don't have guns for this game. It's a light gun arcade shooter usually as far as House of the Dead is concerned, but for this one, we have keyboards. We are typing.
Yep.
We swear to God, this game is real. I'm holding the box of the game in my hand right here, and even the intro there is saying, yeah, we're going to have to type or die. And the back of the box, by the way, says, Death Sentence. Your rapid-fire typing skills spell doom for the undead in this utterly odd, totally challenging takeoff on House of the Dead 2. When battling zombies in Nightmare Come True, 10 trigger fingers are definitely better than 2, that's for sure. Face the horror, 6 terrifying levels and 5 distinct game modes, including arcade, training, and boss modes. Learn to type. Your keyboard is your weapon as you square off against grisly ghouls and crazed corpses. Prove your typing skills. I have to read this off specifically. I think this is the element to it. Targeted game modes emphasize speed, accuracy, touch typing, special keys, and more. Battle the big guys. Level bosses wait at the end of each chapter. Take them out with advanced typing techniques, which you're going to see, including what you're seeing here as far as how to play this game. They just type the words as they pop up to kill the zombies. That's really all you got to do. And play cooperatively and competitively as it is, because this game has 2-player support. We're running 2 players for this game. And it is quite something.
Yeah, though, as we found out, the 2-player aspect is really just for the arcade mode, but it's really well done.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going to show that. And we do have our 2 keyboards. Let's talk about that briefly, because this game does require the Dreamcast keyboard. I do have one of them as far as the official Sega keyboard, which Nocturne is running, and it is a $60 device now. The game itself is expensive because people don't want to sell their copies. It's like a loose disc for like about $90. I think it's still on eBay as of now. But you're gonna have to buy a new copy probably if you want this, because people don't want to sell this, and they shouldn't want to sell this. The game is outstanding. It's almost like $200 as far as, which for a brand new game on Dreamcast isn't horrible. But then again, I'm lucky I bought this in 2014-15 for about $30. And I have that keyboard, but I was like, wait a second, what do we do? Because you need two keyboards to play this. So the thought is that get on the Dreamcast keyboards are about $60, as I mentioned. But we came up with another way. There's this device called the Total Control 5. I'll have a picture of this as I am talking over this. It is an adapter that you can plug a PS/2 keyboard or mouse into your Dreamcast, and any game that has support for mouse and or keyboard can be used with it. So I have my late grandfather, may he rest in peace, his old Gateway 2000 keyboard from a PC he had back in 2001, 2002. It is plugged into the Dreamcast. It's the one I'm using. We're going to be playing two-player for this game that, man, we've been wanting to do this game for such a long time.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess in that case, before we start on this, Nocturne, I want to talk to you about your memories on the Typing of the Dead, your experience first seeing it, and I guess about House of the Dead itself, because this is part of the House of the Dead series, as it is.
Yeah. I mean, I don't remember how many years ago it was exactly, but I remember when you brought it with you, and at the time I'm pretty sure you only had the one keyboard, and so we weren't able to do two-player, but at the same time, you like, it was like, I normally don't like horror games, but this just the juxtaposition of a horror game and typing game in one, it turns it from horror into comedy.
Yeah, but it still is interesting as far as like B horror, because I mean, and I'll probe this as far as the horror thing with you, because I know we've been playing through Mega Man Legends 2 as it is, and we're coming back to that in 3 weeks as it is. So she's back on the show as far as it specifically, so she's all set to go. But because we played Mega Man Legends 1 and 2, we've been playing so far. The fact that I think you've said, hey, horror's not my jam, and not necessarily. I don't know necessarily it's because like, hey, you're kind of nervous as far as what that might be with scares or something, or
no,
what, but
it's where it just doesn't usually interest me.
Well, I mean, you can also look back to the show we did last week with Man and Medan. That was the Crusader 64 night who did that for our second Halloween block. I mean, we're not on camera for this one, and the reason being is because tech reasons as far as the way the setup was concerned, and also, even though we do have a specific setup for this, I probably should, before we, shut down the show, as far as after we, sign off and everything, take picture, like, overhead of what is this setup? The fact that I'm sitting at a table with keyboard in front of me, I got the laptop on my side, Nocturne has a table that's over there that has the mic, we have another table in between for drinkage and stuff, and she has her laptop over there, and then the TV in front. It is quite a station, it is quite a setup. We did about 6 or so audio tests specifically to get everything right for the game you're about to see. And I get exactly what you're saying. I'll go on this and then we can start on this specifically. This is a game that I remember as a Dreamcast owner, as someone who had this system pretty early into its life and was with it till the bitter end. Unfortunately, short end as it was in 2001. I think only maybe a week after this game launched was when Sega officially came out and said, we are not going to continue the Dreamcast anymore. We're stopping it. We're going to go third party as a result of that. And it's something that the Dreamcast is filled with so many unique experiences that I don't know if there's another console that has quite the same amount or quite the level of how did they come up with this, but my God, thank you for coming up with this because they executed it so brilliantly games.
Oh, yeah. It's
one after another, really.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic.
And it's on a console that has tons of games that push the envelope in so many ways. So, games like this, games like Jet Set Radio, games like Shenmue, games like Space Channel 5, which you played before about a year or so ago. Countless others I've mentioned that were really ahead of its time. We've mentioned on the show the Dreamcast was ahead of its time. You and I were talking off screen today. This was a machine that was ahead of its time. And no other company, I would think, would say, I always joked about this for a couple years on the show already, saying that, when we get into a case of a game like this, what could the pitch meeting possibly have been like? Saying that we're going to take this game, turn it into typing. Most people would say, you're insane, you're fired, get off this property and don't ever come back. But Sega said, no, this is a great idea, let's make this. And it became a hit for people as far as it, specifically in Japan, where there are a lot of different versions. There were sequels. There was The Typing of the Dead 2, which modded after House of the Dead 3. There was The English of the Dead, which is on the DS, which you basically are learning how to speak English as far as it for Japanese audiences, the way that game was running. There's kind of a sequel to this on iOS that Japan had called Flick of the Dead, I should say. And there is sort of a new version of this, if you're liking what you're seeing and you're like, I don't know if I want to spend maybe a combination of about $250 total for all this stuff to get this game running on your Dreamcast. Although you can also buy it on the PC. There's a PC CD-ROM version of this. I don't know if it runs on modern systems very well. It might, but either way, it is much cheaper. It's like $50. But if you're liking what you're seeing on Steam, there is a sort of sequel to this that we got, which was The Typing of the Dead Overkill, where they took the House of the Dead Overkill, which is on the Wii and the PlayStation 3. They said, let's turn this into a typing game. And since that's the most mature element of House of the Dead by a country mile, to the point where the elements of the language and the sexual references in that are so massive, specifically, they said, let's do this. Let's also put DLC out for that game that lets you do things like type out Shakespearean dialogue, or even a pack that basically lets you write out racial slurs. That's how much that game is going. But point is that the idea of The Typing of the Dead, this is also one of those inexplicable games. I've told people about this game. They said to themselves, what the fuck is this, Captain D-Trag? And they're like, what are you smoking? This is not a real game. I was like, yes, it is. Let me show you. I have the keyboards. I know somebody who was on one of the Parasitic parts we did, who went nameless on the show. He loves the House of the Dead. He heard about the remake that came out last year. And he said, oh my god, I gotta buy this. My wife and I love this. We played it. We enjoyed it. He said, I don't know if I need to see The Typing of the Dead, because I explained this to him. But I said, give it a chance, please. I remember I brought this to a party specific, as far as we're doing a gaming party. I said, I gotta show you this. We did this. It was a hit. Everybody was like, oh my god, this game is incredible. And even in his case, he said, my wife is out of town. She couldn't be with us today because she had something to do, but she's coming home later. Can you stay and not leave for the night until she gets back so she can play this? And I said yes, and that is what happened. And she said, oh my god, this game is incredible.
Yeah, and as I recall, when you first told me about this game, I had actually already heard about it. I just didn't really know anything about it.
I think so, because I mean,
because I remember being like, oh yeah, I think I've heard of that.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is something that is so ubiquitous as far as just the way of what it is, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah.
So I get why, you'd hear about it. It's one of those great games you think about of, like, the word of mouth concept of, like, hey, have you heard of this game? And in an industry where there are a lot of games around, a lot of things you can pick, there's a lot of originality you might find in different places. This is something that, fine, you tell people, like, I want to learn how to type, you usually point them to Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing. Everybody's going to say that. You talked about Mario Teaches Typing, which is celebrating 30 years, by the way, this year. But then you tell them about this one, you're like, this might be the most game-like typing learning tool that has ever been made, and they lean into it completely. Sega did not in any way skimp for this one about anything. You were going to say?
No, it's just, yeah, this is, like, I want to call it equal parts typing game and actual game.
Yeah.
Where a lot of typing games are just typing lessons in the form of a game.
Right, or fine, as I mentioned with Mario Teaches Typing, the fact that in the third world, you're in the castle, you're typing to a modified version of the Super Mario World castle music, saying you're typing out information about the Civil War, the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, and this game kind of goes in directions of some things sort of similar, kind of, but this is where they said, fine, we're taking this light gun shooting game, and also as far as background on light gun shooters, but they said, let's turn into this. This is what they came up with, and it was Masamitsu Shino who did the direction of this, whose other credits honestly weren't a whole lot. He directed the PC ports of Enemy Zero and Sonic R, which are both on the Sega Saturn, and she has Sonic R on the Sega Saturn as is. We can do that at some point. And he also produced Virtua Striker 4, which was a soccer game as far as Sega's elements. And the game itself, one last thing I'll go into specifically on this, it was built on the Naomi arcade board of Sega's, or the new Arcade Operation Machine Idea board, which The Dreamcast had architecture was very much like it. So you saw a lot of ports to the Dreamcast of stuff like Crazy Taxi, Dead or Alive 2, Power Stone, The House of the Dead 2 itself, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and Ferrari 355 Challenge that were running that board. So it's a pretty close comparison as far as how the port was. So it's going to be dead on as far as what it is. And that was kind of what it was, which got you the elements of the graphics of this and the two-player stuff as we are going to show. We also got a couple other things we're going to be doing specifically. You have options of modes. We're showing off everything. You have arcade mode. You're going to say anything else?
No.
If you were to jump in on anything, because, hey, this is also her case. She called dibs on this game. She was the lucky soul who said that I want to be involved in the play of this game. She's here, although it is also one of those cases where, I don't know, if people say they want to see this game again, I could feasibly justify return visit just like, that experience. So, like, it has to be maybe everybody's experience. Every guest on the show has to have a turn at this game, specifically as it comes for everybody. I said specifically to Gemini96, we started Earthbound a couple weeks ago. I said, have you played this game? He said, not yet. I said, have I shown you? He said, no, not yet. I said, the day's gonna come. You will see this. You will play this, and it is an experience. This is absolutely a game you share with your friends and family. This is absolutely a game that even people who might not like video games would pick up and say, oh my god, I want to play this. It's the kind of thing, it's a great thing when you think about this, the idea that you could just take somebody who's got skills as far as typing for stuff they do for jobs, say they might never touch a video game in their life, put in front of this. They could basically get 100% accuracies as far as it playing this game. That is the kind of experience we are talking about here. And it is fantastic. We're going to give it all the love it deserves and show you why this game is awesome. And I couldn't think of somebody better as far as joining me for the purpose of this one. So thank you, Nocturne, for being back. It's good to see you back, as it is.
Good to be back.
Indeed. So, alright. So what we got is we have the arcade mode, which runs like House of the Dead 2, except for the fact that we're playing with typing. Specifically, there's original mode, which we found offline as far as when we're doing our tech checks. Apparently, this is single player only, so the way we're going to handle this when we get to that, we're going to be alternating off. And that means we're going to be doing swap-offs of the keyboard. But the way we are set up, it's something we can easily switch back and forth. As far as there's the tutorial mode. We're going to show that off to start a little bit, and then we're going to go into the game specific to give a sense. Because it's too hilarious to show, and we'll show everything else off of that. There's also the drill mode, which gives you a bunch of drills you can go around to test your typing skills as far as speed, accuracy, special keys, and a final exam, and also as far as the other thing, I think it's reflexes, and then all that goes into a final test. Specifically, boss mode where you can play all the bosses and do a boss rush when you get it. The versus computer mode, this is something you have to unlock with codes that most of the elements on the internet are wrong about, except for it's a Reddit post for someone who pulled the codes directly from the executable of this game, because when I read the Dreamcast, it's easy to pirate, which is, I think, maybe one of the reasons why it went away so quick. But they got all the codes. I tested some of them working. We're going to put in a couple, as it is, and rankings for your stuff and options. In fact, we're going to go into options briefly. We're going to come back here. We have your options of difficulties running easy, very easy, normal, hard, very hard. We're going to run normal. Life options, there's 3 and 1. And continue, there's 3 and 5, but there's other options you can do for that. And word size, as far as size on screen, there's normal, large. We can run normal. Audio, stereo, and mono. We're on stereo, no reason to display. Blood is going to be on. This game is mature rated, by the way, for its animated violence and blood and gore, but it also does not tag its mild language or its suggestive content as far as some of the stuff you type out. It's not tagging Dead Overkill, but it is definitely a case of that specifically, and it does do saving as far as how that is. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to put in a couple of the passwords first to unlock certain things. These are different ones than what they are, because they save to the VMU, by the way, which you do have plugged in. And for this game, you have both the keyboard set in ports 1 and 2 on Dreamcast, or A and B, and then C is where the controller of your VMU for is set. So get that running. You say?
Actually, just a thought. Maybe at the end we go into password entry and put in each code and say what it does. Then
okay. The only reason I'm saying now is because one of the options is for free play mode, and you have to put that in. And I do have specific codes. Just looking as far as on the book.
Yeah. I mean, we should do that now. We should do that code now, of course. But, like, you know, just so the internet has a reference. That's
true. Another reference, but I also have that link to that that Reddit thing in the link list. But also in my case, I'm visualizing out what they are, because he said, hey, I extracted this off the disk. I don't know what they did. I did spend a couple days ago, I did put that in to see that what were they doing. I wrote down what they were. In fact, I technically already did put one in, which is for versus computer mode. I will show one of those other ones. Basically, go in here and you type password in. The one I typed in was TODWKCP, but there's another one which is CI, you have to capitalize all the ZXSPI and hit the enter key. You get the House of the Dead win music as far as running versus computer mode and just save it to the card. But there's one code I'm going to put in specifically. There's other ones for extra continue options, extra life torch options, all characters in versus computer mode, everything in the boss rush mode or boss mode, including the boss rush and the master unlock code. But first one I'm going to put in is going to be for free play. This has a maximum of 5 continues. This game's pretty hard, but it's an arcade game, so we're going to spend, I don't know, maybe $10 as far as actual how quarters would go on this. It's not going to be like the 300 we have to spend for the Tower Duraga when we get to that one. Which, that's going to be an interesting one. And we do have her on tape committing, saying, like, I want to be part of this, I want to control this, and that's the idea. But it's also not going to be a case of a non-binding thing. She didn't sign a contract in blood.
Yeah, no.
That I know of.
I mean, it's something that I do really genuinely plan to do Tower of Duraga at some point. But I'm probably going to need, like, a year to prepare for it. It's
going to be her Contra-Hardcore, basically, for that. But that's going to be the idea. And we're going to use the Namco Museum arcade pack on Switch for that. There's no way in hell we use any other version, because we've got free play, infinite continues.
Yeah, and it tells you exactly what you need to do on each level.
Yeah, go back to our Namco Museum Virtual Arcade Play for that, which is actually the most watched show on our YouTube site at a little over 500 views, which is not much, admittingly, I know that, but it's still for a show that is completely independent, non-monetized, all that. We just put it out there, see what people like. People come to it, they like that one. It's like, hey, I sound like Harold Ramis, which I guess is going to be a compliment specifically because, yeah, Harold Ramis was awesome. The late, great director who made stuff like Groundhog Day and Ghostbusters, amongst many other things. But, alright, so we're going to put the code in for free play. You type in VKZWHBN. Hit the enter key and... yeah, that scream. It doesn't tell you what it did, but you go into options mode and you have your options. You can go to life, go and continue, free play. And the reason we're doing that is because this game gets really hard, and since it's an arcade port, we said we got our money, specifically we can just put in quarters on this thing and we find. Although, honestly, we went through this game pretty quickly when it came to our tests.
Although, I'm pretty sure each of us had to continue more than, like, 5 times.
Well, especially when we get to the final boss, that's absolutely true. But either way, first thing we're starting with, and this game does deserve this spiel to start it, we'll start with the lesson mode, specifically. We'll show that later. I'm actually going to not put in the unlock code to do this one later, but we're going to start a little bit. We teach you how to type, ladies and gentlemen. Or James, the main character of this game, is going to teach you how to type. So we're going to talk about what touch typing is. This, by the way, is going to be voiced dialogue that's not subtitled. We're not muting the mic on this one because you have to hear this. This is not in the House of the Dead 2. And remember what goes as far as House of the Dead. If you ever played House of the Dead, any of them?
No, not. This is the only one I've played.
Okay, the thing with the House of the Dead is that there always is this idea there's like a B-horror vibe to it.
Choose one.
Well, he's telling me, get on with it, my friend. I forgot. Yeah, right. James is an impatient one, specifically. In that case, I guess we can kind of sit here for that. But they always had this very cheesy voice acting, almost like Resident Evil did, specifically, and there's a through-line to that I'm going to get into.
You still haven't done it? Stop wasting my time and choose one.
Yeah, sorry. It's like, but you wouldn't expect this out of a game like this. You wouldn't say, hey, they're going to take a light gun shooter, turn it into a typing game, and then say, like, here's the lead character with a Dreamcast on his back and a keyboard in front of him on, like, straps, and he's wearing a suit and tie. Getting mad about the fact that...
I haven't got all day.
Yeah, I haven't got all day. We got to learn how to do touch typing. Specifically, you don't get that out of other games. And by the way, I will mention this as far as the voice acting. As far as James, that's the late Scott McCulloch, or Ramsey Scott, who's also known, who voices him. He voiced Paul Phoenix in the first 2 Tekken games, Tekken 1 and Tekken 2. He was the voice of Chris Redfield and acted as him in the cutscenes in Resident Evil, the original for the PlayStation and the Saturn. He also was the narrator in Bloody Roar on the PlayStation and in Castlevania Legacy of Darkness, which was on Nintendo 64. And probably one of the most famous cases, one other one, he was the voice of Wild Dog in the Time Crisis games, Time Crisis 1 and 2. But he also was the voice of Richter Belmont in Castlevania Symphony of the Night. So, of course, he says, die, monster, you don't belong in this world. That was him. Unfortunately, he died very young. He died in the year 2000, I guess after they recorded the dialogue for this game, and for the House of the Dead 2, as it was. He was only 40. He died in a car crash, or a car accident specifically, so it was a tragic case, but this is going to be our salute to him, and also the Typing of the Dead. And, hey guys, hey Leckford, so good to see you tonight. Nocturne is back with us. We're playing the Typing of the Dead on the Dreamcast. We've mentioned this game so many times. I have wanted to show this game for so long, so she called dibs on it. We're here, and we are looking forward to it. We're starting with the tutorial very briefly for a little bit of it. It's so good to see you. Feel free to let us know any memories you might have on the Typing of the Dead, or on the House of the Dead, or light gun shooters, or anything Sega, or reaction of what am I seeing? But you were seeing a real game, I promise you. I hope you're doing well for sure, Electverse. It's so good to see you tonight for our third Halloween block game. We're going to teach you how to type with James here from the House of the Dead 2. Road to touch typing. Let's go.
The road to touch typing.
And take a listen to this dialogue.
I'm sure that you already know that touch typing is a technique whereby you type without looking at the keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
In normal society, this is the chief merit of being able to touch type. But for us at AMS, being able to touch type or not is a matter of life or death. Do you understand?
Yeah, but if you can't touch type, well...
This is what happens if you can't I think you get the picture.
Okay.
Look at the keyboard.
And yeah, if you learn how to type, you can learn to type correctly. You can leave work early and go to karaoke, and you look as cool as James
If you
here.
want to be able to live, to take your pension, start training.
Oh, there you go. We're going to teach you how
So
that.
let's start
My
with the
experience
most
as far as the
basic
House
of
of the Dead is
basics.
concerned was with
The
House of the Dead 2 and 3
home
Return on the Wii. That is a great one. We're going to be using that to play
home position
House of the
is
Dead
how you
2 and
place your fingers
3.
on the keyboard.
Can I tell you this is our first play of House of the Dead 2, as it is
crucial
because
to
this
touch
is
typing.
reskinning House of the Dead 2 specifically.
So
I know you
look
said
at
you
the
never
screen
played
and
the
place
House
your
of the Dead, is that
fingers
right?
over the same
Right.
key
What's your
as
experience with light
shown.
gun games of any kind?
Like
Don't just
Duck
put your
Hunt
fingers
on
anywhere.
NES,
You have to place
basically.
your left
Yeah, which we could show
index
because of the
finger
Wii U
over
Virtual
the
Console
F
version.
key.
So we're going to have like a light gun
And
shooter
your
night
right
of all the
index
stuff. There's a
finger
Virtual
over the
Console
J
for that.
key.
I love my
You
House of
see
the
the
Dead, but
raised marks?
if you're liking what this is, you might like the element as far as how the House of the Dead
They're there
is.
to help you
It's
find
always
them
fun, it's
without
always
looking.
interesting. And you would never think, hey, let's do typing
Place
for
and
this,
keep
but
your
they're telling you
8
about the
fingers
home
over the
position.
center 8
That's
keys,
in a row of the
as
keys.
shown on the
This
screen.
game loves the
This
idea
is
of that,
called
and you also
the
want to pay attention to the
home
fact that on the F and J keys on your keyboard of any kind, you're going to have like these divots on it.
Okay, now
And
try
basically
and
keep
type
your
the
fingers
home
there and
position
learn how to
keys.
type quickly and
Don't forget to
accurately.
always return to the home
But yeah, that is a great
position
game. We're going to
after
do more on House of the Dead because I
Simply
love
by
House of the
doing
Dead. I've
this,
mentioned that to
you'll
you
make
too,
considerably
which I think is
less
part of the reason
mistakes.
why I went to this one.
Typing isn't
Just the
so
thought of,
difficult
hey,
as
let's
long
take a
as you
game like
remember
this
to
and
keep
turn it
touching those little
into,
marks
you know, a
of
typing
F
game.
and J
And it's one of the most amazing experiences on the Dreamcast that you can have, and
Now
that's
type
saying
the
quite a
highlighted
lot.
keys
One of those
without
unique
breaking
too.
the home position.
Hello everyone, hello Dolly Finn. We're teaching how to type with the Typing of the Dead tonight for the Dreamcast. Got Nocturne with me. It's so good to see you tonight. Feel free to let our memories flow, or any memories flow, on the House of the Dead or of the Typing of the Dead here. What am I seeing? That's the idea. Cool. Oh, yeah, that is an understatement on this game. As, yeah, he's telling me what to do. You have to type the keys. And remember where your finger placement is, and remember how to work at the home position.
Semicolon.
Hi, Nocturne. So Dolly Finn is saying. So I think she's very happy to see you as far as it. Yeah, she hasn't been off from the show for a couple of months, but yeah, she's back. She's feeling better, and we're so glad of that for sure. And everybody is very happy to see everybody. I'm happy to see as far as people on the show tonight want to see this. But yeah, they want to see this.
Select yes.
All right, so that's the training right now. I'm gonna briefly show a couple things, and then we're gonna get to the actual game specific. Just to give a sense, we'll come back to the rest of this later because there's a lot of funny things, but it's basically just kind of the basics, like how typing works, also what's your experience on typing games and edutainment games, because when you think about it, this is opening the door to us really as far as the edutainment stuff, because we've only really shown, we sort of had this with the Freddy Fish games that Nikki played, the Case of the Missing Kelp season, and the Case of the Haunted Schoolhouse, which were sort of edutainment, where there were games too, kind of like this is, in the sense that, yeah, you can learn something from it while also being fun for children. This is not a children's game for sure, but having said that, it is something that, yeah, we're opening the doors. We're going to do educational games on the show. I got some stuff I think I would want to show. I don't know if you have stuff with educational games that you'd be curious to show, including on PC, which we can definitely do.
Each key with the
I don't
correct
really
finger when a
have
key is
anything
highlighted.
specific.
First, the left-hand little finger. This finger types 4 keys. At
Yeah,
first,
no,
it will be
I
a little
can't
bit
really
difficult
think
to
of
move your
anything.
little
Well, we'll
finger
figure it.
back
I will
and
show. I want to show off some of the Math Blaster games. I know Electverse is a big one on Math Blaster, ages 6 to 9. I think we could probably do a full show on a bunch of those things. I could just get my DOS box running and run a bunch of those, specifically as they're telling you, like, hey, the diagonals, so like remember to hit 1, Q, A, and Z.
Next, the left-hand ring finger.
And then, yeah, your finger placement, and the idea is that what they say is that pretty much move your fingers as you go so you can type the keys without looking, which when I grew up was daunting, because I had Mario Teaches typing growing up, and I still actually have it. But also a case of, hey, you know, what is it about? I don't know if I could do this without, you know, looking. Fine, in this case, I definitely can't do it without looking, but That's the
Finally, we
idea.
come to the left-hand index finger.
Or fine, I remember actually.
As
You
I
ever play
mentioned
Mario
before,
Teaches Typing, by the way?
This finger is
No,
responsible for
I've
8
only heard
keys.
about it.
Okay, it was interesting as far as what it was. The fact that you had, Mario going, and,
4.
yeah, some of the stuff with that. Actually, it was Interplay who published that as it was. So it was not Nintendo who released it specifically for the PCs. It was these licensed.
V.
And it's also the thing. I remember the back of the box. It always said,
This is the end.
it
of
said
the
no. It said
left-hand
learning how to
finger
type is
training.
boring. Not,
I'm
well, at
sure
least
that you're
not with
feeling
Mario
tired,
in the gang.
but
So it was
you
like
will
90s
practice
as
these
anything as
basics
far as
hard
that.
In order to
But-
master touch typing.
Yeah, this is. I think this might be better even than that. I have some
Explain
stuff that
that
I can show
if you
Mario
fully
Teaches Typing
understood
for
until
sure.
now.
Basically, just the idea. We're going to show you the brief elements of this just to get
Right-hand
started.
finger training.
I'll show you the hilarious voice acting. It is
Let's
stilted,
begin
but it's also the
with
kind of
right-hand
great
finger
stilted
movement
voice
training.
acting that
Firstly,
is
I'm going to
amazing. I
briefly
think
explain
Electra,
the
you said this when we
keys
played
that each key is
Guitar
responsible
Man.
for.
You said specifically, quote,
Look at the on-screen
it's
keyboard.
bad voice acting
These are
of the
the
2000s.
keys
That
of the
voice
right
acting of the
index finger.
2000s, and I love it. So, yeah, absolutely.
These are the 4 keys.
So basically,
of
it's
the
like
right
left hand,
middle
right
finger.
hand specific, and then we'll get to the stuff with the shift keys, and then we're going to start killing.
These are the 4 keys.
As
of
far
the
as it, but
right
remember, we
ring
have to be
finger.
set, because remember, if we can learn to touch type, we can leave work early and go
These are the 10
karaokeing with
keys
James
that
here
the right
feasibly,
middle
and we'll look
finger
as
is
cool as he is.
responsible for.
And if not, we're going to get ourselves shot and killed, or sliced to death
So
by
let's
a
put
zombie.
things into action. Press
We
the
had
keys
never
of each
thought
finger
of the idea
just
you'd see
explained.
that. No question.
Just like the left index finger, the right index finger handles 8 keys.
Yep.
Watch out for
Although,
the
as I said,
line and
one thing
6,
worth pointing
as
out
they are
before we
quite
get to this,
far
I'm glad we're
from
having a
their
little
home
bit of a
position.
spiel to start this. Even though I do work a lot as far as typing, as far as my job, I'm not someone who is that great at typing, although I do get the sense this game has kind of been a better case for me with it. But
This is the
Nocturne,
area
though,
of
your
keys that this
case,
finger is responsible
you got some
for.
skills, I
Many
think.
people don't realize
We
that
might have a
the
bunch of
right
feat
hand middle
compilation
finger touches the
material
collar.
out of this one
So
play
pay
alone,
extra attention
potentially.
to learning this key.
If you want to go into that, elements of your typing, just like what that's come from, your history of it too. And same chat as well with you. So feel free to have at it. Alright, I gotta start typing. So 8, I, K,
comma.
and comma.
Good. You're doing well. Now we'll
for
learn the
my
4 keys of the right
experience,
ring
like,
finger.
I just
Just like the comma, there are loads
most
of
of
people
my
who can't
typing
remember
skills
to type the
actually come
period
from
with the right
just
ring finger. Don't be like them.
doing a lot of online chatting in programs like
9.
IRC.
Oh,
Sure. No, I mean, I get that as well. And I guess it's interesting for us to play a game like this, just in general, because it's the idea that
the right
I think you and I in particular, maybe some people in the chat this way too,
keys.
might have been right at the cusp of when computing was starting to become big. I mean, in the 80s, of course, with stuff like Commodore and Atari
practice
and
the 8
ColecoVision and
important
things like
keys.
that. Coleco is a company, I should say. The idea of doing stuff for, computing, like, hey, I think they said with the Commodore 64, it'll change your life. Oh wait, I have to hit right hand little finger, which is over there. Wait, where is it? I hit the bracket. It's right there. You see it, right?
Huh.
Oh, is it? Hold on. Oh, that's weird. It's not recognizing it. Oh, actually, so wait a second. My keyboard doesn't have that key?
That's
I thought it
weird.
did.
Are you sure it's...
Yeah, she's actually reaching over to try and touch that. So, full disclosure, I'm not using the Dreamcast keyboard. Actually, press on yours. I want to see something. Okay, never mind. But, okay, we get to show one thing, so fine. We'll show this off later. I guess I didn't realize that... Fine, this game might not work properly if you're using the other keyboard for the tutorial, I guess. But good news is we can soft reset. You know how to soft reset in this game, yes?
Control-Alt-Delete.
Yep, go ahead. And you can do it on either keyboard. So fine, we'll have to come back to this with the Dreamcast keyboard. But either way, we're showing you where the keys are. I didn't know this. I'm glad we got that on tape. I really am. But in this case, we're going to start with the arcade mode. We're going to start killing zombies, and it's going to be glorious. I cannot wait. Yeah, I think you're ready, right?
So we've got it on free play, right?
Yes, we do. If you want to go back to options to check that, we can do that. Just to make sure we're all set.
Yeah, just to be, absolutely certain.
And we can run normal. It doesn't matter necessarily either way. But alright, yeah, arcade mode, which is the part that is for 2 players. We're going to have to alternate out for some other stuff. But yeah, in this case, how it works is we start arcade mode. There is training. They give you a little bit of level 2, but we can just go to story mode. I also hit enter on mine and get please wait. So we're going to start with chapter 1, a prelude for absolute beginners.
Yep, please wait down in the bottom right.
Yeah, it's for me, and then she's going to
1.
start. So,
A prelude.
there you go, prelude here. She is going to be playing as James. I'm going to be playing as Gary, as far as our, we'll go Gary Stewart. She's James Taylor, I'm Gary Stewart. We are AMS agents who are going after the remnants of Curian from House of the Dead 1, but there's notes as far as Goldman and this creature who we saw in House of the Dead 1 saying, like, I took care of Agent G. He's like, wait, let's go get him. So get them. Alright, so here we go. We're typing. See the words on the screen? Type them. Based on how quickly and accurately you type them, you get a rank. And you have that chain bar up there. If you keep getting perfect, you fill that bar up completely without doing misses like I just did. You're able to get a life torch. But how could anyone do this? And we can both do typing at the same time. You get a little blue or red element as far as who types first. And you can also combine it out specifically because, hey, you know, there might be multiple zombies on the screen. She could take one, I could take another one. Or you can choose your target by hitting the escape key, by the way. And here is G. And we do a Dreamcast strap to our backs. Alright. So it's like, Biff! Alright, so it's Back to the Future 2 for you in that case. And Harry and Amy are going to be coming in just a second. Let's get going. And hear the wonderful voice acting of the citizens. So there you go. They're saying, "Don't kill me!" Or, "Don't come! Don't come!"
I don't want to die.
My God.
Dead.
I will.
Rip.
Go away! Go away! And since we did save her, we're gonna help that dude. I'm gonna go to the right, you take the left. So take Camel. No! But if you do let somebody die, that's fine. He says there's nothing we can do, but the point is we go a different path. So we're gonna kiss and kneel. Okay, that's the thing. You're looking at the screen saying like, all these things are gonna be typing. You're like, wait, what? They did this with the House of the Dead, but it fits specifically. My God, does it fit? So come on and take a free ride for all the Edgar Winter people. Jeez, bloodstains. So DSIWYF. But with two-player, this is great because it's the idea that, hey, you can kind of get stuff ready to go and saying, like, fine, patrons going on that way, or be careful of the fact that when they throw stuff as far as axes, I can hit P, she can start talking about a giraffe, I can switch out to knock that out of the way. So let's see, since it's about gossip, ow, but I got hit and so it was a life torch. Lose all of them, that is a game over, but there you go. Type X there, boom, get a genre dictionary, get the same words, and we get challenges every so often with big head mode turned on. As far as picking an item. So we gotta take 10 zombies by talking about the West Side, and Cased, and Draft, and Ferrets. Yeah. Oh shit, no. Tread, and First. So yeah, this is what it is. Yeah, warts and all, we're just doing typing. Give it what go on as far as how it is, chat. I want to hear anything you got to say on this. Because, my God, this is an experience. So we're doing a cut-in, and she's got beanbags. Like, yeah, regret. Who am I? Am I you? No, I am not you. There you go, she got Locust that way. So yeah, the true foe lies in the self. We did it with Parasite Eve, but there you go. Oh no, there you go. Okay, we got zombie suits, so we're gonna become zombies, and we're gonna try and save her. Well, we almost saved her specifically, but... Don't come! Don't come! Oh, good job. And if you save her, depending on who delivers the killing blow, you get a life torch. I believe that was you who got that. Alright, yep. Fantastic though. But alright, we were gonna fight our first boss.
I mean, the torches don't really matter that much.
Not with free play mode, but yeah, suffer like G did. Well, we will make that not happen. If you're fighting our first boss, this is Judgment Type 28. You have a detail about the boss names in this.
Yeah,
interesting.
I noticed that most of them are based on the major arcana from the tarot.
Yeah, as we're gonna light them up specifically. Right now, playing Fire Emblem: The Blazing Blade. Oh yeah, the because that is on the Switch Online expansion packages now specifically, and they have Binding Blade. Oh, no, which is the one we didn't get? Binding Blade was the one we had. Oh, whichever one of it was.
We got Blazing Blade.
Okay, so that's that one.
I believe.
Oh no, I think you're right. Yeah, because Binding Blade is on the Japanese side of the Switch Online expansion pack specifically. But yeah, that's a good one when they put that out. It is a fantastic game for sure. Hard, but really, really good. We gotta do stuff with Fire Emblem. I don't know which one to start with. I know you said you wanted at some point maybe to do the Super Famicom one.
Yeah, Genealogy of the Holy War.
Which he has a reproduction translation of, and that's the only way you could show that specifically. Although, fine, it is on Switch Online for the Japan side, but it's all Japanese. But with a translation, that's the idea. But yeah, if we took our Coral there, Zeal's gonna attack us when he goes that way. So, talk about the fellow traveler, and you get him before he gets to you, and you get a nice element there. So life's a gas, indeed it is. Yeah, but if you get a case, you get splattered going, oh! So Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. I lost a couple of pounds. Pork and his wife. Alright, so Secondhand Taxi. And they've randomized what the dialogue is here as far as the stuff you're typing, so you're not necessarily going to see the same thing all over, although there's some repeated dialogue. But yeah, we're zombies because we got that item. So there we are. And there is Amy and Harry with big heads. Amy is voiced by Samantha Vega, whose only other credits were in the Bloody Roar game. She was Jenny Bartley in Bloody Roar 3 and Fox TapamN, or Hans TapamN in Bloody Roar 1. And as far as the other voice in here who's not really credited, it is someone we've heard on the show before. I'll say actually after we look at the results. So yeah, good job, the results. 97% as far as Nocturne, myself, 78. And you have a little bit of a competition, so whoever wins the level with a higher score gets a life torch, by the way. As we're going on to level 2.
Alright.
For Muddy, which is novices. By the way, the other voice in this game, it is Ryan Dries who voices... We heard when we played Guitar Man, his voice of Puma the dog. He's also Tom Johnson in Shenmue, who is running the hot dog truck in that game. As well as the voice of Splash Warfly and Ride Borsky in Mega Man X7, Prometheus in Mega Man ZX Advent, and also Michael Wilson in Metal of Chaos on Xbox. Alright, let's hurry, but we gotta be set here saying, Giga, did we save him? No, we didn't, but good news is that, hey, if you don't type that fast enough, it crashes, but then you go this way. So it's a different path. Like how Dead Logic dictates. She is very hard to save, it's worth pointing out, unless you have an upgrade that we're going to see in original mode. Okay, so now I get it. Now I know what this is all about. Oh, Jesus Christ, I can't believe they have a reference to the Trail of Tears. Yeah, this game is mature rated for more reasons than that one, but as I said, that's also the typing of the Dead Overkill. It's like, yeah, chew the fat and have a public bath. And cakes and ales, like that's the other thing. Get yourself a bunch of friends and family, a bunch of drinks, maybe some cakes as well. Have a blast. And got no spunk. Do some square dancing. Yeah, you're just gonna see all this weird shit as far as what's being typed, and it's amazing.
What's gonna happen to the city?
Well, we're gonna find out because we got a news report.
We're flying right over the Sunset Bridge.
Sorry, we have to go to the Sunset Bridge. That's where Amy and Harry told us to meet them. But there's that creature over there, so we gotta get going. There you go, perfect unison. I only have time. I don't know how something is sing like a tree. That's the other thing about it. Just like, yeah, just read out what they are as we get... fine, you're going Cost Cutter. I'm letting you run Cost Cutter specifically. But that's the other thing, because we can both type the same stuff as it is. Because, yeah, for two-player, you have the letters you have to type at the bottom. Whoever types it first gets the credit and everything for it. So let's do some air kissing, why not? We get an A. D. There we go. U, J, X, F, 5, T, Z. There you go. Alright, I heard a voice over there.
Rip.
Yeah, he's not living, sorry. But we're gonna at least try and get some zombies taken care of, so let's get going. So let's do the cha-cha. And the foxtrot. So we're doing dance moves tonight. The jitterbug, the rumba. Oh, do the mambo. And the polka, yeah. Do jive dancing, salsa dancing, and of course the tango. Or fine, I have 2 left feet, so I can't do dancing specifically that way, maybe. But alright, got a life. 7 and R. Okay, good job. Yeah, I got the one, you got the other. Anyone but you. Also, it's worth pointing out one other thing, which is as far as the stuff you have to type on the screen, you don't have to type spaces, so you don't have to worry about that. You do have to type, like, apostrophes and things, like, hey, it needs to run the shift key. So you don't have to worry about that. No drinking day? Oh, every day can be a drinking day, and we're going close to disaster. Oh, fine, we'll, fish preserve. By the way, if you do a case of switching target, as I gonna give him salt, we got pasta over there. Fine, we saved one of them. Okay, mourning his friend. Ah, crap. Unfortunately, yeah, we didn't say that, but you do have elements for that, and we'll see that as it goes. So cut here, so they've got dimples as well. Yeah, I say no. Yeah, say no to drugs, kids. Yeah, wuss is fine. Alright. I couldn't explain that any better. F. Alright. MP3, that was back in the days when MP3 was still new, you know? I can't imagine that, you know, back then, the days of zip discs and things like that. I'm dating the show for like 20 years, but that's the idea. Alright, we saved her. Well, almost. Murray and Smith.
Thank you. Go straight ahead and you'll get to the wall.
And by the way, it's the same person who's doing the voice of Bart. They're gonna pull us under. Yeah, this game is amazing co-op. I think that's what you're seeing right there, is that Nocturne and I are in unison saying, like, hey, you know, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna talk about the old fox, you're gonna talk about the gizzard. Yeah, I mean, talk about it in a, just in any, you know, conscience of what that's gonna be. We're talking madness, just talking about this, or talking women that way. Old school way of talking that way, I guess.
Thank you for rescuing me.
Yeah, we did save him briefly, otherwise he would have crashed on the side and the boat would have blown up. Boring. Not this game, my friends. This game is anything but. Let's go to Tahiti. And we'll enjoy the wonderful music. I'll talk about the elements of the music, because it is the same as House of the Dead 2, just to indicate that. There you go. Yeah, they're typing out and it's just shooting out, you know, bullets as far as the keys. Oh shit, I forgot. I was like, yeah, we do have one more thing for that. Okay, now we don't, because I'm gonna grab where the music is somewhere. At least have that so we can talk about that next. Because we got a boss coming up.
Well, it's about that. It seems like
Okay, it's right there. So yeah, I'll talk about it in a little bit. Alright, we got our next boss. Alright, next up is Hierophant type B5. Yeah, you talk about the tarot connection, and you have to type when its chest is open only, get 3 shots as you talk about man-eating bacteria. And if you don't hit by the 3rd hit, you get sliced. I think they penalize whoever was closest, I think. As we have a beautiful friendship. That absolutely is true. Crap. But with Infinite Continues, is going to not be a case. It's going to be capture and populate. Yeah, what are they talking about there, maybe? Either way, you got it. There we go. And we did also make sure to get everything set specifically, so glad to see you alive. Yeah, yeah, that fits tonight as well, for sure. All right, so and there you go. So she filled the bar that way. She got a life torch. It's worth. I'm glad you showed that off. The PTA. It usually is. That's not wrong specifically, but that being said, yeah, the PTA is a scapegoat. Although I guess it's back in the days of PTA, but yeah, kindergarten is like, yeah, no. But either way, yeah, we're going well as far as that. And now the next form is type the words as he jumps up. So label, conscious, which I'm always a tough one in typing out conscious, specifically. So good on you, Nocturne, for grabbing that. You get that great. Crap. Alright, that was the Crusader 64 last week. Space scares me. And yeah, the next Dark Pictures game is set in space. So it's like, oh no, I think. Alright, good job on Killing Blow. Yeah, I told you she had the skills as far as this. I'm not really even playing this game much, but that's what I said specifically, that you technically don't have to have played this game that much to basically pull out and say, like, you know, I can type this way. Just type the words that are there, and it's, glorious, 96% accuracy. Good job. Yeah, she is better as far as this than I am, but that's fine specifically, because it does show the idea, like, where the skill is, and also how good two-player can be to help that way.
Yeah.
Even
like,
as far as... Okay, go on.
Yeah, like, it would be harder with single player.
Yeah, even if you're really good at it, still is because you have multiple targets you have to manage. Also mentioned as far as the music. The music is the same as The House of the Dead 2. It's by Tetsuya Kawauchi, who did the music for Mega's TT Superbike, Zombie Revenge on Dreamcast, Blood Hotel, Tezuka Osamu's Dororo on the PlayStation 2, which is actually one of the rarest games on the console. And he programmed Sega Sonic the Hedgehog in the arcade. And there's another name we'll talk about in a little bit. Yeah, of course, when it came to this incident now, it's Goldman who found Curian from the last game and said, hey, his experiments that I was funding, I'm going to keep them going, so we got to stop. Right, back me up, James, no problem. So we're going down the canals. This is supposed to be Italy, by the way, or Italian area.
Are you alright, Gary?
Yeah, we're okay.
Yeah, I'm hanging on.
Honey bunny. Actually, you know what? Final say liposuction. And the letter K. I was like, R. I was like, wait a second, okay. There's our cold pizza, and there we go. And we did save him, and by saving him, we get to go down the canal here through the gate, or the water gate. If you don't, you have to go the other way. So, like the House of the Dead tends to go as we're floating around, and you get kicked in the face. I talk about the Odd Fellowship and the female cycle. Stings like a bee. It's like, oh boy, no. I hate the B element. Or VC, I'm gonna knock that out, Mother Complex, or BS. That's the other thing, is that, hey, you know, because there's the, that's why it's hard for single player, because you have to manage the fact of how to raise a gifted child. Okay, so. Yeah, so they're getting longer sentences for this, as they're getting an air sick bag. And chin hymns, like, yeah, all this weird shit we're talking about, like, yeah, Road Warrior. It's just not Road Warrior like Mad Max, and yeah, we should have not taken that long turn.
Perfect one, trick or treat.
Yeah, indeed. Happy Halloween, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Albuquerque's hard to type out. So which? Oh Christ, Witch Hall. Damn. Said every person who has a one-night stand ever. By the way, when you die, you can continue and hit the enter key. So Amy is set that way. All right. Yes.
Well, he says that he'll be waiting at the Colosseum on the north side of the city.
Alright, so yeah, that's where we're going. We're going to the Colosseum. Yeah, it might be a trap, but we're going anyway. Maybe not very smart, but then again, fine. The EMS can handle that. Specifically, it's like M, W, LJK. Let's flirt with strangers. Yeah, probably ill-advised, but there you go. We can do it in this game. Yeah, I almost wanted just to get a sense, like, yeah, life, or fine, the life element, like, yeah, chat reaction, just say anything on this. We are paying attention, we are typing, don't worry, but we're still paying attention to that, so it's like, yeah. You're probably wondering, like, wait, what is this? Fine, let's do Kingston Ale again. So yeah, you will have repeat elements, but you do have a good amount, so you're not going to mind it. C, V, B, V, and yeah, got game over. So when we do that, hit the enter key to continue. But we got on the mission. So, sins of the mission, a tranger. Yeah, that's also the thing, is like, I don't necessarily know what all the words mean. But we were able to kind of figure that for certain things. So, yeah, we got stiffness, get yourself set, and make sure to act smart for this. So, good job. Awesome. We're going down the waterway. So, bow wow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay. Doggy dogs in the motherfucking house.
My friends went inside, but they're not back yet. I told them not to go.
Yeah, your friend, you should get better friends. Like, fine, we'll go save them. I love that so much, and House of the Dead 2 has that as well, but here's the boss. And in this game, it is glorious. Alright. So this is Tower Type 8000. It is a three-headed snake, but in this game, there's a question. You gotta answer it. There might be more than one answer, by the way. So let's have a question time here. Which one floats? Ice cubes float, but there might be more than one, so you have to make sure to type them all. Otherwise, they'll bite you. What can't you buy at the store? Oh, natural gas. Oh, yeah, you can buy landmines at a store, feasibly, like an army surplus. What's a good salad? Chicken salad. Yeah. You have to be quick, though. Which one's sweet? Gum. What can't you do alone? That is what this is. Which word's an adjective? Deranged. Just, that's the experience of this game. You see something like that, that's gonna break you out. You're gonna say like, Oh, which one is alive? Elephantiasis? You know what that is, don't you?
Yes.
Oh my god. What's hot? Volcano. This is why I said this might be the best game ever made that you never know you wanted. What's a kind of water? A lake. Oh, there we go. Yeah, molasses. Okay. But that's not the end. Yeah, it'll come by for you, but if you're quick enough with the type, it should be cursed. Boom, taken away, and there you go. We got a nice chaser. Ribbed for her pleasure, indeed. Yeah, just say, like, anything to the dialogue, please, as far as it. Hi, Bob. Or Die Bob, as it is. Woot! So the, Metal Gear Solid thing. And I'll also have the sound effect going on top of that when I edit this. So, my version, and your version. But, of course, we gotta get going, as something terrible's happened. Fitting, because we're starting Metal Gear Solid 2 in a couple of months. Alright, so what happened, Amy? This game is hilarious, my god. 83%, so yeah, I did better, and 95% for that. Okay. Not far off. Definitely better case. Alright. Yeah, already, this is something. But then again, that's the idea of this game.
This is a good run, I think.
My god, yes, absolutely. As we're going to Chapter 4, Despair. Yeah, no despair on this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's too funny for despair.
I know. As I said, if we had the scariest game of our Halloween block last week with the Man of Medan, we have our funniest with this and Earthbound, but especially this one. But Earthbound as well, because yeah, rotting is bad. We could go to a debut recite. Down. Yeah. If you do bad, you get that. Pick it up. Tell your mother, I don't know, we're not gonna be home for dinner. Our mission's on the piping. Oh, Poughkeepsie. Fine, you do that. I'm typing in Miss Sullivan. For once and all, hustle and jostle. Remote patrol. Lustful emperor. Shit, alright. And if you do a miss, you do a fail, and that was my fault. But either way. That doesn't change how your path goes, by the way, so it's not gonna be... The rabbit died. Large bones. Oh, you got that. Hocus pocus.
Help me! Help me!
Ah, earwax.
I almost got him that time.
Yo, parachute unit. I got him out. Just in time. Awesome. Very good job on that. A parfait pleases girls. I don't know, what do you think of parfaits? Are parfaits good? I guess they can be. See?
Okay.
Okay, got a life. I can please some girls. Either way. Oh, we got some jelly for lunch. Or draw in the store. Or win by an inch. Hey, Kenny. Also, it's worth pointing out you do have to type out the apostrophes and stuff. Impala. Ah, crap. We just got him as he got there. So, do nasty eyes. There's our nasty eyes on those things. We would blast them off. So, damp towel, please.
Power still coming.
Alright, so there's still power, so taking the elevator up. Impolite. What a killjoy. That's anybody who tells you this game is not good. Well, mine. If they have good reasons why they don't like this game, that's one thing. I know some people said, like, oh god, is this really your first time? I'm not odds to answer that. I don't think either one of us are. But alright. Today's special. And then dollars and cents. What was that top 2 drop?
Type till you drop.
Type 2 drop, okay. Alright, we're in the Coliseum, and there is, Golden.
People of the AMS. I am Goldman.
By the way, AMS doesn't stand for anything, and the director of this franchise, that being Takeshi Oda, said if we're going to do a prequel to this franchise, we'd explain what it is.
This is a present.
And apparently, Typing the Dead Overkill doesn't go to that because that is technically the first game, chronology speaking, from 1991 as far as when it's set, but I don't think it mentions it either. If there's Amy and Harry kidnapped by our next
I look
boss.
forward to meeting you people again.
Yeah, that's a promise. We'll come back for you. Yeah, we're in the Coliseum now, and we gotta fight Strength Type 2 of 5. We're typing out a story. Attacking Wild Frenzy, these are long sentences, so good luck to you. So Jack and Jill went up the hill to settle a little dispute. Jack fell down and broke his crown. And Jill got 5 years for assault. And then it says, like, fine, job requirements, college degree, whoa, shit. Excellent communication skills, shit, alright. And extensive experience with flattery, gossip, and backstabbing. That, okay, there you go, fair enough, depending on the company you're at. I was just telling that story. You know, I used to like snakes. Yeah, I'm not the snake person, she is, but that's not a used to. They're very cool. They slither around. Ah, crap. But one day, I went to the zoo, and a bunch of them. That's the thing. Maybe I can't keep my composure as well as you can when it comes to this weird stuff that's coming out of the screen. I don't know, which is why that was all Nocturne's boss specific. Although this is all Nocturne's game, but my God, I'm still having a blast.
Yeah, I mean, you own it, but...
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that sometimes comes to it, you know? And as I said, this is probably... There might be some feat stuff coming out on this game just on one thing, and especially hilarity for the, you know, the compilation stuff I'm going to do eventually. Alright, we got to go to the top of building A0063 to get what we need to do. And there is the same genre thing we saw in the test. I hope we can see it. If we don't, I'll mention what it is. Also, I'll mention who the other piece of music was by as far as the other person doing music. That was Haruyoshi Tomita, who did the sound design on Super Monkey Ball, a bunch of them. Super Monkey Ball 1, 2, Junior, Banana Blitz, and Touch and Roll. Also, the music direction, Yakuza 2 and 4, and sound design on F-Zero GX on the GameCube. For it. So yeah, we're getting next one. I'm taking a break. No, as far as that, I get that idea as far as it, because yeah, you're probably hearing what's coming out of us as far as this and saying like, wait, what's going on this? You might think, okay, I don't think you're thinking we're making this up, because clearly we have this game, it's on screen, you're seeing it, it's real. But just the case of, yeah, this is it. Taking in the majesty that is the typing of the dead as we're going to the city. Alright, so let's get going. Anti-dandruff hair lotion. Actually, no, you do that, although lip smacking lemonade. Jeff had some good lemonade as it was. It was the Panera stuff. It was. I think, what was that? It was strawberry mint, I think it was. Pretty delicious. Come back in 10 years. Okay. Also, they'll throw their guts out. Make sure to hit that quickly. I beg your pardon. My boss plays it safe. Wonders never cease. Yeah, now with this game, it's not limited engagement. Extra life. Fine. How to fling an otter? I don't know. That's fine. We teach you the important life skills on this program, I guess. Easy come, easy go. Best plumber around. So I guess, I don't know, they're talking about Mario. Hey. Yeah, okay, fine. I guess the item was random because what happened is, I'll go with the ice candy. On our test play, there was a, same words dictionary item we got. It was a life torch there. Oh, so we got that. We got one that basically was a bunch of Sega games, as it was.
Yep.
And it was kind of amazing to see, like, Sonic the Hedgehog, Jet Set Radio, Out Trigger, and other stuff as we have the boss here. So if all you're doing is typing what's killing them in universe-wise, it is, we saw it on the second level, you're basically typing out, I guess it's typing out bullets specifically, or like, I don't know, keyboard stuff. It is shooting up part of them, so I guess it's bullets that are coming out of us. And we saw that, we can show that again when we go to, what is it, original mode. Because there's the power in original mode that busts the game in half, and I think it might be unlimited. But yeah, that's the thought I think of what it is, and I don't know if the other ones are like this. The other games in this series that Japan got, or the typing of the Dead Overkill, which is on Steam. You can get that one easily. Oh god, pierce. Oh Christ, pierce a private body part. That was 2001 they were saying do that. Now it seems like almost everybody does that. Well, fine. Okay, that's not true, but it seems like it's more like, I don't know, as we're getting something nicer of mascarpone sweet bologna.
Aww.
Ah, crap. But that's a fair question to ask collectors, you know that, as we got little fluffy kittens. Yeah, of course, yeah, it's accompanied by us getting sliced. Wipe up your mess. Oh, you saw that. It was kind of sort of loading as we did the final blow.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got that on tape too, so scary godmother. Need certain words that I can kind of do that, so... Yeah, I was definitely a race to the pressure cooker, that's for sure.
Remember, there's no such thing as a second chance.
Yeah, not for Goldman, there is. But yeah, we're in our car, which doesn't have a cracked windshield, by the way. We're still driving. It's a T. As we get blow legs going on, too. Amiga, okay, that's kind of close to the Sega thing because of Sound Amiga. That's another Dreamcast game I forgot that's like totally unique. As far as like maraca shaking for your music game. Squeeze, and this is the same deal as before. You have to type when his shit. Okay, I got him just in time. Get a juggling license. Even Dad doesn't know what about this game. Should become familiar as that how to raise a gifted child in B. Dalton booksellers nationwide now. I know that doesn't exist anymore, at least I don't think it does. If it does, I'll say right now, I guess it does, but either way. Okay, no, I see Ness. I was like, wait a second, I want to at least look at that, make sure I was just going set to that. They're trying to do the home position hold. In direction. Okay. These phrases are so random. Yeah, Electverse, that is true, but we love how insanely random they are. But sometimes, as I mentioned, they have like the same genre words, so they'll go together. Or just on the last boss, we're talking about the fact that, you know, yeah, we're yodeling for fun. That's the thing, you never know what you're gonna get, and they randomize what the phrases are, so that's gonna be the thing of it. But I mean, at the last boss, we're talking about fights. Jack and Jill went up the hill if it was a domestic abuse case, and Jill got 5 years in prison. So like, yeah, that's... I don't think I ever saw that before playing this game, as it was. Okay, that's another story. I made the donuts. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, just anything you say. Ha. Missed again. Ah, there we go. Letter T. Yeah, this game brought to you by the letter T and every letter in the alphabet. Specifically, oh, I got something new. Killing King 76. This is a House of the Dead 2 spin-off. That indeed it is. So good to see you. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. We are playing, myself and Nocturne Flam, I'm Captain D-Track, by the way, we're playing the Typing of the Dead for the Dreamcast. That it is. Spin-off of House of the Dead 2, it is brilliant. And there we are typing. So good to see you. Feel free to let any memories flow on the Typing of the Dead or House of the Dead itself, because, hey, you're right, this is a take on that, as you get the letter J and a bad night's sleep. So yeah, all of those elements, and I got a game over, so there we go. There you go, got the P. Yeah, this is a great game, and we love as far as what this is, and the experience of running a two-player. Alright, so this is where Goldman is. But there's an explosion, so we gotta get ourselves running.
Can't be. You're.
Yeah, this is the final boss of the last game. So talking about House of the Dead itself. Yeah, at the end of House of the Dead 1, this is the creation of Dr. Curian. A magician type. They have the number as far as what it is. We sent him packing after he sent Curian packing as well, but he's back. Yeah, here's Magician Type 0. This is the final boss of the last game. He is the second last boss of this game. You also have to be careful, because if you make a mistake typing here, you take damage and you are screwed. In that case, if one person makes a mistake, you get sliced. Wife, waffle, wedded wife. Down on the floor. Shit. Yeah, in that case, I hit it, but whoever makes the mistake is the one that gets sliced. Specific. Okay, so let's do shit. And there's the witch hole question again, so tell your father. Fine, in that case, I'm gonna let her do it to start, but it's also something that's low-cal meal. There we go. And got an egg. Let's get the screaming shit demon. Wait. Go on. Sorry, what did you say? Alright, bye-bye, baby. Yeah, I played the remake of the House of the Dead 1. Yeah, we played it 2 for the show. We have a YouTube site, by the way. I don't know if I've seen you on the program before in the Best on Twitch. Welcome to the SuperOldGameSaturday family. As far as it, we do have our play of the Typing of the, oh no, fine, of this game we will eventually, but also of the House of the Dead remake from last year. We had a great time playing that. I think you'd like that game, not to play, but we ran the Switch version just to get a sense of it. And yeah, we had a terrific time with that. I love my House of the Dead, and I think if nothing else, it's also something that I think there's a lot of cases of people think, hey, they are gonna like it even on the back of this. Oh Christ, the Golden Heights. Talk about hitting close to home right now. But that being said, Tag Magician with the fireballs. This is the easier part, because what happens now is, well, in the last game you had to knock out the fireballs, the geometry shapes, as it was in the House of the Dead remake. And when you do that, you have one last thing, which is I want to fill a bra. Okay. Yeah, this game is mature rated as it is, but alright, fine. And a westernized manner. Yeah, if you never played this game, it's amazing. It just costs a lot of money unless you get the PC CD-ROM version and get it running on a modern system. Though there is the Typing of the Dead Overkill that's also that case. Want to see my scar? Okay, I'm thinking for some reason in my case, I'm thinking of Madeline, you know the books? Like about the French girl with two lines. Like when she had to get her appendix out, something about, you know, the scar when I had the surgery. I don't know why I thought that. I never played this. You know, it is an expensive one because, as I mentioned, you're not going to find used copies that often because people don't want to get rid of this. There are a lot of them out there. New copies go for about 160, 70, 200 bucks, which for brand new games not terrible, but the keyboard's 60 bucks. And actually, I don't have a second keyboard, so the way we're doing this is I have an adapter, the Total Control 5, that lets me plug in another Gateway 2000 PC, like a PS/2 keyboard, into the Dreamcast to play. So there's a lot of stuff you have to kind of get going, and the PC version is like 50 bucks. I don't know how that runs on a modern device. You might be able to get that going, but if you haven't played this game, if you know somebody plays it, talk to them and say, like, yeah, we gotta play this. Or drop the money on it somehow, because, yeah, this is a great experience. Or here's a message I'll also say. Sega, please, wherever you are out there, please re-release this game. You need to get back in my good graces after Sonic Superstars from last week. I'll say that right now, and I'll have my words to say about that eventually. But my dog has more friends than I do, which I mentioned Guitaru Man. That was actually kind of the thing about Guitaru Man. So, like, yeah, to U1, yeah, Puma the dog. So, like, yeah. Everybody's picking on you. It's like, shut up, Puma. Why does everybody like you more? So, professional mahjong hustler shit. But yeah, this is an experience, let me tell you. And if nothing else, we're bringing this experience to all of you, and we've been wanting to for quite a bit of time, as it's an ambush. Ambush, here we go. And we'll give it a little bit of leeway. Oh no, we won't, we're gonna kill you. Yeah, cheap. I wish this game was cheap. Well, fine. It was cheap when it came out. It was brand new for like $30, and I bought it for $30 about 2014-15 as it was. But it has gone up because people want to play this, and I get why. But how can I earn money without working? Bitcoin. And no turning back. I think that didn't exist back in 2001. They had meant. Oh, I died. Yeah, playing the House of the Dead Overkill, though, through the typing of the Dead Overkill. Yeah, I have not played that game, but I've heard it's a lot like this in the sense that it plays similarly, but it's leaning even more into its mature rating, like House of the Dead Overkill did specifically, as it was. And I gotta get a copy of House of the Dead Overkill and the typing of the Dead Overkill as well. I think for that, I think I'm gonna get House of the Dead Overkill on the PS3 because of the extra graphic tech, but it's also on the Wii as well. It kind of looked like a B horror movie. Fine, it was not a B horror movie, it was like a grindhouse horror movie. It was like, but what would my mother have done? I don't know. Only interested in one thing. Japan, the land of the samurai. Supermarket in the neighborhood. Strawberry soldiers, like, yeah, I don't like strawberry to me. Art house aficionados. Yeah, so yeah, they're asking you to type really more complicated words this way, but it is still a thing. P.S. I was only kidding. One mother, please. Placed with a robot. That's the other thing, just say it out what it is. That's kind of, as you get the letter B. Fixed. Sumo boat. I don't know what a sumo boat is.
What is this place?
Yeah, it's a research center. I guess he's doing stasis. Okay, so yeah, we have to fight you again. So yeah, what questions? What has exactly 4 legs of buffalo? What's a kid's fort gonna be made of? Sheets. It could be more than one answer, so it's always that question. What's an adjective? Narcissism. Oh no, it's not an adjective. Shit. Name a girly thing. Stockings. I was like, yeah, I don't think atrophy is. That's something totally different. What's a normal sandwich? Texas. Okay, lettuce or jellyfish. I don't know how you put Texas in a sandwich. What's a girl's name? Cheryl. What's good for under poison ivy? No, it's cotton, the fabric of our lives. And lastly, what's in a music store? A trumpet. Or egg beaters. We're good eggs. It's like, okay, fine, I don't know what music store that is, but either way. Bobbing for apples. So yeah, we're definitely getting into the Halloween element as we have the 38th parallel. Okay, fine, I'm thinking of the song, I can't remember what it is, by Billy Joel, Leningrad. Stopping the 38th parallel. But it's freezing out here, and we got the nasty eyes and a total loss. And we're getting obstinate as far as what that is, and dodgy MP. And Captain G-Traggy's Rain Dance. Maybe stopping your evil ways with the life belt. Yeah, I know what you're saying, like, as far as the randomness of it, but that is also why it's great. But it also can sometimes be blocked by the indicators, and we show that with some of the drill mode stuff. So that's kind of a question. Yeah, there's a DS Japanese version of this as well. Yeah, the English of the Dead was what it was called. It was actually English teaching element. I wish we got that because it's so strange, and the House of the Dead has been a case of that. There's the pinball they did on the Game Boy Advance is one example, specifically. So, yeah, that was interesting to hear that, the fact that it's like, let's turn that into a game like this, understand how it is, and yeah, give Sega credit. But here's Goldman.
Do you know what you're doing?
Well, we'll see.
I'm fully aware.
I wish I could show that, but A, I don't have the game, and B, I don't have a way to stream DS yet. I'm looking into that, but it is a cost thing. That's gonna be a way down the road thing. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'm trying to figure it. When I know more, I'll let you know. As far as stuff that I would need to use the DS to show, because I have stuff on Wii Virtual Console and stuff in collections like the Mega Man 0ZX collection, which we show stuff. But yeah, that is an interesting one. And fine, I love my House of the Dead as it is, if nothing else. And glad to be hearing that chat's liking it too. And you're liking it too as well, Nocturne, because of this game. There's to be said about that. Alright, here's the final boss. Yeah, it's not a long game. We've got a bunch of other stuff we're going to show. Yeah, this is the one who rules over nature. Okay, so this is a final boss, Emperor Type Alpha. As far as weak point, it's unknown. In the House of the Dead 2, it probably is going to be, you know, hitting those orbs, but yeah, you stay out of it. Or fine, hair the dog. They also will kind of have the text boxes dim here, so in this case, it's kind of a little harder. It's like, yeah, outstrip. Crap. I want what I want, which is school uniforms. Shit. Yeah, this boss in particular is also why I put free play mode on, otherwise we're gonna get a game over, as we got a stray dog. And a leftover. And the Sega Saturn. Okay, there we go, so we got one at least. As far as the game element, you know. Cafe, Jugong. Yeah, this is where two players are going to help immensely. Because with forward, you have to type, you have lectures, hair grows fast. Ah. Yeah, but in the case of that, he'll then have the longer sentences. We're going to start coming towards you, so yellowish. You are still in damage, though, here, so keep that in mind. Degenerate. Crap. Okay, that was easy as far as what they gave us. Because it gave us a little bit of mercy, or me a little bit of mercy as it is. Yeah, I would cry by it be that way, but yeah, we like to party. And breathe, yeah, I think that's important. And the end, when we played Mega Man X4. Untie and guild. That's right, don't worry about it. Additional fee for Son. I hate that when they charge that additional fee, specifically, you know. So I'll talk with the hostess and call me the Breeze. I'll call her the Breeze. Say hello to your inmates. Okay. We're not running a jail as far as I know, but that's that idea. So sandbox. Ah. Ahem. Yeah, and they'll also send out forms that are kind of like some of the bosses we fought, as it was like you. You gave me the power, and but I can destroy you. Or we can destroy you. And some of them will be longer or shorter based on what the bosses were, so keep that in mind. Trap. Yeah, we'll find out. Yeah, trap you to come by for us to kill you. Dangerous curves. Ah. Yeah, because they're big, and they don't give you much time, so yeah. Yeah, at this point, they're really expecting you to be a master typer. But we get to talk about the crane and shoot him down. Stagger. And we'll also have endings coming up. There is going to be actually an interesting thing. Yeah, skin cancer. Okay, that's bad. There's going to be a way of how the elements of the ending are going to go. We're going to show that in a little bit. And we'll mention how that works. There's Manish, and next is Sia. Alright, so this is it. We have 3 questions. How do you prove you like her friend? Right. What do you want to say?
Um,
I think the top one. What do you think?
yeah.
Right. And I don't think this is timed. No, it's after every visit.
I think it is timed. The borders were
Oh, it
changing.
is. If you're an animal, you'd be... dog? What do you think?
Yeah.
Dog, because fetch is a cool game. And lastly, an angry mob chasing you, rush immediately to help the person. There we go. Alright, we got him. Depending on which of those we answered right in the game's eyes, that determines what the ending is going to be, because that would beat the game. We're not done with the show. We got way more on the typing that did to show you we are nowhere near done on this one. But based on what ending we'll see, we'll tell that. Boy, we got golden.
Friends, it is not over yet.
Is that all you have to say?
In time, a successor will come. Farewell, friends.
Okay, so he fell down and exploded. Actually, technically, we got none of them right, as far as how the game considers it. But we also have to start typing, because actually this is interactive too, the credit sequence. As is, we have to type out everybody who made this game, and based on us doing that, I'll explain as far as the other stuff with the endings. Off screen, we did get the best ending. We'll explain what that is. And as you type the zombies out, they come out of the stasis tubes. They start dancing, so Shimamura Masato. So yeah, we'll do our final thoughts later as far as that, because like, usually we do that during the credits, but usually... And this might be the first interactive credits we've had in any game we play on the show, if I remember correctly. Haru. And if you get their names set at the end before they go off screen, you're all set. And we get them out. I think we might get them perfect, so good job as far as this Nocturne. Ueda Tensei. Nomura Takahashi Naoto. Hironaka. Okay, fine, we didn't get that one. Watanabe Isao. Oh, right, well, I guess we're getting close enough, specific, if nothing else. Kawachi Tetsuya. We might feasibly get them all out. Actually, that's the one thing we didn't do during the test play, as it was. Yeah, the word is, that's who I guess you want to thank as far as all these great words coming up in statements. Many thanks to Sato Yoshinao and Uto Koji, the House of the Dead team. There you go, they start dancing. They're kind of doing like the Thriller dance, and to think this is not the only game on the Dreamcast that has that. Okay, we got them all. Okay, awesome. Good job, Nocturne. So there you go. They're going to start dancing. Sorry. Develop a smile bit. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, we did type them all out. We're getting our Not Thriller Dance. The other game they had that was Space Channel 5, which we have played for the program before on our YouTube site. It's like the Twitch window area somewhere over there. There we go. There we go. We got the full dance going on. And end. So, a good job. And you get special passwords. We're pointing this out because we, since we put the unlock everything code, when you beat the game, you get a special password to do an unlock. That is to unlock computer mode, or versus computer mode. There's like 3 unlocks for that specifically. We're also going to get our elements of our rankings for the whole game. Knocked towards the star here as far as number of words hit. 17 words per minute with B.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, actually, my ranking is pretty much identical to what it was our first time through.
Yeah, mine's a bit different because my accuracy's fucking horrible, but my typing speed was a little better. Reflexes that way. Fine, my decision making was quick, I guess. So I was like, I guess I'm really rash as far as like making the choice, saying we're gonna do this, we have to do this that way. I got C plus of 13 words per minute, so I definitely could use the tutorials we're gonna show more of as is, but I do give you that little nice graph there for that. And also I get to talk about the endings, because yeah, technically, if you get those questions, those last 3 questions we were answering, we got technically none of them right in the eyes of the game, because that's what happened with Goldman falling off and dying. And by the way, these endings are different than the House of the Dead 2 itself. If you get 1 or 2 of them right, Goldman will fall down, but he'll come back and he'll like have a bungee cord, like boing, and then he'll do a belch when he comes back. And then the one her and I saw is, which you've answered all 3 of them correctly in the game's eyes. He'll say, okay, I'm gonna get away. He puts his arms up. He goes off in a rocket. I guess he is fart propelled because he is farting. You can hear him on the soundtrack doing it. He goes off, he gets away. That is the best ending as far as this game, as far as getting all the questions answered. But I guess as far as the best ending of the game, because this is the one part that's different from House of the Dead 2. The House of the Dead 2 endings are different. And House of the Dead is like this as far as, and this was how the House of the Dead, the first one was, which is that based on certain criteria, the way the ending would be different. And actually, the arcade version is insanely hard because you actually have to get through the entire game without continuing once in order to get the best ending. On the remake, it's based on your points specifically, and we did show the best ending of that one specifically. And I think House of the Dead 2 is like that specifically as well, I believe. But alright, fine. Here's our chapter results. Here's the scores we got. There it is. Yeah, look at that. For Prelude, Muddy, Darkness, Despair, Dawn, and Original Sin, for all the points we got. Yeah, in your case, you kept going up a little bit. Fine, you went up, and then you hit a high on Muddy, then down a little on Darkness, then down on Despair, but then up to Dawn and Original Sin.
Yeah, the last 2 levels were my highest scoring ones.
And my highest scoring was the last one.
Yeah.
I guess the last was like, it was also the case of like the decision making. Actually, I guess, okay, now that I'm thinking about this, maybe the decision making thing is this, which is, you know, when the words come up on screen, the choice of like how quickly you are to start typing when it appears, or to say, hey, I'm going to switch off in order to change target, especially when there's multiple things coming where they throw axes or kitchen utensils or toy hammers out, as it is in this version for that. So I think that might be how they consider it, maybe, although since I do have this game complete in box, including with the Dreamcast sweepstakes registration where you could have won a copy or an actual arcade machine of Emergency Call Ambulance. I will picture this when I edit. I still have that, and the advertisement for Outrigger on the back. You ever play this, by the way?
No.
It is also a Dreamcast game. It was an arcade port from AM2. It's like it's a shooter that can be either first or third person. It does a mouse and keyboard support. It's worth pointing that out. It was AM2 who made Virtua Fighter, who made it. Specifically, it was a late one on Dreamcast, but I want to look specifically as far as what those rankings are, and we can also get to this specifically to show the fact it's game over. One thing this is missing, unfortunately, unlike House of the Dead logic is usually, it doesn't show you the paths you went down based upon how everything went. But I'm going to at least look as far as what the rankings are, because they probably will say something maybe, but they didn't necessarily say anything for some things, including what was it? What original mode was. And I guess to that also, Nocturne, how do you want to handle the rest of this? As far as what mode do you want to show first, what order you want to go? Because the rest of this we're going to have to alternate out unless we do another run of arcade mode, which we could do depending on how time is. Because honestly, we're only an hour and a half into this. We got way more time as far as this game, so it's your choice on how we want to run that, and also showing the rest of the stuff, the tutorial and all that stuff.
So for original, how about you start with the first level and
we'll alternate off.
Yeah.
We are also swapping our keyboards out just for the case of that, so we don't run into the case of, hey, there's the key missing for the tutorial. I can't believe we had that element. But yeah, we're going to run the original mode. This is going through the game again, but this is going to be a little bit different because this is exclusive to the home version. And what it does is, and you do still have free play inactive on this, you go through the same stages as we did, but it's unfortunately one player. I wish it wasn't. but you also get items that go along there on the F1, F2, F3, and F4 keys. You can find them in the levels by shooting them up, because we did find like lives and things we played through. We have that going specifically, and that's going to be how that is. We'll show that off. I'll explain what they do as well, but we will. In the meantime, yeah, Nocturne, go on anything you got on this or anything else you're thinking specifically, or reactions to what we just saw, you know, or your story on this game.
Uh,
So have at it.
pretty sure I've
Please be safe, G.
said most of what my story is already.
Or anything else you got, you know, I guess what that experience is like, you know.
Do this.
But, like, uh,
G.
As we've seen G again.
James.
But in this case, it's a single player, we're only going to see James. But if you have the second keyboard running, you do run G. Oh, not G. Gary. Starts with G, but not G. Alright, so cool stats.
Harry and Amy are coming to back us up.
Okay, so here's... Well, fine, because we'll see where the items come up. Because there is an item that busts this, but I guess maybe because of... I don't know, maybe because we're running the unlock everything code, that maybe that's why we saw it.
My God.
yeah,
We'll see.
I don't see it now.
Alright, we got a Molotov cocktail, at least, specifically. Shit, alright, even I couldn't do it.
There was nothing we could do.
By the way, if you do save him, you go to the left. Actually, if you don't save her, you go to the right. So it basically changes where that's going to be specific. But the other thing you can do is hit 2, H, and 0.
H2O.
No, perfect. Actually, yeah, probably they planned that. And we'll get something sticky. And I also will use the Molotov specifically. You can hold them until you need to use them, as we did IEVX. There's one place in particular I want to use it, as we are going to be meddling in the affairs of the zombies here. Make sure to dodge and hit the end. Alright, so fine, I'm going to use it now. So hit the F1 key, boom. It's a Molotov cocktail, kills everything on the screen. Alright, genre dictionary. Alright, so let's see what they give us as far as the genre. So, embargo, it's words that rhyme with go. So, embargo, key largo, no cargo, escargo, air cargo, also cargo, Santiago. Oh, there's a fandango, I guess. Contango, mandingo, mondingo, suprigo. Okay, there you go. Oh, perfect. Feel perfect. I will get a life. And swish for all of you basketball people. But of course, yeah, the sparrows. If you ever just say the words out, Nocturne as well, if you just want to say, like, what is this? Yeah, boyfriend marathon. Okay, that's an interesting perspective. Rice blight. I'm thinking of the flower blight, as we got the sulfuric acid. I find the flower blight, they call that in the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, that one that screams and yells and attacks you if you walk on her flowers. Iron Maiden, a great band, and also deadly torture device.
Thank you. Please take this.
Alright, so there we go. Yeah, because the one thing I'm trying to get is, I think they call it the magic hands, which if you use that, every key you type is going to be the right ones. You basically just mash the keyboard like crazy. But I got the sulfuric acid, which I will probably use on the boss. As if I Judgment Type 28 again. So it gives you another incentive to go through the game. It is the same how it goes, but also because of the fact that this game is path-based, it does make sense to run through it again, because it also gives a sense, hey, you know, we'll go a different direction. Which is what I've always loved about House of the Dead as a franchise, and the fact that this one also holds it, saying that, yeah, I can go another way. So, for something you think it is a one and done, you play this once and that's going to be the end, but no, you have a totally good reason to keep playing. Well, I just missed it along the last S. Which sometimes can happen, or I can say, like, screw this, let's see, you know, I'm not doing that, so fine, I hate commas, so yeah, there's sulfuric acid thrown in the face of the commas. Serve your country. Alright, fine, I'll serve Italy this way, as far as, you know, saving this place, I guess. Extravagant, I'm not gonna get to that, so I'm not gonna try. But I do have a lot of life torches, so at least I did build those up as far as the level. Wash and wear. Oh, crap. Again on the last one. Yeah, I'm clearly not the typist as far as the two of us, but that's fine. I like that idea. I think you even said specifically, like, hey, am I showing up? Like, no, not at all specific. It's either way, and it's like, it's worth pointing out. I think it might be worth going this, as we have an autumn breeze. We definitely have some nice ones today. When it comes to the show, we don't necessarily get into a case, or I'm basically not in a case of saying, you know, we're going to necessarily play the game perfectly. But it's also something that, yeah, we will do our best as far as, especially when stuff has been requested, as far as guests or chat, specifically. Yeah, chat. It's going back to Coming from 76. Anything you want to see for the show, we take viewer requests all the time. So at that point, we will do those, and I'll, in particular, and other people as well, prepare specifically to give the game the way you want to see it. Because we're not gonna half-ass your game. That's the thing. We're never gonna do that. We're gonna give it our best effort. And hey, if things don't go well, they don't go well. That's gonna be the idea. Yeah. It's not a case of. What are you gonna say?
Also, the last typed line there. There's a crowd. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a crowd.
He died in a crowd of corpses.
Oh yeah, no question. Like and also the crowd we have of not corpses tonight in chat specifically. But it's that's the idea. Like it's not one of those cases where if we don't play the game right, we should kill ourselves. For anybody who might think that's out there, and there are people out there, unfortunately, it must be said. Some maybe we've known in our lives. But having said that, it's a case of that. But there we go. 36 place. Okay, that's better. 89%. So I did way better. I'm not gonna say necessarily it's that keyboard, but that being said, it's either or. Like it might be better for one way or another. But that's the idea. All right, so I finished my part. That is chapter 1, and you get coins. Well, I got to show that, and because we didn't have the unlocks. You get coins, and this does let you do things. You get 1 for clearing the stage, points, accuracy rating of 80% or higher, current 20 A ranks on individual kills, and clear like continuing. And you get those coins, and I believe these actually do go into getting a lot of the unlock codes, actually, if I remember correctly. But nonetheless, we get to show that, and they save them to the VMU. So we're all set. So Nocturne is your turn. It is your turn now. And also feel free to indicate if there's certain levels you'd want to play of what we of the 6.
I was just thinking we alternate.
Okay, fair enough. Which is an interesting way to do it. As I wish it was a 2-player, but I don't know if maybe there's like a tech reason or a fact that maybe the power-ups would break the game. But either way,
I think it probably is that the power-ups probably would break the game.
And it's worth pointing out also this is exclusive to the home version.
Nope.
That is such an insanely short hit, even on House of the Dead 2 itself.
If only I'd noticed sooner.
Clark and front 4. There you go. We are getting our dancing element going on. So many dancing things that come up as we get a faint smile from the do-si-do. Yeah, she loves cash, and there you go, pendant. That gets you points. Yeah, my next life, in his next life, I don't know what he's gonna be doing.
Doing so well this time.
Nah, it's fine, don't worry about it. Yeah, the dancing thing again, twinkle toes. Like, there you go.
What's gonna happen to the city?
Well, we saw before it happened to it, but we'll see what's happening this way. Alright, right over the Sunset Bridge. Yeah, there's Hairpin again.
Need to hurry.
Alright. Yeah, what strategy? Type the words. That is your strategy. And it already get the Molotov. And they put them in the box and you have up to 4 items at once. Good job on the creeper one there.
Help me! Help me! Heard a voice over there.
Yeah, he's not living. Yeah, you can never save him if you come this way, as we're pointing that out. Hellmel? I don't know, Chad, do you know what that is? Do you know what that is, Nocturne? There'll be edit down here saying what this is if there's something to it. I assume it's not like nonsense elements. Okay, I know what the Ganges is, but that's something else. So, yeah, we're covering the gamut. So you're saying?
So, Hellmel, I'm not completely sure.
Right, the gold days of the road, Boogie. Yeah, Charles inside, yeah, you stay specifically. Yeah, that's what we're telling them. That was close, you almost had both of them. That was close. By the way, that if you do save her that way, you actually do get the cutscene of typing the letters out, and it does actually the letters will shoot and lock off the door, which is hilarious to see. Yeah, they're really good. Good day. Yeah, we did save her. It's interesting seeing that we've kind of gone the same paths that we did when we played the game as far as arcade mode. We have. Actually, so far we have. But then again, I think that might change for the next level, we'll see. We're definitely given different words going on as well. They're doing good with that chain, that's for sure. Okay, we'll show that also when we do the drills, because I think that's kind of reveal, I guess, what our typing proficiencies tend to be. That's what we noticed when we were doing our test today, specifically on this. There you go. And when you do fill that bar up, yeah, she gets another life torch. Yeah, unfortunately, sought refuge in Kosovo. Okay, right there. It does show right there, like Chris was saying, what's happening. They're just typing out, and there's just, like, bullet holes going into them. So, yeah, in universe... So they do have an answer. Like, why would they necessarily have an answer? Sometimes a question of what that is. But, yeah, here's a case where they do. But, alright, here we go. The city's chaos is increasing.
Well, it's about that. It seems like
What? Harry, talk later.
Alright. Use here Finn again. Probably one I think would be useful also on the items, just because of what the Molotov does. Yeah, your pick is Nocturne as far as you're doing a great job as far as it. She sent me a card. I had $20 inside. Okay, that's not a nice card. Tell them we'll sue. But what for? We're kept in after school. Okay, I don't know. Okay, fine. I don't know if these are related. Because some of them we saw with some of the areas. Fine, Dismember Corpse, that's something way darker if they're actually related. But I don't think the dialogues for Hierophant or for the first boss were that way. I think they're just kind of random that way, where some of the other ones they will go in cases like telling the story. Which we'll show, for sure. There's every inch of the way. Oh.
That was a shorter...
Yeah, that was... Yeah, it seemed that way. From ear to eternity. And also I'll say this, it's easier to fight this boss in this game than it is in the House of the Dead itself, because you do have to hit the open area again, but it can be sometimes hard to hit him that way. And sort of same with this one. Specifically, assuming you can get the shots off right. Alright, she left me again. Aw. Yeah, and you got hits, but it's either way.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, no, yeah. Some of them can be tough. That's the thing. You look at this and you're like, hey, it might be easy to do that. In my case, I'm looking at something saying, like, yeah, I guess I couldn't do this. Which seems like some of them are going to be harder that way. So it does challenge you. You have to be on your feet and really be responding correctly to the rice cracker. So good job.
Boom.
There you go. And there he is going in the water once more. Alrighty. And the way we're doing this, we're basically just passing the keyboard around. I guess you're saying, like, also not cross the wires or not cross the wires too much. Yeah, I don't care who it is, but we're going to get no one's getting away with it. You want to say, Nocturne?
No, I was just thinking it's probably better not to get them twisted too much.
It's either way. 96%. Awesome. Okay, good job. There's 17th.
I had a pretty long combo going.
Yes, you did. Absolutely. And you'll also get a sense of showing that with your coins. We'll see what you got. Okay, so you got all of them. Okay, you got 3 of them like I did. So you cleared the stage, got more than 4,000 points, cleared with an 85% accuracy rating, and the only 2 that weren't accounted for were the 30 egg ranks and no continues. But still, it is consistent that way. It's like it's been 3 coins a pop, and you got this. Okay, fine. Then they're unlockables. That's the other thing. So fine. Because when you get enough coins, you unlock them. So actually, technically, you can unlock free play in this. So if you're wondering, hey, you have the Typing of the Dead, how to unlock things outside of the codes that are hard to figure, and as I said, I'll have a link to the Reddit post that's the only accurate representation of them, and also we'll talk the codes themselves later. Yeah, you can unlock them here. Well, some of them anyway. But it also goes to sometimes what we said on the show that, hey, we'll have stuff for the show that no one on the internet has. Which sometimes goes by happenstance. It's not a case like, hey, we're better than anyone else that way. It's just the kind of thing that we'll do the research, we'll do the notes as far as the show, along with bringing our personal elements into this, and then say, okay, what comes of it? Sometimes we see stuff that I look online, it's like, has anybody found something of this? And sometimes that hasn't happened, which has been interesting to see. I will notice that, I think, when we get back to Mega Man Legends 2 in a couple weeks. Alright. So we're back to World 3. I think we're going to go down a different path this way, just because of how this is going to go. But we'll see.
James, back me up. Okay.
I will do that. GT out.
Are you all right, James?
Yeah, we'll survive.
Yeah, I'm hanging on.
I want to get off. I got to get to see shit. Oh, I missed the high fidelity. I love it, by the way. Which came out in 2000, so fitting. So yeah, dead language. So it's like Latin. E. There we go. Logo mania. Ah, shit! I got kicked. And boot to the face. Okay, fine. I guess we are gonna go down the same path. I was gonna think like, oh, I'm gonna not save him, but I guess we will. We'll see. There's one. Actually, you know what? I'll tell you. I'll know I'll use that. There's one place in particular I will make sure to use that. Also, I think they do give you more enemies as far as 2-player, specifically just because of the fact that, hey, you got another person to help out on. Because yeah, you saw like they give us 2 at a time. So
Yeah.
Hospitalize a brick. How do you hospitalize a brick? I'll say it's the abominable snowman. Oh shit. Yeah, not yet. It's not a winner quite yet. Big Ben. First, like, I thought I hit for Cabaret. Okay, that's Showbiz, and whoa! And Jay, and the Dustpan. There we go. There we go. Alright, so we're getting another phone call.
This is Amy. Yes. Yes. It seems that Goldman left a message for us.
Yeah, that he did, but it's like, fine. We're gonna, I think, wait, hold on. No, it's level 4 that they, okay, no. No, is it 4 we? I don't remember if we go in the base on this one. I think we do. I should know. We just did a few, like not even an hour ago. WYG. So let's do the loop, the loop. Hitting trying to hit the thing was like, all right, fine. Platinum jewelry. Yeah, sometimes what you have to do when you're playing the Soul, so I'm glad we're showing it this way, you do have to kind of get a sense of who's closest to you when you do something like that. And it's not always easy to do that. Oh yeah, so we do go on the underground passage, which is fine. There's one case. It stinks. Yeah, not here. Actually, no, maybe it is the next level. The one where you have to save the guys going down the, you know, what is it? The hole. He's pulled down the hole. That might be worth holding on. So, fine. If I don't see him in this level, I'll hold that item for that one. So if you want to use that when you get there, you go ahead and do that. No problem. MP3. Yeah, the early days of MP3. Oh, fine, I guess we're showing a different way anyway, because I let him die.
Help! My friends are inside.
I do, oh wait, no, maybe it isn't. Oh no, I guess it's the same regardless. Okay, never mind, so I'll hold that for the next level. So if you want to hit the F1 key when you see that on the next level, since the items do carry over, Nocturne, it's all your choice. Okay, let's have another quiz. Which one is Christmassy? Ornaments. I didn't even see what the other ones were. Which one has two M's in it? Oh shit. Mushroom. Which one is hot? The volcano. Okay, so there will be some, there'll be some repeats, as is, but not many. What bounces? Oh, baby boy. I was like, wait, hold on. What's junk food? Donuts. Persimmons. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't say that. What's a class in school? History. What food is cooked? Chicken, fajita. Or I always think of Family Guy of, 6,000 chicken fajitas. Who was born first? Henry VIII, I believe. Something you can do naked. What can't you do naked? Shave. You can do all those things naked, so that's a trick question.
I'll get you.
Yeah, direct message. Yeah, back before that existed. PC, where this game also was in existence. HP for any RPG. IQ. How smart you are. Okay. And okay. He's dead. Alright, so okay. There we go.
It gave you a pretty easy set for that one.
I guess then it might be dynamic as far as how the difficulty is, you think, maybe. You think that might have something to do with that? Because we didn't change the difficulty. It's at normal. We've been playing this game on normal.
Yeah, but there were a lot of two-letter ones there.
Yeah, I noticed. So if nothing else, we're showing that element. So alright, fine. That's that idea.
Sorry, I think I hit the mic.
Yeah, it's fine. It happens all the time. I've done that a lot, specifically. So either way. Okay, 81%. So better. So I'm getting a little better, but it's also one of those cases that, yeah, you do have to practice. So this game is not easy. Even as far as with free play, it's not necessarily easy. But let's see how we did. One. Okay, so clearing the stage. So I didn't get much of anything, but alright. But it is a coin we didn't have, so that's fine. So that's, but then again, the game's getting harder, so that makes sense. Alright, Nocturne, ready to go? Alright, so we got chapter 4, Despair. Oh yeah, so this is also the one, as I mentioned, where you will have the enemy coming down or pulling the person down, and you can use that item as you want for that. Just hit F1 for it.
Sorry, I think
It's fine. We saw the plot. Don't worry. We know Goldman's causing trouble. We gotta stop him again. so repel job. Okay, there's trick or treat again. Make sure to use your head when you go out trick or treating, or you're sure to fail. Someone might give you a trash novel in the bag. Might be a sports buff who does that as a bad joke. Or it's a lady with a beard who then feels nauseous, or you feel nauseous for it as you're listening to the vomiting of the stereo sound, and then you want to love get away right away. You smart guy. So I'm basically just trying to like chain every damn thing together, but yeah, okay, you got enough, and you got that. Actually, that's probably what happened. I got tranquilizer. Because I guess that's how it weakens the zombies. It basically makes it so that they have words that are not as long, I think. Because I think that's how that works. If that's wrong, I'll say edit on that.
I hit the wrong button.
Okay. Well, it's either way. You do now. Okay, wait, no, I saved him last time, so actually it's fine. It's better you didn't, I think. Did we save him last time? I don't remember if we saved him last time.
Well, the thing is, I hit the,
You hit what?
Help me! Help me!
Power's still coming.
yeah, I still hit the button, but I was like a few frames too late.
Okay, fair enough. Also, just we're pointing out if you do get a game over, the item is lost.
Yeah.
Unless you used it and I didn't notice.
No,
it.
I used it.
Okay.
But I was too late with.
Okay. Everyone hated hunting. So bring a handy tote hag along with some stopgap excuses and welcome aboard the train. Okay.
People of the AMS, I am Goldman.
Alright, so yeah, Nocturne's gonna tell us another story and type that out because this is the boss that does that. You have to go through
right,
that.
yeah.
This is a present from me to you. Look at your right.
Amy!
Also, I did notice there, yeah, the chainsaw's clipping through the cage. Which I do love that detail.
Again.
Okay, so let's see what the story's gonna be this time. Again, strength type 205. Alright. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna get a sense of should we go buy the jacket? It's such a good deal, it's 70% off. But then again, I live in Hawaii and I'm never gonna wear it. It's like, I don't know, maybe you will. But for 70% off, I just have to buy it. It's like that idea, like, hey, when you see something so cheap, you have to take it just because of the price. You're like, I'll use it someday, I promise. It's like us with gaming sometimes. Like, I don't know if you've been this way. You buy games just because they're cheap. The other day, there were 2 zombies eating a clown. In this game, it makes sense. And one zombie turns to the other one and says, does this taste funny to you? Okay. This follows my urgency comes. With hard laughs, you gaze unto me. I lay my head upon yours, my sweet aunt. Let out the nastiest fart you'll know. Oh my god, yes. I'm so glad we got that. So yeah, we started about going... Okay, so fine, here's the story. The story Nocturne told us was, we went to a store to buy something that was only 70% off. There's 70% off, but we lived somewhere we would never use it, but the price. And then we were like, yeah, we had a dad joke perspective of two zombies saying, let's eat a clown. And then a very romantic moment that is, you know, ruined feasibly as far as that. That's quite a story. Actually, go back to the question I did ask. You're probably one of those people, sometimes when you see like a game when it's ultra cheap and you would want it, you would take it for the price. Is that usually the case? And do you want some water?
Golden,
It-
I'm not gonna let you get away with
It,
this.
well, first, to answer the first question, what was it again?
When you see something super cheap, particularly as far as a game is concerned, will you buy it on price more than other stuff? Because it might be really, really cheap.
It has to be unrealistically cheap for me to just pick it up like that. Unless I'm actively looking for it.
No, I get that. And you got 2 coins. Oh, good job. Clear the stage and have a 90% hit rate. So, good job. Actually, in that case, I think we should lean underneath. So, alright, there we go. We're kind of moving specifically with our arms to kind of get that through that way. But alright, fine. That is chapter 4. Good job. And thank you for telling us such a wonderful story. And we are storytellers on this program in one way or another. Stories of ours, but hearing all your stories as well. And sometimes the game tells a story that, yeah, we could never come up with telling. But alright, fine. It is dawn. So yeah, dawn of this day. Let's see what's going
Our emperor
on.
shall awaken soon. Hurry, friends.
Alright.
Point A0063 is just ahead.
Okay. I had my tonsils removed. Shit. Soda, water, double lime. I almost ruined her life. Alright, so yeah, ups and downs indeed. That is this game as far as how it is. The letter F. Okay, there you go. I think fine. I guess that's where I'm good. Okay, Trank. So he or she. The grunge gunge. Alright, because I was gonna say, I guess maybe what I'm good as far as the quick reflexes when it's just one key, but then it's like typing out the sentences, that's another thing. Alright, E. Okay, here we go. John Dick. Okay, fine. Not the thing we saw as far as the Sega games, but collective agreement. So that does prove here that the, what was it, the item appearances here are going to be, random. Alright. There we go. Oh, where's Y? It's like, yeah, I'm trying to feel for where Y is. Foundation, garment, counter statement. So I think it's... I'm trying to think. The theme of this... There is this theme that seems very similar to all these words. Specifically. Okay, I did get something. What was the item I got? I just want to see what I got. Sexual harassment. Okay, that's something else. I'm surprised there's only the violence, blood, and gore tag on this thing, not the suggested content and language thing. Okay, I got... What I get as far as an item? I'll look at it again. We'll see in just a second. Okay. I don't know what that is. I don't think we saw this in any of our tests.
No, we didn't.
Okay. Alright, fine. Let's get after you again. There we go. Actually, I think what it might be is, because I know there's one that, I think it might slow the zombies down or something, as we have a voluptuous actress. So I would say Captain Deneuve. Ah, crap. Nessie spotting. Yeah, come to our Earthbound play as far as that, because you showed that when we played that last time. Alright, Slap and Tickle, the Squeeze reference. Actually, I did go see them, actually, about a couple months ago. They were playing in my town. They did a double show of them and the Psychedelic Furs. It was an amazing show they did. I'd never seen either of them live, but my god, they're fantastic. What's up? Yeah, feel free to go on. Don't think like, hey, you know, yeah, you can keep going as far as it.
Oh, I do really like it that this game is actually quite difficult.
Yeah, it does have a good curve to it specifically, so it's something that you can kind of get into it, but then you do have to bring more of it to kind of get better, as it's like, hasta la vista, baby.
Yeah. I feel like free play makes it more fun. Because you don't need to worry about game overs.
Sure, but I mean, it's also that kind of thing that... I mean, let's talk this, because I know we sometimes talk difficulty on this program for certain things, which is... When will you play a game as far as difficulty, or how that looks to you, and also when is the case where you think like, hey, you know, you want to go the way of saying you show it off without something like that? Although honestly, in this game, because it can get really difficult, I get the sense as far as what that is, so it makes sense for... Okay, you didn't do it that time, that was weird. Nice try, Dad. But cases where, like, I guess I'll ask you this then, as far as games, sometimes you'll play Nocturne, which is that when there's a case like a difficult to select, or, hey, if you can turn on something like Infinite Continues when the game usually doesn't support it, will you or won't you, or when will be cases that if you have any on your mind you can think of, as Eat My Dust. Ah, shit.
I mean, I do like being able to actually play through a whole game. At least be able to see what the stages or whatever are like. Like like in older games, I'll usually use level select codes with a game genie or whatever.
I guess, did you do that all the time when you played a game, or when did you get a sense like of bust something like that out?
It depended on how difficult the game was.
Sure. Okay. So it's basically the idea that, if I'm understanding this right, the why for you would be, when was it going to be? If it was something that was difficult, like fine, I'll break it out at that point. But if you could manage it specifically, you probably would, I guess. Then, like maybe the Sonic games or Aladdin, which you played for the show. Which also, you didn't need the help. You played that game in an hour and 15 minutes brilliantly.
I wasn't confident about that one.
No, but either way, that it turned out really well. You showed the skill that way. But I get that. As I'm Susie's favorite. Yeah, keep going on that. That's fine. I have to take down the magician again, so yeah, feel free to that.
So this is Goldman's headquarters.
I mean, in my case, I guess I tended to, I've mentioned this sometimes before, I'll live with the game as much as I can, but for certain things, I'll then eventually do that, but then I also sometimes get to the point, like, can I do it that way? I was that way with Contra Hardcore, specifically as an example, most recently.
Yeah, like, the thing that happens with me is if I keep going through the same early game levels too many times, and or even later kind of mid-game levels and stuff, I will get sick and tired of going through the same thing over and over and over again when I know that there's more to the game.
Oh, was there an example of a game that might have done that to you, that you've had that reaction?
Actually, when I was little, Aladdin.
Oh, really?
I know that there was a Jurassic Park game that I used various codes to be able to explore levels that I wasn't able to reach through normal gameplay.
That was on Sega Genesis?
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, it would have been either Jurassic Park, the first one, Rampage Edition, or depending on when you played it, there's also The Lost World, but that came out way later. I would think it would be the first one. You're like, hey, trying to go across the rivers with the rafts. Or, I don't know, going through the power station. If any of that's ringing a bell, specifically. Because remember, that game is getting re-released. The Jurassic Park Classic Games Collection, they were able to get the license back for the 2 Sega Genesis games. So Jurassic Park and Rampage Edition are going to be on that. And they say they're going to have modern conventions for that. And yeah, especially that first one. My god, that first one was insanely hard. Rampage Edition is not as hard, specifically.
Yeah.
They did ease it up a little bit.
Yeah, but I can't quite remember which one it was, but, like, I just definitely remember that there was a Jurassic Park game that I was just kind of like, you know what, I'm not actually any good at this game, I just want to see what the game is like in some of the later stuff, because I can't get past, like, I can beat the first level, and I die in the second. Every single time.
No, I get that. And that game is pretty tough, though. Honestly, a lot of those early Jurassic Park games tend to be that way. I know the Super Nintendo one tended to be that way, too, from what I've understood. And, fine, that first one as well, the idea of, you know, seeing that, you're like, yeah, you want to play it as far as what it is, but it's also like, everybody's had a turn at that game who's played it, who's had a Sega Genesis, and then they're like, oh my god, this game is nuts. At some point, we should show that, and Rampage Edition. I have both of them. The thing is that, as I mentioned before, I still have to look into this. My Sega Genesis is not working. I didn't mention that to you, because she hasn't been on the show in 3 months, as it is. But basically, I haven't... my Genesis is not working anymore, as far as that my 32X and my Genesis are not actually recognizing the cartridges correctly. But none of my Sega CDs working fine. So I bought Road Avenger. Actually, you were with me when I bought Road Avenger. It worked fine, no problem. But, so my Genesis stuff is not... I'm trying to see about, like, getting that fixed, but also I think at some point I'll probably have to do this, because since when we played Aladdin, we used your Model 2 for that. I think I want to check... since I have the 32X as well, I want to see if that's the reason why for that. I don't think it is. No, it's not, because I took the 32X off of it. Just to see that, hey, how's it working just normally? And it was still the same case. So I have to look into that, but as I mentioned, they are re-releasing those in that Jurassic Park Classic Collection specifically. So we could feasibly show that as it is that way. Because actually, I do like Rampage Edition. I'm going to assume it's probably the first one you played as far as the original one. But if it was, I mean, assuming that was the case... I think you might like Rampage Edition in particular. Yeah, we'll just sort of swap that out that way. And actually, in that case, I never actually knew what I was doing on that game until later. I didn't even know the codes existed until after I'd already stopped renting it.
I'm not talking about in-game codes.
Well, that too. Well, there are in-game codes on it.
I'm just talking about, like, Game Genie.
Uh-huh. Well, that has Game Genie codes as well, but did have a couple of in-game ones. Alright, you start with 2 Molotov cocktails. Okay, so you can unlock unlocks of weapons. So you can start with 2 Molotov cocktails. Okay, good job. Alright, so good job for that. Alright, so last level. But yeah, it's definitely interesting to hear that, I guess, what that idea of difficulty is. Because I guess as far as difficulty of games you've played on the show so far, I mean... What do you think is probably the most difficult game you played for the show, or that you want to play for the show? Because of what she's played for this show so far.
Most difficult that I want to play, definitely Tower of Druaga, hands down.
Okay.
The door.
But barring that, I'm not sure.
I mean, would Mega Man Legends 2 count because of the S-Class license tests?
That's a specific...
Yeah, because that game doesn't seem necessarily that difficult as far as some of those things.
That's a very specific challenge in the game. I'm talking about overall difficulty.
Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, of the stuff she's been involved in, she's been involved with Lunar, but I don't think you played it. GoldenEye, which she was on doing the multiplayer stuff, but the single player is really tough for that. We made it look easier the way we ran it, but even then it was still something that was not easy for us in some places. The Mega Man Legends games, both of those. The Sonic stuff is not a problem, but that's also because of... Actually, in that case, I'll ask you this. Did the Sonic games give you trouble growing up as far as a difficulty case? I mean, it'd be different. I mean, not compared to Jurassic Park, that's for sure.
It's really hard for me to talk when I'm typing.
Mm-hmm. They said, remember, you have to be in the method on the show. Sorry. If nothing else is helping you get used to that. But I know what you're saying, because man, this is getting tough. But then they're also kind of giving you easier ones too, so maybe it is dynamically changing it. Or it might be based on the enemy type. It might be that too. So in that case, I'm glad it's showing how this is kind of adjusting. Oh, and you got the magic hands. Yeah, wherever you want to use that, feel free to do that. That is on the F2 button. Yeah, this is the magic hands. Every key she's typing is correct. There's not going to be a single wrong key. She's just keyboard matching, and she's getting A's all over the place. You can unlock this to have this permanently when you start a level, and it's infinite. But there you go. So yeah, in that case, you have to go back, start typing as far as where that was.
I couldn't figure out where I
Was.
Yeah.
But either way, at least we got to show that, so you did get a bunch of perfects
Yeah.
that way. So it does kind of spice things up, so like, hey, you know, get specific items. And Hasdata 1 did that because the Sega Saturn version has an element of that. And I believe the remake carried over a little bit of that. Sort of, but not the same. Right, because you unlock the power-ups in the remake as it is for that. That I do know.
What is this?
Okay, quiz time.
Alright, so yeah, you get your chance on the quiz. Alright, so which is an insect? A ziggly wiggly. Okay, not quite. What lays eggs? What's Chinese food? What's a friend of water? A kind of water, I should say. What's poisonous? I like the mother-in-law, that's hilarious. What has fingers? We do. Rhymes with go. And lastly, what's the constellation here? Flatulence. Okay, that's not one, but I like that it's there. Good job.
As far as
God, I can't believe they have a rhythm method thing for this. There you go, good job. Sorry, you saying something earlier? Yeah, it's getting much long, cursing each other. Money and women. Alright, good job. Yeah, raise that up and yeah, you're dead. Good job. Yeah, you're doing this really well. As we're going to Goldman. Knock, knock, knock.
I've been waiting for you, friends.
Goldman, do you know what you're doing?
I'm fully aware of what I'm doing. Can't you see? Man committed a sin. disturbing the life cycle of nature. The original sin that man is responsible to.
Or responsible
To
for.
protect the life cycle. I have made a creature to rule over mankind. This is the final battle. Show yourself. Our new ruler, the Emperor.
I gotta wonder what the voice direction was on this, but it is amazing. I do love it. For in that hilariously bad way. It's the so bad is good stuff. As yeah, you're gonna take down the final boss as it is. Almost looks like he's wearing a sailor outfit on his neck. See that right there? It's almost like a neckerchief thing, like a sailor outfit for some reason. But like, no, it's kind of the object in them. Like the orb. Alright. Alright, so, Emperor type Alpha once more. Yes, if you drink, don't drive. Or if you drive, don't drink. They're giving you really long ones even for that.
Yeah.
But you just stole that item, so feel free to use that if you need to. And you're on your last life, you probably want to use it soon, unless you lose it. I think it slowed him down. At least I think that's what it did. Yeah, but don't talk back to us, rough monk from Babylonia. Speaking of the Tower Duraga. Herpes? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, because that is shorter, so I'm very curious then about how it's determining that then. You got your questions, so what do you think? What's another way to say I love you? Call a radio station dedicated song. Okay, that's a good answer. Usually Andy's could work. Even screaming in your date's ear, I love you, could work too, as long as they live and can hear after that. What do you do when you're bored? Prank call the annoying people from work. Okay, yeah, another thing where they all could feasibly be the right answers. And to describe the person next to you, oh, I am fucking terrified of this. What are you saying? You gotta answer one of these. Nobody's next to me because I stink. Okay. So yeah, taking yourself down the self-deprecating value. Okay, I'll take that. But she does not, so that is not true. That is not a case, but alright, there you go.
It's funny.
I know, but there you go. That might be the right answer for all we know. We'll see what the ending is. So good job. And yeah, the self-deprecation, good job. There you go, it's fitting for this program.
Is that all you have to say?
Let's see.
In time, a successor will come. Farewell, friends.
Let's see, did I get at least one of them right?
You got all of them right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he took off.
No, so you got all three of them right. Good job. So that was the right answer. The last one you made was the right answer. Although I don't know if there's more than one answer, but going back to that thing where I said, hey, the codes were something like that, you just got 3 coins. All right, 95%. Jesus Christ, great job. Going back to that, there was a link that was saying what all the correct answers are. I'll link that as well, just to have an indication, so we can see like what are all the questions they ask and what they consider the right answers. Yeah,
right.
you want to do this as well? It's your pick as far as that.
I'll do what I can.
Okay. Yeah, the only other game I was thinking, like, hey, the thing about questions is, I don't know if you ever played Earthworm Jim 2. Because in that game, you have the quiz questions, and sometimes there's things that are very strange, which is, I'm trying to think of one. Oh yeah, can you rub your head and can you pat your head and rub your stomach? Which are either yes, no, or yes, but Simon didn't say. But the right answer is no. And I think another one is something about, can worms reproduce? Can worms feel love? And I think the answer is yes, no, or worms can't feel love, they reproduce asexually. So it's like, okay, but it's also the question, like, what's the right answer? So in that case, they're running as a joke element. Actually, is it me or does it seem like that was a shorter credit that you have to answer? I don't think we were typing as many names in for this one compared to when we did playing through the main game. I don't know why.
I think there's one name that it must have skipped over completely.
I guess so. Well, if I were showing that difference. Well, fine. There are other ones in the stasis tube at least. Yeah, fine. They're doing their moves with them that way. Yeah, I think these are names we didn't see in the credits the first time.
Yeah.
Okay. So they split them up across modes. That's interesting. Okay, in that case, I'm glad we're playing this. And there is Shino Matsumitsu, who directed the game.
Didn't get that one. Oh well, we still got 6 of 8 dancing zombies.
There you go. No, and good job. So yeah, there's your original mode, ladies and gentlemen.
I was actually crying from that laughter there.
I know, it's going to go in the greatest laughs compilation above anything else for that specifically, so I'm glad that happened. That's the other thing we do, and this is also why we do the show the way we do it, because it's also one of those things that this is a totally unscripted show, if you're not aware. Or if you are, that's the idea. Okay, so overall, I'll go on that in a second.
Oh,
but,
wow,
right.
I broke 5K.
Damn, wow. First, awesome, look at that. So there you go. Yeah, in her case, yeah, look at her with the everything that way. So yeah, the last level was the best one for both of us. So decision making was A, reflexes B, typing speed C, accuracy C, special keys D, C plus up, a combination of words per minute for the two of us. So good job. Yeah, I was gonna say, this is why we do this show totally off the cuff and unplanned, technically, as far as, elements of what the game's gonna go. Sometimes the game could surprise us, and it's that kind of, spontaneity.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Yeah, and I didn't even break it by a small amount.
No, I mean, you did a great job.
That's significant.
Yeah, fantastic.
Wow. I thought I would be in the 4K range.
Might be a feed element. Fine, there's a lot of feed elements I could look at this whole video of when we're done with the show to say, like, hey, this should go in. And I think there's going to be a couple. That one is going to go in the laugh compilation at some point, like the biggest hilarity we've had on the program. I know there's going to be one of those. Specifically, we'll have that, and that'll be one case. Great job. All right. Oh, you get to enter your name. Fine. Okay. You have a element to that. So yeah, feel free to enter your name. There's not your actual one. There you go. Nocturne. Specifically, age is your choice. You want to lie about your age? Go ahead. If you don't want to, we're 0 years old. We're fetus still. What's a job? I don't know what that is. And your message is, I don't know, if you want to say something to the people out there in chat and YouTube land. I'm Zkazjard Oda Zifmz.
I had to go with keyboard mash.
Okay, so there you go. That is the message specifically. All right, that's also going in the laugh compilation. There you go. So Nocturne's top for that compared to Shino Man. I've yet to release with full potential. Wow Man, that was cool. Like, yeah, for David and Sally. Arg was a scary game. I almost wet myself, says Martin. It reminds me of the House of the Dead 2 for a reason. Sega rules, period, says Jenny. And there you go. Okay. Actually, I never saw that, so there you go.
That was fun.
Oh, man. This game, though, is fun, and that's going to be the idea. Okay, so with that, yeah, we're only 2.5 hours into the show, specifically, so we're covering a decent amount. Because you were asking me a few weeks ago, you said, how long is this game? To which I said, as far as completion look, I think it said, what was it? I think it said like 4.5, 5 hours, but I don't know if we're necessarily even going to run that long, but we'll show what we're going to show, specific, as we go. So let's see, what do we want to show next? We did the arcade mode, original mode. We can go to the rest of the tutorials. We're going to show the rest of the tutorials a little later. And there's also drill mode. The only difference on boss mode really is just the fact of the boss rush. So we can show one boss feasibly as far as that. That should be enough. Drill mode, we can show all of them because there's a specific challenge. If you want to bounce off on each of these, feel free to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to,
Rest.
I need to rest a little bit after
that
cracking
great-
up like that.
And after the, twice, specifically. And also after the great element. Okay, so let's talk about how drill mode works. And you need some water, I think. Okay, there you go. Yeah, just take it easy as far as that. That's the other thing we do care as far as ourselves this way for the program. The idea is like, that's going to be the thought. So I have my water. She has her water. Got some apple juice up there. I have to grab. Always come hydrated because this is a discussion program. And in your case, yeah, refill out.
I'm just gonna grab a bit.
No problem. Okay, so in the meantime, well, let's talk about what drill mode is. You have a group of training modes. This is something that's kind of like the home version of the House of the Dead 2, although they're different challenges they give you here because of the fact we're running typing. So you have things that focus on your typing speed. There's a couple challenges for each of these. There's typing speed, there's accuracy, there's reflexes, there's special keys, and there's record. Actually, I guess they don't have all of them unlocked. We'll show all of them unlocked later. So, I think we'll do for now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 5 unlocked right now, but we can show the rest of them later. And then after, I think what we'll do is after we show these 5, we'll show the tutorial mode off. I'll show the rest of that, and then we'll. I think at that point we'll be able to get into a case where I think we can get away with putting the code in, specifically the passwords in, specifically for that. Yeah,
You
that should
mean
be
the
fine.
one that unlocks everything?
Yeah, I think so. And we'll talk this stuff with the codes. But alright, so fine. And then it'll also show the rest of these later. Because I guess there's other ones you unlock. So alright, fine. There's typing speed ones, accuracy and reflex, and special key. Yeah, they only give us a couple, or maybe I'm trying to remember what the cost is. Alright, let's try typing speed. So, they give you a challenge. So this is the zombie sprint. You have to throw 30 zombies, and if you get damage taken, you lose time. Your passing grade is going to be C, so it's under 130 seconds, but if you do it under a minute, you get an A. So in this case, it will challenge your skills based on certain things. So they're like little mini games, which a lot of games on Dreamcast tend to be do good as far as that stuff like Crazy Taxi, Virtua Tennis. You ever play Virtua Tennis?
I know of it. I haven't played it.
Virtua Tennis is a tennis game, very easy to pick up and play. Tennis game, by the way, where you have challenges going on. You okay? Okay. Just want to make sure. Where when you play it, you have to get your skills up. You can basically kind of like run away from like cannons shooting fruit out as you run over cans. It's very strange. You avoid beach balls. So the creativity is amazing, and that's also what the Typing of the Dead does. I'm going to show you that. So let's do a zombie sprint. All right. Ready? Go. What's up?
That was fun.
Oh, yeah. So, Ronnie Apple, we're jazzed about what's been happening with the show. Extinct is what the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park went, as far as that. If anything that comes up for the 30th anniversary of the game. Pectin, which is Indianapolis. We're not upset about anything playing this. Blood is spilling like crazy on this, and we are charmed by this game, and we want to eat meat. Or don't eat beef. Eat deer, but if it's gone spoiled, it's going to be yucky. And if we die from eating that yucky stuff, we might want to be cremated or not, which will take us to our final paradise. I'll be humming a wonderful tune as we do so, and reading Dear in the newspaper. And raising our eyebrows at the goings-on, and then we're going to go memes, which is, I don't know, Had to be all of us there. As far as we see bushy bushes, feasibly literally. And as of tonight, we all played this game and had weird smiles on our faces the entire time. And enjoyed the smooth touch as far as that. And we're running what etiquette is as far as running this, as far as us on my stream. And the idea of the woman ninja. So I'm thinking Nightshade from PlayStation 2. And we're overachievers, I guess. And now we're showing the whole damn game up. Oh. Okay, so at least I show what happened, but I don't want to be accused of hit and run. So I'll shoot the pianist instead. Yeah, don't shoot the piano player, the Elton John album. But I like Drunken Prawns, I don't know, because like, hey, I like cooking with alcohol. And we're shooting abroad in Italy for this game, so at this point I'm basically just coming up with the element of this, and the drill's over. Okay. So what it does is grade you. So I got second as far as my grade was passing because it was minute 54, so 130 seconds. The number of words you typed, and then once you type completely, your accuracy, your reaction time, in average, and your time per letter, and also what are your weak keys. So in my case, the weak keys were, is that I or L?
I think those are capital letters.
It's
so that's I.
Okay, I, E. So it's I, A, E, N, and R. So that is my idea, which actually spells out Nier. You can spell Nier out with that. Specifically speaking of Nier Automata that you're going to play eventually for
You can also spell the English word near.
Yeah, absolutely.
That?
Yep, and actually, you know what? Fine, I'll tell you SOGs for that, but I'm going to say... So actually, you know, I'll do C... So I was like, fine, that's the case of that way. Is that okay? Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. And it does give you a bar graph, by the way, for whenever you last did that. So in some cases, the last thing I have on here from other people who played this, as far as running the drill mode for a little bit of it, they had a rank of B, so I went down specifically. So they give you like a bar graph. So if you love your bar graphs, you're going to love this game too. And also question if there's any of these drills that you want to do as well, or you want to wait till we unlock.
I think I'll wait till we unlock some.
Okay, and by the way, they also say that do you want to practice your worst keys? This is basically do you want to try this, and then what they'll do is they will give, let's show this just for the purpose of let's play sake. You do the training again, but it takes the weak keys, so it's N, I, E, R, and A. My weak ones. So they'll give me words that have some of those things in them, sort of, kind of. So I got some bad debt. I get Y and the question mark. Yeah, Y hot pot because it's delicious. Am I whackable for liking that? No. What's a barium? That's a mineral.
It's an element.
And X day, I don't know what that is. And chicane, I think that sounds familiar. Baroque is a period and also a type of music as far as styling. But the master insists that we have stevia. It's not that sugar substitute because it didn't exist back in 1999 when this hit the arcades. But my stuff is overdone. Cat toes. I don't know if you want to do that. But I'm playing hot potato as far as we are with the keyboard. Yeah, I need a chest wig specifically, I guess, and I got a leg up on the competition for that. But you lost me when I talked about the chest wig, so please disappear from my life if you don't mind. But no, I want you to answer back when I ask you a question, lovely chef, what your favorite meal is. I'm a magnet to birds, so I like cooking that, and there's going to be something the puzzle showcase is doing, which is going to be a case of that. So tell the truth or a lie, specifically, trap, no. Do you like pulling wires? I guess so. Repetition, I guess that goes with typing, but it's also a case that, no, there's variety. Do I know you? Yeah, Nocturne, I know you. Specifically, I've known you a while. Just add hot water. It's like, so what? The stuff we're cooking, or what? I don't know. It serves you right to get boiled, I guess, by the water. I don't know. It's a vicious cycle. A vicious circle, I should say. And the drill's over. Okay, so as I said, they'll basically let you try again as far as what it is. Oh, so in that case, what it does is it then just stops. Okay, so let's show our next typing speed one. Okay, so it's one extra retry, and it basically focuses on that. Okay, so next is Mr. Rank B. So the key here is that when you were seeing us doing the typing, you saw rank whenever we did a zombie kill. That's based upon your speed and accuracy in your typing. So they want you to get a good number of B or higher kills on zombies. If you take damage or get a ranking that's less than C, it's a game over. This is going to be pretty damn quick on my case, but we'll see. Because it will rank you worse on mistakes. Wink. Eggy. Okay, I failed already. So 2. Yeah, so that was not so hot, so I'll try that again. Yeah, so much so that I think, oh. Yeah, fine. Yeah, seed. I guess it's gonna be the idea of what that is. So I'm gonna try again. I'm not gonna do the problem keys, because honestly, at this point, there's no point. So I'll do that again. I'll try and see if I can get better than 2, if nothing else. It also is the kind of thing I can see if I can maybe take my time. Okay, fine. Under 2 is E. So let's see. We got, Shit, I failed on the first one. Crap, because I was slow. Okay, so fine. Fine. My worst keys were all the keys that I got on the first one. So that's the idea. Fine. Okay, wait a second. How's that okay, I guess it's ranked. Okay, it's ranked. Never mind. Because, wait, I did better than last time, but I got the same rank, so it was not as good. Or it was just as bad. Alright, so I'll get another try, and if I don't get anything better on this one, I'll go to that. But it also is above anything else going to show, as we mentioned, and we'll see this when Nocturne plays this, her part of this as well. Where are we strong with typing, where are we not, and the idea that this game does give you some stuff to help you better, and a free stuff. What you were going to say?
No, I was just agreeing.
No, but yeah, go on as far as I need stuff like that. So, well, that's better. That's cute. But I want oil. Okay, well, okay, C or worse. Okay, fine, I got 3. I'll take that. It's better. But it's still a
2.
D.
2.
2? The last
it
one's
only
not.
counts B+.
Okay. Well, fine, I got 2, so it's going to be still a bit of a flat line, but as far as how it is, the amount was better. So it's little bits and pieces, but that should be fine. For now, we'll show the next one, because that's also been the case you were saying here when we did our practice, the fact of what drills you're good at or like or not, and in some cases because it's going to change the rules around, which is good. So you're getting a lot of variety as far as what they're asking you to do, which I do like. This fact, this is the one you're not big on, the accuracy one, because it's basically a shooting gallery. But what you were going to say?
I think it was more that accuracy drill 1 is more of a medium difficulty. The second one was actually easy for me. Right, and the last one's insanely hard. Yeah. Yeah, the number of zombies you perfectly destroy within 120 seconds is going to be put there. So, kill them without making an error, but if you make no mistake, you're done. 15 zombies killed is passed within the time limit, which is 2 minutes, and we'll see how this goes. So, that, Sea Lion, Buxom, Drill, Y. Alright, so Bonk. Because I have zombies going at different speed. PTO, that one, right there. It runs really, really fast, so you have to be pretty much perfect to get it. It is not easy to do that. Not me. Shit. Oh. Okay, I got one of them. Well, glad at least we got one, so, groupies. Yeah, we're not groupies, we're band-aids. Cut it out. With size. Ah, I missed. Alright, fine, that was long. And remember, you have to do it without missing, so that's the idea. As soon as you miss, they walk away, so... And there's sometimes going to be so many enemies that it's hard to hit all of them at once. IQ, oh crap. Actually, I guess I'll tell you one thing I think I'm noticing is that it starts counting where there's a miss as soon as you get one letter. So if you get one wrong starting it, because I was trying to jump the gun, it didn't give me a mistake for that, but it's only when you start hitting one letter. It's like, yeah, you have to hit them all right after that. Tuna. Yeah. You see it right there. It's really hard to hit them. So beware. I was saying Earth Engine before. Groovy! But, yeah, not so hot. So, Bravo. And feverishly.
it's buried underneath the cherry tree. Or... Oh yeah, over the hills. I say, yeah, typing out razzmatazz, I love that word, but Jesus Christ, it's hard to spell out specifically, and drill's over. Okay, so C. Okay, that's a bit better. I got 57 words there, 20 typed completely. My worst keys were C, E, I, B, and H. Okay, so 20. Not bad. That's better than I thought it would be. I thought I'd be doing worse.
You weren't doing bad. You weren't doing badly.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can attest. This is not an easy one. Especially if you're like, hey, if you're going to see the number, you think that's going to be an inference that that's going to be the easiest, but not in the case of this game. Or it's not in the case of this one. Some of the other ones, as far as the drills are. This is honestly the one that gave me more trouble, but then again, it sometimes can vary, you know?
Yeah.
As we'll show this with the drill. Go on, feel free as far as what you're going.
For me, this one was much easier because, just with the way it works, it's counting a perfect chain.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it only has one word on the screen at a time.
That's true. The other one had like multiple out of the 5. Yeah, she's right about this one. Fill her up specifically is you have to fully charge that bonus gauge, and because you runs on perfect chains, as long as you do stuff and or type out words and they're perfect, you can get that up quickly. That's how you get under 45 seconds on this. You almost got 45 seconds on that.
Yeah, I think I was at like 49 seconds. Either like upper 40s or low 50s.
I think so. Yeah, fortunately that was the case. Yeah, in my case they're giving me harder words to start, so constipation.
A lot of big words.
What's a gizzard shad? A large ass. Okay, fine, fair enough. Okay, that one is good. So maybe it is dynamic. Ah, crap. And yeah, when you do that miss, you're seeing there, it goes back to what you had. Yeah, they're trying to give me the wide berth, but like, yeah, no. Okay, now it's doing it. So it must be dynamic how the difficulty is going. It has to be, but I don't know. Chad, if you know on this specifically, inquiring minds want to know. Okay, there we go. Way better. All right, that is much better than I've done. So that's, I'll take that. Yeah, no, B. So there you go. Rank B of just a tad over a minute. Yeah, RNDAW are my worsts, but there you go. There is our 21 and 14 and 95%. So all right, I'll take that. No question.
Yeah.
I will also put in Nocturne's run of this as far as an extra edit. I think we should be able to use that as far as the sound stuff. I'll put that about here.
Ready, go!
Yeah, you were good with accuracy as far as it, so that should probably be not a bad case for you. That's a nice thing as far as a long T. Okay, so fine, it's changed. That's what this is. So I think what's happening is changed without missing. So that's what it was. Oh, you got it. Okay, good job.
Yeah, I had a feeling that it would be connected to consecutive perfects.
Okay, so that's then in that case how you can do 45 seconds. Honestly, that you were not far off on that, in all honesty.
Like, if I had been a little bit, if I'd been a little, if I hadn't floundered a bit on a couple of them, I would have easily been under 45 seconds on that, I think.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, and that's interesting now I'm thinking about it because, I mean, you think, well, fine. I remember growing up with Mario teaches typing. The thought of, okay, what's typing really going to be? What that's going to be about? The thought of doing that without looking, like, what is this? But then the idea that, in some ways, this bizarrely goes into, what's up? Oh, I think, is that you were trying to delete?
Yeah.
I guess the delete key would be that. But I was going to say that, because there's a lot of things about what does it mean to do typing specifically, to do it quickly, as far as accuracy, as far as, rapid hits, being able to react quickly, or go on special keys and things. So it seems like this game is really teaching you how there's, right there, you get the bar graphs, and it's like the before and after. So I guess it will show for that what the bar graph is going to be when it comes to this. And we're back. So let's get going. You were going to say something?
Yeah, and, once we figured out that this one was based on chaining perfects, I think this one made a lot more sense.
Yeah. Although in my case, fine, I'm not as good as chaining perfects as you saw as far as what we played. She's definitely got a case. But it also, that's the interesting thing about this game is that, I'll say this about this game, we can definitely do this. Oh, fine, this is the hardest. Holy shit, this is the hardest. Okay, no, yeah. Actually, wait a minute, no, I guess Wait, wasn't there another typing speed or there only two of them?
There is another one.
That's what I thought. Okay, because I guess I opened this one. This is the hardest of the three of the accuracy,
By
nothing
far.
else.
By far.
Yeah, we'll show this, but that's the thing about this game that's interesting, because, look, with the typing of the dead, this name, we've said how glorious this game is. We've said, oh my god, look at this thing. It's one of those, what kind of game is this? They can't believe what it is. It would be one thing if this game was exactly that. Like, you're typing, killing zombies, end of story. But this game totally goes the extra mile in the sense that not only does it deliver terrifically on that promise, but it does kind of get you in the mindset as far as typing, because you're saying, like, wait a second, this could be something that, if you want to learn how to type, this is actually a really good way to do it, only because of the fact of how it varies it and how it makes you think, maybe even more so than stuff like Mavis Beacon and Mario as examples as far as the typing games that I know off the top of my head.
Yeah.
That it focuses on very specific parts of what typing is, which is interesting as far as that.
Yeah, my... if I have to say one thing that I don't like about stuff like this as a means of practicing typing, it's because you're actually just copying words.
Right.
Rather than typing stuff that you would actually be writing.
Sure. I mean, but then again, I guess, I don't know, is there other typing programs you can think of where they'll do that? So, just type anything specifically?
Yeah, I could see one that does it more like audio dictation style.
Okay. You've seen stuff that does that?
Hypothetically.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe there's something that exists to that. If we have something that does, we'll put an edit in to say this is it.
And, well, also just typing.
Mm-hmm.
Just typing stuff that comes to mind.
Sure. Although, I mean, it is also, if nothing else, I'll tell you the thing about this game and some of these other things, at least, it is at least above anything else. It's going to focus you on one way, which is what I like about it.
Yeah,
It's more granular, admittingly.
This is still a really good game.
Mm-hmm.
This is absolutely in no way a comment on the game itself.
Uh-huh.
I'm just kind of this approach to typing, at least for me, it's not the kind of thing that, if I were less experienced with typing, would really help me that much, I think.
Well, I mean, I guess the question is that it seems like feasibly then you just pretty much just type whatever you want.
Oh, yeah.
And that'll go. So in that case, there really could be nothing. Although, specifically for this...
yeah.
No,
Sorry.
what was it? No, it's fine.
Go ahead.
No, I was done as far as what it was,
Yeah.
specifically.
Yeah, like, I mean, different people learn different ways, so...
that, I guess, is the question, specifically to it.
So, yeah, like, some people might actually learn really well from this.
Sure. I mean, I guess, fine. I guess, actually, no, fine. There is sort of another way, I guess, to do this. Because remember, this is the Dreamcast we're talking about, which does have a 56K modem built into it. There is... Fine, you can use the keyboard for other stuff. You could go online with this thing, and I believe nowadays you can kind of retrofit stuff to kind of make it so you can basically go online with this thing. You could feasibly then have an open chat perspective with that. You could do, as I mentioned, custom servers or stuff with Phantasy Star Online where it does use the keyboard. You can chat with people as far as the gameplay. So in that way, I was trying to say, what is an open way as far as a test like that? So in that case, it'd be more open-ended, saying that, okay, you're going to test this. And by the way, we are also holding on this because we want to give this one our dues as far as the explanation. In that case, this does have that. Although I guess then for this game, it's basically above anything else. I think maybe above on what it really is that when it comes to typing, is like learning to type in programs like this or games like this. Yeah. I think it's more, and I guess I'll say best comment I think I pay this game in particular. It gets me to think. I think about what I'm doing with it more. Even more, I think this game does that more than something like even Mavis Beacon and Mario did. And to be fair, I'll say this, because like with work, I type a lot as far as like the tech jobs I do. So in that case, I'll do it a lot. And I'll be honest, when I bought this game, like about 7, 8, 9 years ago, I honestly was not as good even... I'm not the good one as far as the skill of this game compared to Nocturne here, but I wasn't as good at this game then as I am now. And honestly, I will say this as far as some of the stuff with this. I've been trying to get a sense of... there's cases I've been looking at the keyboard, but not completely. But I've always been trying to do that. But it's also something I have also been kind of nailing it into my head. The fact of, they say, home position, hold those two keys of F and J, and move around for that. So I'm at least thinking the idea of what could be, of that.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, I actually think the tutorials in this game are really solid based on what I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those actually have a lot of really useful information in them.
Right, and there's something to be said, I think, about that. So in some ways, I guess that's maybe a little bit of the open thing. So it is an interesting thing as far as what this is. And the fact that they said, hey, we're going to go to this degree. They could just say, like, let's just take typing or House of the Dead and put a keyboard over it. It's like, no, we're going the extra mile.
Yeah, like those tutorials, like, based on the segments we've looked at, those are legitimate typing tutorials.
Yeah, we'll show more later. By the way, let's talk also about this one, because this is also the reason we're talking our way around other stuff, because this is perfection. You have to type without any errors. If you make any mistake, it's a game over instantly. I'm probably going to fail the first one on this.
I failed the first one.
Well, we'll see that.
Go!
There you go. So yeah, you stink. Fitting that you give me the first one. By the way, he comes up and punches you in the face, and you're dead.
Man, wow, the game is talking to us with that one.
Yeah, I know. We're not going to take that line down specifically. We're just going to get one specifically.
Like, we just need to get one.
Yeah, we'll get one. So fine. It's not going to be too bad. Fine, we'll practice our worst keys and see what happens with that. And then I'll actually go back in and see what it took or how it took that from that. Because I didn't check the other one when we just did our worst keys. So worst keys is whatever we had as far as you stink. So instead of that, it's fine. Something better. Alright, fine. I was just being slow. I said, fine, I'll get... Yeah, I'm just saying, like, fine, I'll be this case. War wound. Okay. Search me for drugs and booze. I don't know. Go to the wax museum. Fine, we're gonna get punched. Okay, fair enough. That's better. But it's also something that I kind of just was stopping. I said, okay, I just don't... I don't necessarily care about rank. In fact, let's go back in now. Let's see what that came out on. Because it wasn't something that ranked specific. You were saying?
Like this particular one, the accuracy 3 is cruel.
Yeah. I was fine. We got something else. We already saw. So yeah, in this case, you better be perfect as far as how your typing is. Even the point I'm kind of going slower. No offense. Yeah, but you're dying. Yeah, this probably is the hardest drill in the game, unless there's another one we haven't seen yet, or something else to it. Okay, 3. Fine, I'll take 3. As far as, let's take a look at our thing. So fine, it's a flat line for what it is. Okay, so, alright, so that does explain one thing, which is, when it comes to practicing with your, worst keys, it doesn't rank you.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Which is interesting, I did not know that. So, okay, fair enough. So fine, there's that idea. So fine, we flatlined as far as rank, but as far as number of words, I'll take the 3 I got. Yeah, it's better.
That particular one is absurdly hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And those are all 3 of those specific lists.
Yeah, like, once I saw what was going on with that one, I was like, holy shit, this is basically impossible.
Yeah.
Even as precise as I tend to be with typing.
I'll see also if I can find something as far as on the YouTube site, or for the YouTube site for the linkage. See if there's anybody, like, what the best score on that. There's somebody who's done it. I'm pretty sure, but I mean... Then again, if anybody out there in the audience is really good at typing, you might be able to do this really well, potentially. Who knows? I haven't even necessarily put the people I put in front of this game in front of that, as it is. We'll do reflexes, specifically. Yeah. So, the barrels.
I would love to see someone A-rank accuracy 3.
I'll see if I can find something for the link list, for sure. Alright, this is the barrel test. You're shooting barrels, and it's only on one letter, but what you have to do is you have to hit the letters specifically, and you have to make sure that you don't have more than 5 barrels go off. When they do, you lose. And based on how many you get, you go that. But you have to be quick on your reflexes. Which would be good, because this is what I seem to be best at when we played the game. But also you have to make sure they don't totally go off screen, because they can be a little close when that happens. So FOD, or... Okay, so yeah, drill over. Okay, D. Alright, so that's 30. And my worst keys were F, C, J, Q, and Z. Okay, so at least I got a D. I'll take that. Alright, so close the book on that one. We'll see what else is next. And then we'll go through the rest of the tutorial and I'll do the full unlock. I mean, mainly it's not too much, really, as far as what the unlock is, specifically. Even to the point where...
Like, I think the biggest thing that we don't have unlocked yet, that the unlock everything code unlocks, is the infinite magic hands in original.
Actually, in that case, we could run original again. In fact, I think maybe we should do that, so then we can show different paths, because I think we did go through the entire path that way, but with infinite hands, that's going to be the idea, and we can avoid that. Okay, so next of the drills we have, we'll come back to the rest of these, are axes, axes, axes. You've seen, if you played House of the Dead, you see this a lot. The enemies will throw axes or other items in this one at you, and you hit one letter and knock them down. So basically do that here and knock down as many axes as you can without taking damage. And he's going to focus on your special keys. So as we showed at the beginning of the show, there's shift key elements. So you have 3, 9, the percent sign, N, H. Yeah, so I'll have other things. The colon, G, there's G, 6, A, 9, 9, question mark, exclamation point, colon, R. Fine, the other thing is you just hold down the shift key the whole time. Oh, actually, no, you can't, because you have to do the parentheses and then $, ILS 1%. But here's the thing, maybe because I use these keys all the time when it comes to work, in my case, I'm maybe a little better on this, perhaps myself, just than I would have thought in other things.
Yeah, I definitely think you're a bit better on this one than I am.
Which is interesting to see, because it's like, hey, you know, and that's at least what I'm saying when it comes to this game, as far as, like, thinking about the methodology of typing. Like, how good are you at typing, and how are you good at it, really? Because it's like, okay, fine, you're good as far as speed and accuracy, which Nocturne clearly is, as far as a lot of that. But also it's like, hey, she's saying like, hey, I sometimes don't remember where all those keys are, and Millie, I'm not doing a great job either for some of this. I'm like, wait a second, I'm kind of just going blindly in the dark as far as how it is, trying to find where they are. It's not necessarily giving me trouble, something like that, but there it goes. Rolls over and hit with the spatula. So at least I'm glad I got to show it going that way. 61. Okay, so that is a C. All right, not bad, but it does give you my... What's up?
Only 3 shy of a B. That's not bad.
Yeah, that was not too bad, specifically. But yeah, my worst keys were the hash key, or the pound key, as it was, the colon, or the colon, if you're going as far as the English way of it. The asterisks. Yeah, the asterisk, and then 9 and 6. Okay. So, alright, there we go. I'll take that. But it does get you things like, okay, why am I better as far as maybe the special keys than some other things? So if nothing else, at least this game is making you think as far as like, okay, there's this element, there's this element, there's this element, there's a lot of things that are going to go into this. And they come with unique things. It's like, hey, you know, including this one, which is this is the thing with the frogs, I believe. Yeah, the frog frenzy. So we've seen the frogs come around. Again, this House of the Dead logic dictates it. Yeah, they'll, and they will also say, hey, this is going to be harder because they give you 3 letters and some of them. Kill 30 of these for C, passing grade 70 is A.
Ready, go!
So start with letters. R, 5, 6, S. As I said, I think it's because I use some of this stuff with numbers as far as my type, as far as some of the stuff I have to do as far as my job's concerned. But yeah, in that case, they'll also give you other stuff. J2, CM, $3, or here's the $sign, O2, or fine, I'll hit escape and then hit O2, or I'll just get bit, either way. And honestly, that's where it gets harder because you have to combine more than one. Alright, I got a D for 21. Okay. And 3, $, 0, 4, and R were my worsts. I do like they also give you that specifically. So, alright. And some of this is first try, because, just to give a full disclosure to this, we did our practice, I didn't use the DMU because I knew everything saved to it, including the codes. So I said I wanted to at least show that running on the show. But point is that we did have the codes that way. And you have your records, which we did show the records of already. That's all the drills. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back. We're going to take a look at the rest of the tutorials because there is... there's one I didn't unlock deliberately, specifically, and yeah, Nocturne, feel free to go into that. Actually, fine, let's show the one that I had to soft reset on the gateway keyboard, because for some reason it doesn't recognize the left bracket. I don't know why it didn't do that. That was...
Yeah, I think it was on the right hand.
It was on the right hand.
See? Right hand finger training.
Alright, so back with James again. I don't know why that happened. I'm glad that happened. I'm glad we got that on video.
Yeah.
So, okay, point is that it might not be a guarantee, although I'll say this. I don't think the game is asking you to hit those keys.
These are the 8 keys.
At least
of the
I
right
don't...
index finger.
No, we haven't seen that at all. I've never seen
keys
the
of the
game
right
ask
middle
us to hit
finger.
those keys anywhere except the tutorial during
Yeah.
gameplay,
These are the
which
4
is
keys
interesting.
of the right ring finger.
I've noticed that myself.
Which is...
These
I
are
mean,
the
I guess
10
it's
keys that
interesting.
the right
Unless,
middle
okay,
finger is
fine.
responsible for.
There's one thing I think we should show probably at the end of this,
So let's put things
specifically,
into action.
and that's also
First,
after
the
we
keys
unlock
of each
the
finger that I've just explained.
Infinite Magic Hand,
Just
and
like
that
the left
is...
index finger, the right
If you
index
put this
finger
on very
has
hard,
keys.
does that change the keys you have
Watch
to
out for
hit?
the Y and
As
6,
far as,
they are quite
you know,
far
just
from the
on
home
every
position.
aspect of the keyboard. I would think maybe, but I don't know.
6,
Alright, so it said 6,
7,
I
7...
think we should test that.
But there you go, that's the other thing when it comes to show. We'll test stuff, saying what that
Let's move on
is,
to the right-hand
and we'll
middle
see what
finger.
goes on.
This is the area of keys that this finger is responsible for.
Because as we say, we don't always know everything as far as game, but we also want to learn more. But it's also the case that when we know something about a game, we know something about a game. Whether it's myself, whether it's Nocturne, whether it's any of the other guests specifically. Like, how many times has been a case where you've led a game, Nocturne, that way, like, you know all these, like, boom, 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 on this. When we do the stuff with Mega Man,
there are
as an
loads of
example.
people who can't remember to
And
tell
we'll come back in a couple
There's
weeks.
some, there's some stuff that I'm not completely
Don't be
sure
like
about.
them.
Sure, as is always the case, but it's always that interesting thing. And
9.
that's been
Oh.
interesting when we've had the guests on show, just as it's been, just because of the fact of what they'll bring. We had that with Gemini 96 with Earthbound
This
a couple
finger
weeks
is
ago.
responsible for 10 keys.
And
I know.
some aspects of
That's
that
a lot of keys,
and
but
other
they're
cases
not
of
all
it
used
where
so
like, hey,
often,
the
so
stuff
don't
they
worry.
know in particular as far as a game they really know,
Let's practice
it can
the
speak
8
volumes says a lot
important
about
keys.
them, and also the idea of what they love, what they
0,
retain, and all that, and also what it
Opening
is.
bracket.
Fine, opening bracket. Okay, we can do that on the
Closing
Dreamcast
bracket.
keyboard. So,
Semicolon. Single quotation mark.
yeah, I don't know why I did that as far as the other thing, but yeah, single quotation mark
Slash.
and a slash. I'm not doing it the way they told me to as far as that, but
Good.
either way.
We finished.
I mean, the game doesn't
To
know.
master touch typing.
Well, right,
you
that's
can
true. You're right. That's probably the other
keys
thing, which
only
is
with
that I guess if you're going to be
fingers
really
that are responsible for them.
hardcore as far as a game like
There's
this,
so many people who have
it
been
would have
typing
to,
their own way
let
for
you
years
know
without
that
learning
hey,
touch
you're
typing.
looking at the keyboard, eyes
Such
on the
people
road,
either
or
aren't keeping the home
you're not
position,
using the
or they're
fingers
using
right,
the wrong fingers to type the wrong keys.
or I don't know. I
Like
mentioned
one of
what the Pain Station
Do you
is
really
like this
wanna
art
master touch
project where
typing?
it's basically a Pong machine, and it's the kind of thing it
I'll explain
flays you,
again,
it
if you
shocks
haven't fully
you, it
understood until
burns
now.
you
Select
specifically.
yes.
So like if it does that to you.
Remember
But alright,
everything
fine.
you've
If
learned
nothing
so
else,
far?
also because we did get
And
stuck
try
on
to
that
put
one,
it
we'll
into
show you the
practice.
shift special
Roger.
keys.
Shift special keys.
Alright, tell us about that, James.
I'll explain a few things before we move on to the shift special key training session.
Okay?
When you type while holding the shift key down, you can type totally different keys. These are called the shift special keys.
Yep.
Look at the screen. There are symbols above all of the number keys.
Yeah.
These
And when you hit the
all
shift
appear
key
when you
here, it
type
will
with the
actually
shift
show
key
on the
held
on-screen
down.
keyboard what they are.
At the moment, the shift special keys are being highlighted. Try and remember where all of the symbol keys are located.
Yeah, that's easier said than
Press
done,
the
even in
Enter
my
key
case,
to
so it's like,
continue.
hey, I'm good at the special keys. Not always, I'm not. And when you're ready, hit the enter key.
Okay, time for some practical instructions.
Okay.
There are 2 shift keys, one on the left and one on the right of the keyboard. They have the same function, so it doesn't matter which one you press. However, to master touch typing, you should be aware of the differences.
Yeah, and this game does
The
want you
following
to
instructions
hit the
will be
shift
difficult,
keys on each
so
side,
pay
which,
close attention.
given how this is, doesn't make
If the special key
sense.
that you want
I'll
to
say
type
that.
is in the left half of the keyboard, then you should press the right shift key.
But it's not easy as far as how that
And if the
is.
special key that you want to type is in the right half of the keyboard, then you should press the left shift key. Let's check. Press the right shift key.
Alright, there you go.
At the moment, the exclamation mark,
You basically say, like, yeah, hit the right one, so, and then with, you basically hit the special keys on the opposite hand of the one you're hitting the shift key
these
for.
are originally the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 keys that you type with your left hand. In short, there's no reason why you should break the home position. If you press the
Yeah,
right
and yeah,
shift
he
key,
loves the
when
home
typing
position, like,
special
yeah, don't
keys with
break
your
that,
left hand.
or I'll break your hand.
Now, press the left shift
I
key.
mean, it is useful advice.
It is useful advice, and to be fair, I've kind of been listening to it a lot, because, like, hey, you
Now
know, I
the
want to
caret
make sure I'm
mark,
doing that.
The and sign, the asterisk, the opening parenthesis,
He's a little
the closing
heavy-handed
parenthesis,
about it,
and the
but-
question
But
mark.
it's also hilarious that way as far as
These are
what it
originally
is, you
the
know?
6,
But I mean, if
7,
nothing else, it'd
8,
probably be the case of
9,
what that is. You know,
0,
saying like, hey, you know, if you're
slash
gonna be
mark keys.
doing this,
Do you see?
you have to be in that line of
The
like,
reason
hey,
that
if you're
there
gonna
are
do
different
that. I don't
keys for
know
the left
when
and
you,
right
like, you
shift
mostly said
keys
you wanted to type
is in
basically
order
just
not to
on your
break the home
own
position.
perspective,
You
but I don't
must
know.
learn
Did you
this.
ever get the sense of like what the home position positioning
There are
was?
other shift special
I mean, I
keys
knew
too.
what the home position
These
was.
keys are used a lot.
Um,
The next lecture will be about
like
these
a
keys.
little bit of like.
Okay, let's start the
The
practical training.
basics did in fact come from
Firstly, let's
computer
practice
classes
typing the
in
right
school.
shift special
Okay.
keys. Press the
Um,
right shift key with your right little finger.
But everything after that
careful
point,
not
like
to press
I
another key
taught
by accident.
myself the numbers and
As I just
and
mentioned,
stuff
the
like
special
that.
keys that you type with
And
the
as I
right
said,
shift
that was
key
my case, I guess, with
are
work
the
in the sense that,
exclamation
hey,
mark,
when I first bought this
the
game, I was
at
like,
mark,
I'm not good
the
at
sharp
typing.
sign,
Then I
the
was doing
dollar
stuff for
sign,
work more often,
and
like
the
typing
percent mark.
emails and things out like that,
Go
or
ahead and try for
like
yourself.
reports and things. But
Yeah.
then it's like, hey, you kind of pick it
Exclamation
up that way. The exclamation points.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, it's worth pointing out, I didn't notice this when we were doing our test. You're like, where's the next key, shift key? I thought there was an insanely long load time, but I'm holding the shift key down. He will not continue the lecture until you let go of the shift key. So you have to basically hit the key he wants you to hit while holding the shift button, and then let go of it.
At mark,
So in that case, I hit at mark,
sharp sign.
and then it's instantaneous. At first I said, just like, wait a second,
Yeah.
why is the load time so long on this? But I realized, no, it's not. He intentionally doesn't go on to go with the shift key. Although you're seeing right there, is like, usually it'll highlight the key, but it's like, no, I'm not, I'm still holding shift and not saying anything about it.
dollar sign.
But there's the dollar sign
Percent sign.
and percent sign.
Now we move on to the left shift
And
special
then do the
keys.
other way.
There are 6. The caret mark, the and
Actually,
sign,
do they call that the
the
carrot
opening
mark?
parenthesis,
I'm not
the closing
sure what
parenthesis, and the question mark.
symbol's called.
Chad, if
Go
you
on.
know, let us
Have a
know.
go.
I'll put down below
You'll
what
have to
that
reach it
tends to
to
be
detect the question
called
mark, so
on
be
its
careful.
own.
Carrot mark,
Alright, fine, we'll do the carrot.
and sign.
Oh, but they're fine. They call that differently because I know there's an ampersand, but fine, they call it an and sign, which it is both, but fine, I know ampersand specifically.
Yeah, I know
Asterisk.
ampersand myself.
Or I just think about like Family Guy when Brian's doing teaching in school. He's just like, "What's that thing?" He's like, "Oh, that's an ampersand. Why don't you people, none of you kids know this?"
Closing parenthesis.
All right, closing parenthesis, and then the question
Question
mark.
Good. This is the end of the shift special key lesson.
And opening
should also
parentheses
master the
and
knack of typing the
closing
number
parentheses
keys.
makes sense to me too.
Yeah.
The game doesn't judge you on
Or
whether
left or
not you
right,
use
but I
the
mean,
correct
you're right
shift
because
key.
one opens, one
Right or
closes.
left.
Fair enough.
But
Yeah.
in order to get a firm grip on touch typing, you should make an effort to use this technique.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll explain again if you haven't fully understood until now.
We understood
Good.
it.
Remember everything that you've learned so far, and try to put it into practice.
Okay, we will. Also, by the way, yeah, because you have different levels. This is the thing we haven't shown yet, but we'll show that specifically. And I believe he does. I think even if you've gone through it already, he'll still give you the tests that go with these things.
Good.
So show the
Mastering
important
most
keys. We're gonna go through
keys.
all of these, and then the last one's gonna be his unlock of some
There are
stuff
3
here,
options in this training session.
and then we'll do the stuff with
Basic,
codes.
advanced, and a final test.
So nonetheless, we are gonna get a decent amount of show out of this.
I'll now give you
Maybe
some
not as long as
basic
I thought. I
training.
said 5 hours. Like I
A
don't think
letter
it's
and a
5
gauge
hours.
are being
Probably.
displayed at the top of the display.
Okay, fine. This is what this is. This is the test he gives you.
As soon as the letter is displayed, the gauge will start to change color from green to yellow, to orange to red, and finally black. You should try to type the letter before the gauge turns red. This is a pass. However, you will have to do an extra training session if the gauge falls to red or lower.
Yes.
So try hard and type
He will
quickly.
actually say to you like, "Yo, you didn't do good enough. You have to try
The
again."
highlighted letters will reduce as the gauge changes color. At first, when the gauge is green, none of the keys are highlighted. Then half of them are. Then less and less until the gauge is black. And
Actually,
only
that
the
I did
key
not
that you
know
have
they
to
did.
type is highlighted. Think. That's the end of the Lesson 2 explanation. You should aim to memorize the positions of all the most frequently used keys in
Yeah.
Mastering the Most Important Keys basic version. First, master the vowels A, E, I, O, and U, plus the home position anchors.
And
F
no
and
respect
J.
for Y, because it's sometimes a vowel. God damn it.
Ready?
But all right, fine. E,
Got it.
U, A, I,
Fantastic.
U, F, I,
You got it.
A, O,
Carry on like this.
F, J, E.
Fantastic.
There
This
we
is
go.
a chart with an analysis.
And they give
of
you
your
an
typing
analysis
speed.
of your typing speed and the keys you were bad at.
These are the keys that you were bad at. Great stuff.
Yeah, if you do well enough, he'll let you go to the next tutorial. If you don't, you do
Next
just give you
is
another test.
Mastering the Most Important Keys. Advanced version. The keys on the screen are the basic of basics. Train hard.
All right, let's
Ready?
do that.
That's the spirit.
R, K, K, A, J, D. Fine. If you're also a PC player, you also know what WASD is specifically for that. That's also why they call it a QWERTY keyboard. Again, we've gone like 3 hours and we've not mentioned either one of those things yet, but either way.
You got it. Fantastic. Amazing.
But it is also based on that, so that's the idea. So I like how they're kind of giving you the test within this.
You got it. Carry on like this.
But you also give comments if you're not doing
This
so
is a
hot.
chart
Alright, that's better.
with an analysis of your typing speed. These are the keys that you were bad at.
Alright, yeah, DMIHE.
Great! I think that you're getting the hang of this.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, weird enough, here's the thing. I'm actually more looking at...
This test will cover
Because there's two
everything that you
things.
learned
They say
in
don't look at the keyboard
Mastering
itself
the
when you're
Most
typing,
Important
but I'm
Keys
also not necessarily looking at the
and
keyboard that's on the
advanced
screen that way when I'm hitting this. I'm
This
trying to, like,
will
you know,
drop down
do
for
that
above.
without looking
Zap
either
all
way.
of
Just
them
look at
without
what's on
getting a
that
single rank
laptop
D
screen
or
of his.
lower
Yeah, in this case,
pass.
you do have to actually do stuff with
Stay calm
zombies
and
and
you'll
go
be
get
fine.
D or less.
Ready?
So, widen the perspective.
That's the spirit. Great.
They do make it a little more dynamic, so in that case, yeah, you're gonna actually be able to practice the idea of, like, taking zombies down with this thing. So, It's pretty neat that they give you this, and also that it's not just gonna be like, hey, you look at a black background. You will, but then they'll also say that, hey, you know, we'll vary it up.
You're doing well. You got it. That's right.
Alright, there we go.
I think there were only like
This is a
maybe
chart
2 or 3 Bs.
with an analysis of your typing speed.
Not bad. Which we'll see what this were.
These are the keys.
Fine, R
that you were
in
bad at.
particular was the one I was worst with.
You're doing well.
But I did okay.
Don't lose your touch. Select yes if you'd like to retry this training session.
Yeah, not this one. We'll show each of them, because the only reason I haven't shown that last one, by the way, is because there's actually a specific cinematic that they give for when you get that final unlock that they do not give if you have everything unlocked. These ones they do. So in that case, they'll also say, like, hey, if there's something wrong with you, with your type and stuff, that'll be the idea. Sorry, we'll talk normal keys. If you're ready to go into anything, Nocturne, you got, and Chad as well, that you got, while we're going along. Because, yeah, this is going to be a little more relaxed.
Frequently used keys
I think we should deliberately
mastering the
fail
normal
one.
keys basic version.
Yeah, good idea.
There are more
We'll
keys
do
this
that.
time, so watch out.
Just to make him angry. Fair enough. I should have thought
Ready?
that way. Fine, I'm at the other side. Oh! I was gonna say, wait. He's still waiting for me to hit.
Yeah.
So close.
Close, that wasn't close. You know, I want to see what he says then if I just go to black and everything.
Just a bit more.
Just-
Don't quit.
Wait, did you say just quit?
I think so.
Just a bit more. Don't quit.
Oh, don't quit.
Don't quit.
Okay. Everyone's like, no, he should be saying quit after, you know, me just saying it. Fine, that's the idea. Fine.
Down. There's no point in panicking. You must not look down at the keyboard.
Oh, I'm not technically.
Just a bit more. Don't quit.
Okay, so fine, what they do... Okay, so at least you're seeing full force how this operates, which is that
There's a lot more left.
they won't show the keys, then when you get to orange, they'll show it, then they'll show less, and they'll show, like, only a couple, and they'll eventually go down and show only the one you have to hit.
Oh man, there's 40 letters for this test.
So close.
I guess the thought is like, hey, you know, it goes that quick. Fine, you know
Just a
what?
little bit more.
Fine, in this case, I probably can do this because I've wasted enough time. Or just try and make mistakes.
Cool.
Okay, fine. It also does that when it comes to, you know, making mistakes. Fine, you know what, while we're doing this, yeah, feel free to go anything else. Actually, one question, I guess, Nocturne was saying, like, hey, you know, keyboard stuff, like the movement of keyboards. You're one of those people who use the WSD for the movements on PC games, right about that? Or how do you tend to do that?
Don't give up.
I mean, I don't play all that many computer games, but
There's one I know you play that runs
I
something
know
like
in
that.
Minecraft,
Yeah.
I use WASD.
There's
I
no
was gonna say, I
point in
think that
panicking.
would be usually the one. Actually, I guess in my case, it's tend to be. Actually, all the Valve stuff could have a ton of that on the PC as it was, and I used that and then the mouse along with it.
No way.
Assuming I didn't plug a 360 controller or something into it. He's funny, he was going, like worse when I was.
Not so good.
Okay, if he's not so good, oh, why am I hitting red?
Hey, are you okay?
Okay, there we go. Fine, let's see him in the red.
Wrong.
Fine, this file says I'm wrong, but when I was in the black, he didn't say anything.
What sort of typing? This is a chart.
Okay, what sort of typing was
with an
that? Fair
analysis
enough.
Of your typing speed.
Yeah, it wasn't good. But it was a nice rainbow color.
These are the keys that you were bad at.
Yeah, alright, let's see.
There's no way that you can quit playing at this rate. I'm sorry to say that I'd like you to take a supplementary drill.
Okay, yes, he will give you
This
something.
drill will concentrate on your weak keys.
Okay.
Ready?
So basically at that point, it's like, yeah, what were your weak keys, so focus that way for extra training. I believe, though, if you do finish this now, I think he will let you go on. At least I believe he will.
Cool. Fantastic.
At this point, fine, I can manage this, no problem.
That's the spirit.
Fine, V was not giving me good elements.
Carry on like
W,
this.
E, there we go.
This is a chart
So that's
with an
better.
analysis of your typing speed. These are the keys.
But V was my
that you were
problem
bad
key.
at.
But either way, that's the idea.
You almost messed up. You may have cleared, but you can't relax yet.
Okay. So, alright. So, in that case, that's
You
the
should
idea.
try
Alright,
to
so let's
memorize
learn
the
the numbers, the
positions of
letters, as
numbers
well as the
letters
numbers.
and mastering the normal keys. Advanced version.
Okay.
You'll be tested on difficult to remember letters, so pay attention.
Okay.
Ready? Too bad. Great. You're doing well. That's the spirit. Cool. Carry on like this.
I'll say the idea of, as mentioned, the idea like that home position, the one thing I'll give it is the fact of, I never really thought like, okay, why is there the indent on J and F? But honestly, now that I know that, it kind of makes it a little easier saying that, okay, fine, I'll know always where those are because of how they do that. Oh, I don't know.
Carry on like
I don't know if
this.
you know this, or Chad, if you know this as well. Do you know why they initially did that on those keys? I guess because why? It's going to be the center key, I would think, probably, yes. But I don't know if there's actually an answer
You
to
mean
it.
why there's a bump?
Yeah, why those are the two where they picked for that. Probably because they're the ones in the middle.
You're doing well.
Well, I'm pretty sure this. I'm pretty sure the QWERTY keyboard was designed, for
You got it.
for the home position to be where it is.
Okay.
Great.
Or something to that effect.
That makes sense. I just wasn't sure, like, what the reasoning would be behind that. But I don't know if you ever used anything that's not a
With
QWERTY
an
keyboard.
analysis of
I
your typing
have
speed.
never used a non-QWERTY keyboard.
These are
and
the keys.
I would say there's probably going to be something really nerve-wracking to a lot of people. So I'm like, uh-oh.
You're doing well.
You were saying you probably have no plan to ever do that.
No, honestly, I have
At last,
heard
the final
that
test.
for
This
people
test
who
will
are
cover
used
everything
to
that you
them,
learned in
some of
mastering
the
the normal
alternate
keys,
types of keyboards
basic
are actually
and
way
advanced versions.
faster.
Uh-huh.
Zap all of the zombies without getting a single rank.
I remember if typewriters were like that way. Were they? Chad, do you know?
Ready?
As far as I know, typewriters are typically QWERTY.
Okay.
Amazing.
Okay. I thought they were, but for some reason I was like, hey, maybe there's some that weren't, but
Good stuff.
yeah, that's the idea, like, why do they call it an industry standard? And that's the reason why.
Great.
But nothing else we can make this go specifically as far as how this is. Enjoy. And also, that's the other thing, because I don't know if, I've looked as far as other plays of this game, I don't know how many of them have said, like, let's look at the tutorial completely this way. Or for this way, but that's also why I balanced it out. It's like, fine, we killed stuff as far as that. I gave a little brief element, but I said, fine, we'll go the full way for the game, and then we'll come back for this.
Yeah, no. I do
took you a lot
like
of
the
time,
way these
but you managed to clear the
tutorials
stage.
teach you, like,
Select yes.
hitting
if
the
you'd like to
keys.
retry
Sure,
this
yeah, go into
training
that as
session.
well, as far as
like-
other
I see.
stuff.
like saying type Y, type L, type 6.
Uh-huh.
Okay, mastering the normal keys.
That I see that as good
You should master the positions
reaction,
of all the
as good
frequently used
reaction
keys in
building.
Sure.
Mastering the normal keys basic version. There are more keys this time, so watch out. Ready?
But I think that's actually really good.
Uh-huh. I mean, there's something to be said, I guess, as far as, like, how this game's doing it. Because as I mentioned Mario teaches typing. They have different levels. I mean, they have, like, the block world specific. I'll picture of what, that looks like. Where it is kind of doing stuff with letters. But honestly, as a child, I was like, I just like my Mario stuff. It was a case like, fine, I'll cheat. I'll look at the damn keyboard when I was younger that way. And just, you know, enjoy the fact that I'm in the grassland or, like, on the World 1-1 doing stuff, and then you hear, like, the modified version of the Super Mario World theme, unless you're running the PC speaker, where it sounds
That's right.
shrieky as anything. I don't know. When I say the word PC speaker, what does that remind you of, Nocturne? Like olden days of PC, like how that sounds like, because it's using like, as far as like the high pitched stuff. Depending how far back you go as far as like ancient PCs or Macintosh even. I don't even know if those had
You
like
should
PC
try to
speakers
memorize
that
the
way.
positions of the numbers as well as the letters
I'm
in.
not sure.
Yeah.
Mastering
Oh,
the
we do
normal
see Mega Man
keys.
on DOS.
Advanced
It is
version.
not Capcom who made it. You ever
You'll
seen
be
that?
tested on
No.
difficult
Yeah, that is
letters,
not
so
Capcom
pay
who made it.
attention.
I believe High Tech Expression was involved in that
Ready?
one, as it was. It's very weird. You have to basically go through like a toll booth and you fight, I don't know, an ant in a house or something. And like CGA graphics. Oh no, it's not CGA. It's oh yeah, it is CGA graphics. You know, the ones where they're like blue and purple. Unless you're running like the EGA graphics, where it's all that stuff. It's seen as one of the worst Mega Man games or pieces of games ever. To the point where they made Mega Man 3 on DOS. They didn't make Mega Man 2 on DOS, but it's not the same case as far as how it is. And it had like those PC speaker things. I'll just show you that, or I'll put a link in the link list for that, because you're like, wait, what the fuck kind of Mega Man is this? Any Mega Man game you play is going to be better than that. Think of the worst Mega Man game you ever played, which I'm guessing was probably Mega Man X6.
That's right.
It's better than that. Oh no, that or Mega Man X6 is better
Just
than
a
that.
little bit
There's no
more.
question.
Great.
Which is also why it's good for you that I'm going to handle Mega Man X6. Because I said I'm jumping on that grenade for you, specifically to get to the more stuff with Mega Man X.
This is a chart with an analysis of your typing speed. These are the keys that you were bad at.
Alright, so not too bad so far.
Okay, go on to the next stage.
Alright, so let's move on.
At last, the final test. This test will cover everything that you learned in mastering the normal keys, basic and advanced versions.
I do like those random pauses, like why they have random pauses there, but I kind of like that they do that. It's like, yeah, when you're doing the mastering the basic keys. Let's do that OP, RIW, 2, NA. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like they do distinct 0 and O specifically. I think actually one of the things I was doing earlier, I think I hit like O and 0 like right at the same time when they gave me both of them once. Yeah, I'm doing okay as far as this. As I said, this is the tutorial, but also showing the idea like, yeah, I need to practice above anything else. So if nothing else, to get to show that.
Yeah.
This is a chart.
I like it
with
that
an
the
analysis
tutorial
of your typing speed.
has that simple little
These are the
game
keys
in it too.
that you were
Yeah.
bad at.
But also is really funny as well, you know.
Oh yeah, the whole
You're doing
thing
well.
is hilarious.
Don't lose
I
your
know.
focus.
And yeah, if you're like me with the House of the Dead
Retry
remake and
this
you
training
missed the
session.
fact that it doesn't have the same music, I think it was a licensing thing for what that was. Apparently,
For everything I
you
see,
do get to hear
mastering
the
special keys.
you know, the success theme, the you keep hearing that in this game over and over again, especially in the
All
tutorial.
the
I'm like,
special
I'm
keys
not
that you
getting
type
sick of
without
that.
pressing the shift key in mastering the special keys.
Oh, let's
basic
talk about the
version.
special keys.
Ready?
Oh shit! Now they're asking me to do this
Not so
one.
good.
The equal sign.
You're doing well.
Yeah, sort of well.
Cool.
But I know where the comma is because I type with that all the time as far as work. So that's the other thing that, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, you can kind of come to something like this
That's right.
from never playing a game even before,
Amazing.
and have success and have fun. That's the thing. This game is just
This is a
fun
chart
above anything
With
else.
an analysis of your
Along with
typing
being the
speed.
kind of thing that you think like, I don't know how
These
they
are the
came
keys
up with this, but
that you
thank
were
God they
bad at.
came up with this.
Congratulations, you passed the test.
All right.
You must now memorize the location of all the shift special keys in
Okay.
mastering the special keys, advanced version.
All right, we'll do
Don't
this.
forget the difference between the right and left shift keys. Ready? You got it. That's the spirit.
Oh, I see. They're mixing the ones that are and that. So
Carry
like,
on like
okay,
this.
there's times where I'll have to shift and not. Oh yeah, the carrot symbol. I was like,
doing okay.
I'll just see if that's actually called that, or find where you call that.
That's right.
Okay. Like, that's one of those cases where I didn't want to necessarily shift onto that. But nonetheless, it's also challenging the fact that, hey, just don't hold down the key that way forever and think like, oh yeah, you're gonna be great. Alright, yes, I'm like going.
Carry on like this. Amazing. Concentrate.
Shit. That's definitely one of the worst keys for that very reason.
That's the spirit.
Yeah, they're asking me to do a lot here. 52 keys.
Yeah.
Ampersand's over there.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Alright, question mark. Oh no, that ampersand.
Don't give up.
Yeah, I'm trying not to give up. Yeah, home stretch, last key,
That's right.
dollar.
This is a chart
Okay.
Not
with
bad.
an analysis
Not
of
awful.
your typing speed.
Where are my
These
bad
are the
keys?
keys that you were bad at.
Yeah, the ampersand, left parentheses, and the pound,
Well, that was okay.
star,
You took your
and
time,
dollar
but you
sign.
got a good result.
But decent enough we can go on.
At last, you face a real.
And we got a test.
The mastering the special.
By the way,
keys
if you do
final
fail,
test.
this is not like the zombies
Just
kill
like
you.
the other final test.
Just to give an indication.
You must
Because
zap
I don't.
all the zombies
No, they don't,
without
'cause it's like,
getting
hey,
a
they're just
single
gonna
rank
stand
D
there.
or lower. Ready? Not so good. Just a little bit more. Great. Hey, no way. Just a little bit more.
Yeah, this I might fail on this, honestly, because I'm doing a lot of mistakes on
That's
this. It's one of those cases where, yeah, I'm starting to forget where some of these keys are.
Not so good.
I'm saying, like, I'm doing what you're saying, like, hey, sometimes I'll just do a reach over on this, which does make sense, but it's also something that, fine, I guess they're teaching me that for a reason, so if nothing else, it's also making you realize why they tell you that. I got an E, as far as something that might be bad.
This is a chart
Yeah, I didn't pass
with an
this.
analysis of your typing speed. These are the keys that you were bad at.
Wait, hold on.
What a pity that you finished with such a result.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry to say that it looks as though you need to take a supplementary drill.
Alright, let's do the next drill. This is a hard one, specifically. Even if you know what you're doing on the special keys, it's not... And also, I think at this point they're also saying, hey, you know, we're gonna stop, you know... It's gonna challenge your time element more.
Too bad. Cool. That's the spirit. Just a little bit more. Concentrate. You're doing okay. Amazing.
Okay, that was better. I think that might have been enough, we'll see.
This is a chart. with an
Probably.
analysis
I think
of your
usually if you
typing
see
speed.
anything with orange or red, you're gonna be in trouble.
These are the keys
Usually.
that
I
you
think we
were
made
bad
it.
at. Well, that was okay. You
Yeah, it
took
was
your
better.
time,
Okay,
but
I'll
you
take
resolved.
that.
Select yes if you'd like to
Now we're
train
done with
hard
that
for
one.
the
And
next
then the
stage.
last one in this one for lesson
Roger,
2 is the general key.
test.
Which actually, in some ways, might
All of
be
the keys
easier.
that you learn in lesson 2,
Yeah.
mastering the key position, will be covered.
Yeah,
in
because
this
it covers the
key
entire
test.
keyboard.
Type keys drawn from everything that you have learned until now, accurately and quickly.
So at this point, they are giving you a
There'll be a lot more
comprehensive
keys in this
perspective.
test
I guess it's going to be
than in
easier
the
because
other.
I think this is the only thing they're going to ask.
You
This is
must
the last
concentrate,
test.
okay? Take a deep breath and press enter to start.
All right, let's do it.
Ready?
Ready? Let's do it. D 6 O D. Okay.
Fantastic. You're so close.
It's also pointing out you do not have to type the capitalized or the letters capitalized.
Yeah.
You can, but you don't have to.
Carry on like this. You got it. Concentrate. Amazing. Not so good.
Uh-oh.
Don't give up.
So those things, yeah. I guess I was getting a little nervous there. Like, no, there's C. Crap. Z1.
Concentrate.
I haven't hit a D yet, have I? I haven't
No.
seen. Okay, good.
Concentrate. That's right. Great.
Okay, so yeah, I finished stronger at least. So let's see how this looked.
This is a chart.
All right, yeah, this is
with an
gonna be
analysis Of your
close.
typing speed. These are the keys that you were bad
Yeah,
at.
70 colon T and Z.
Okay.
Okay, good enough.
Go on to the next stage.
I think it
Select
generally
yes
considers
if
C
you'd like
to
to
be
retry this
passing.
training session.
Yeah, I think so.
Train hard in the next stage.
All right, so that is lesson 2, and then we'll go to lesson 3. And 4 is actually only one thing. It's based. 4 is actually hilarious. All right, fine. So lesson 3, and then 4, and then we said actually this is probably gonna take us to the 5 hours
Register
long.
the keys that you
Right, I
want to
forgot.
practice.
They give you customized key training. So what you can do is you basically type in what keys do you want to practice. So for the case, I guess we can talk about. Fine, we're talking near. Oh no, back. Use backspace. Also, by the way, when you do a backspace, there's a scream. So find near. By the way, it won't take duplicate keys. And then, I don't know.
Well, if we're going on a near kick,
May
let's
as well.
reference Automata and do 2B9S.
2B9S. Alright, there you go. Consider the preview to when we get to near Automata, which we're going to run eventually. Her and I have been talking about that because that's all hers. We're going to figure how we're going to run that, what version we're going to run of that. We're thinking PS5, or fine, PS4 through PS5, but there's also kind of question that we're figuring that. That's going to come down the road, but that's going to be a long run of hers specifically because, yeah, she loves that game. She got me to play that game. It's a game I've actually pointed other people to, specifically, and they've been happy with what they played. Alright, so yeah, you can basically do the element as far as frequency, how many letters there are. Let's do 10 and start training. So N,
That's right.
2, R, 2,
Carry on like this.
I, N, I,
That's the spirit.
B, B, B,
Good stuff.
9. There we go. Yeah, I'll also tag near Automata when I edit this, just because why not?
Good stuff.
I don't know if people are going to feel like, oh, they're cheated, because, like, fine. They made the choice to click on the typing of the dead, so they know what game they're getting. We don't necessarily trick people that way, as far as, but hey, if we have to mention something, when we mention something, I'm going to put a tag list into
Yeah,
it.
maybe. I was gonna say maybe
You're doing well.
maybe do a timestamp too.
That's true, I could do that feasibly. The other thing I'd also do is, I don't know if for the thumbnail, I should, like, superimpose 2B and 9S on it just because, so, like, yeah, what the fuck is this? Which, actually, I didn't ask. I didn't ask as far as the thumbnail, because since you're on game for that. We can figure what to do on thumbnail. If you want me to superimpose 9B and 2S in there, I can do that.
Amazing.
It's not a problem. I can do that, no issue.
That's the spirit.
Because otherwise, I'd probably either do the title screen or do something funny. I mean, either I do...
You got it.
one of the things we had a laughing fit over, feasibly, or... I don't know. I mean, we got a lot of good stuff so far on this one. As it is, so yeah. Alright, there we go.
This is a chart.
Okay, all
with an
green.
analysis of your typing speed. These are the keys that you were bad at.
And they'll give you bad keys even if you do really well. But there's like, hey, they'll just rank it that way. But okay, that's the training. Actually, no, I forgot. Because, yeah, 3 is only that. So, fine. The most extensive lessons are in 2. 5 cannot be selected yet. They do the shaking head thing like they do in House Dead 2. Yeah, but this is the last one. This is the funniest. And also unlocks the last one.
In this chapter,
So now the idea is
you'll
that
be
we
instructed
did all
in
this
3
training, we
techniques
played
to
the
help you
game as it
master
was,
touch typing.
but how's fast typing
There's nothing
work?
unusual about this training, so relax and listen. The
Very
essential
well.
element to mastering touch typing, even more important than touch typing quickly, is to keep the home position. You must always be touching the raised marks above the F and J keys with your index fingers. You should return to the home position after every word that you type. If you remember to do this throughout the training, you want to naturally begin to master touch typing. It will be a hassle until you get used to it, but by just keeping the home position, typing will become a lot easier than you can imagine. Now for the next technique. To touch type quickly, you should try to move the palms of your hands as little as possible.
Yeah.
Keep your palms in the position they are in when you assume the home position, and only move your fingers. You will be able to type all of the keys.
Is that how you
If you
tend to
move your
type just in
palms
general
while you were
yourself?
typing, you will lose the home position and will start to make typing errors. Always be aware of where your
I would
palms
need
are
to pay
and keep them
attention
fixed to
while
the home
actually
position.
typing.
Let's
Okay.
continue.
Actually, since there are going to be cases of the drills you're going to do, I'll keep
Come
an
to the
eye on when
last
we do the
technique.
drills we unlock
This
specifically.
technique is to
I
single-mindedly
think I do
and
tend to
fervently
move
practice.
my hands though,
Okay.
but
You
I
should
still
practice while
maintain
bearing
my
in mind
precision.
everything that you
Also,
discovered
yeah, by the
until
way,
now
practice and
in
play
these
the Typing of the
lectures.
Dead every day.
Also, if you're training and look down at the keys, this shows that you haven't yet remembered where all the keys are. I suggest that you cover your hands with a towel or something like that.
Yeah, so cover your hands with a
Looking at
towel.
the
That's what they're
keyboard.
saying. I like that they say
Practice
that.
keeping all of these points at the forefront of your mind. Have you fully understood the instructions until now?
Yeah, because you have 3 options on what you want to say. Tell me again. He'll give you the perspective of it. We can try and backtalk him or say, like, no, we'll listen to you.
I'm gonna type my own way.
Yeah, you're right. We're typing our own way. Let's see about that. So, yeah, fuck you, James. We're going to type our own way.
Have you fully understood the instructions until now?
Yeah, he basically say, like, no, let's see if you understood. Did you really understand? No, I'm sending out zombie
Fully
there
understood the instructions until now?
to slash you. If you say no, tell me again, please. He will go through the discussion again. But fine, okay, I don't want to get killed again by the zombie. So, all right, fine. I'll try. Don't worry.
Good, I'm gonna give you 2 presents. The first is this key blaster. This is our main weapon. The batteries are a little bit heavy. Take great care of it. And now, the free words training lesson. If you return to the tutorial mode select screen, you can select the free words training lesson. This is lesson 5. You can select the length of words, the keys that you have to type, and train exactly how you please. Use this training area along with the drill mode. Continue to practice. You should no longer feel afraid when you face the final zombie. I have high hopes for you.
No, thank you, James. It was a pleasure. Okay, so, yeah, and you do get that if you do that, and it does save it to the memory card. So, and if you do the unlock everything code, it does unlock all of the tutorial stuff, but you don't get that cutscene if you do that again. So I'll show the free lesson specifically. Mostly it's like the third one a little, but a bit different, sorta.
Alright.
Yeah, you basically get a sense of running long words and longest stuff. See if you want to turn on numbers, shift keys, number zombies 10, 20, 30, 50, or run infinitely. I'll do 10 zombies with everything and the longest word length just to see, like, what weird... Oh, shit, I hit exit. I keep doing that.
Whoops.
But the loading isn't long, specifically, so it's not going to be a problem too much. So fine, we're going to... Oh, sorry, what you say?
Yeah, this game doesn't really have many loading problems.
No. Okay, so fine. Now, lots of new powder... 200-inch base. I don't know, what are we building, a project or something here? Bright, large... Okay, we're fine, we're doing home decoration. So we have 1 bedroom, ceiling fan with a tile bath. This program was brought to you by... fine, we can do our promotional consideration provided by... Vitamin water. It is vitamin. That's water. You're going to want to drink it. To actual water. When you need to be hydrated, and vitamin water will not do. Also to Sega. They made this game. Go buy it, even though it costs a lot of money, because you're going to enjoy it. Once you get the PC version. And Wawa, because Wawa exists. That is the end of our promotion consideration for this week, specifically. Fine, I was showing you we did that, or Dolly Finn and I did that with Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey, but she's a crafty spider, innocent looks. Do you know how badly you've beaten up? Question mark. How badly you've beaten up? And the last one is, I guess, is the thoughts of a well, no, not mitochondria. I'm thinking hypochondriac. Yeah, I knew I'd get the words. Look out, germs, germs, germs. Last year, communism killed 25 hard-working Americans, but germs killed 35 million people. Your home, much like America, is under constant attack from germs. We know what germs cause: dyslexia and leprosy. Alright, so yeah, you're gonna get to know me. What's the sound of what? Okay, what's the sound of one hand clapping? Okay, we're gonna actually put that to the test. Alright, and that is the last one. Fine, that's the sound of one hand clapping brought to you by Nocturne. Okay, there we go. There's our training. Let's see how that went.
Alright, are you ready?
Oh wait, they don't give you a thing. It's just saying, like, hey, what that element is.
But yes, 1 hand clapping.
Okay. Alright, good job. Okay, so there is the tutorial mode. That was awesome. So, next on that is what happens with this game, and that's what makes it so wonderful. Okay, so we're gonna show off fine, we'll show up. I'll show up one element of the boss mode, just to give a sense of this, which is you unlock bosses, you get difficulties of bosses. As far as when you get, because there's other stuff you get. Fine, we'll show the code for that specifically. There's the versus computer mode. We'll show that. Actually, I'll briefly show this off. This is a single player mode. It basically is you have a competitive element with somebody as far as a computer player. It's single player only. Use identity level with the last one. You have unlimited lives, but you use points for any damage you take, and you go against computer. As you go on, you can unlock different people. I unlock a citizen, where they have different skills as far as typing in. No, I don't want to do that. In fact, you know what? Alt F12. Oh no, I can't. So I have to Control Delete. Because I'll show the full unlock as far as that specifically. We'll put in all the codes or talk about all the codes as it is, because I think that's about all we got in order to get the rest of these. Because I think, as far as how to get the drill mode stuff as it is, I think it's based on. It might be based on paths you go. I don't know. There wasn't much I could find. But I talked to password. We started here at the beginning of the program, just putting in 2 passwords. Which was CIZXSPAI as well as TODWKCP, which were for the versus computer mode. But they give you like 1, 2, and 3, and the other one is Perkins. Actually, I want to try one thing with this. Okay, so it is capitalized only. Okay, we unlocked this already, but I want to see what that means, because, like, wait a second, why is it? Does it unlock a different character? I think, because there are codes I have here that I listed what they did, and some of them were unlocking all of the characters. But I just want to see what that is. Okay, so I'll hit enter on this. No, we only have a citizen, so fine. A citizen's that way. So let's talk about the other, oh, no, not options. Let's talk about the other passwords. Okay, so I mentioned 3 for unlocking the 3 variances of computer versus mode. I guess it might be different things, because I think they randomize what the password is when you go through the game normally. So it might be one of those cases where it might give you one of them, like, hey, that'll unlock it. We put in VKZWHBN, which is opening free play. So as far as the continue options, you have free play. The other one is EUUKDCC, which gives you the option to run 9 continues. So if you don't want to do free play, but you want a large amount of continues, you can run that. There's also, if you type out SmileBit but leave the T off because you're at a character limit, you can have an option of more lives to start. So you can start with up to 5 life torches instead of 3 or 1.
Although we already earned that.
That's true. As far as that, yeah, because you can unlock that in the original mode from the coins. I think that's kind of how you unlock some of those things. I think.
I think that 5 lives thing was the first thing to unlock.
Yeah, I think so. And we'll go back to that in just a second. There's also, I'll tell you this, there are 3 codes that I found what they were. I tried putting them in off screen just to see what do these do. I couldn't figure out for the life of me what they did. I didn't see any difference as far as anything with the options, anything with any of the modes, or anything. They are OSERLCG, DLDDCDD, and LUIPMAM. And all of these passwords, by the way, you do have to have them capitalized. I don't know what the hell they do. I'll have that link, as I mentioned, as far as where these passwords came from, pulled from the game itself. But what they do, search me, I have no idea. And I don't think there's anything on the internet that indicates that either. But the other passwords are, to unlock all the characters in the versus computer mode, you type in UFOUGJK. And then also to unlock everything in the boss mode, you type in UECHOPA, and the master code for this is TESSAIS, which opens every one of those codes I just mentioned. It unlocks everything as far as the characters, all the options as far as in the options screen for lives and continues. And it also unlocks all the tutorial missions if you didn't go through them all. So we're going to put that one in. So TESSAIS. And if you look anywhere as far as like on GameFAQs or anything like that, the passwords are fucking wrong. Listen to us. Don't listen to them. And I'm not joking because I did try them. I said, let me look what those passwords are. I will in fact give an element to that as far as what they were. And I don't know where they got these because there's KIKMAHP, DKRORCR, and STK2JGH. I don't know where they went, but I tried every one of them. They didn't work. But I kept seeing this on other things online for it. So this is going to be like one edit that I don't think Proto I made on one of the Lunar parts saying, like, let's not make fun of the Game Facts FAQ that had information wrong, to which I said, fine, here's who wrote it, and as far as the name of it, here's where it's linked. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to be indicating, so I'm doing it that way. But we have the passwords correctly, thanks to the name of the person as far as the Reddit post that indicated this. They extracted from the disk to understand it. Our hats off to you, and if you ever have elements as far as the passwords, look to that. You can have your stuff unlocked for the typing of the dead. So with that unlocked now, we'll take a look back at boss mode specifically, because that unlocked the stuff we didn't show, and then other stuff as well. Because, yeah, it does... Oh, wait, does it not? Hang on a second. Because I put it in and it didn't unlock... Well, hold on, wait a second. Hold on. So maybe it doesn't unlock for boss mode. Okay, I know what I'll try. Let's try computer mode. Or versus CPU mode. Let me take a look at this. If this unlocked all the characters for this, then I know that worked. Okay, it did. So, the characters you unlock Amy Crystal, who is our assistant. Leaves a beautiful typing, speed and accuracy okay. We didn't see that on our test play, but she easily panics. A Citizen 61, he can't touch type, but he tries. David is actually the name of that zombie. I forgot he has a canonical name. Types fast the trembling finger, but only if special keys didn't crop up. Now we have Harry, who is a typing prodigy, always cool and confident, short words are specialty. So yeah, our other assistant. And the hero of the last game, Rogan. So yeah, Thomas Rogan, who is the lead of House of the Dead 1, he is basically perfect at almost everything. He's a genius, preeminent AMS agent who's fanatical all along. Where put this on, yeah, you better be the best typer in the world if you're gonna beat him. No question. I'll show these off later. So, okay, fine. Then that means then that master code does not unlock for the boss rush mode. Well, actually, let's take a look at the drill mode, because it does unlock everything in here. At least I believe it does.
That's
let's
weird.
see. Hang on. Yeah, it doesn't.
I know it unlocked everything when we were testing earlier. When we were testing earlier, we didn't even have the VMU inserted.
Okay. Alright, that's weird. So, alright, let's see something. Fine, maybe some of those other codes will do that. So fine, let's put some of those in then. So I'll figure that out. So actually, let's put the one for all for the boss rush. So it's UECHOPA. Or DA, I should say, sorry. Alright, so let's take a look at that. I love that, though. Oh, it didn't work. Okay.
This is weird.
Okay, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Drastic decision time. Since we have the RetroStick 5X, we can do this without the feed cutting. I turned the console off. I am taking the VMU out of the controller. And we're putting the game back up. We did not go offline, thank God. But I said that's also what happens with our show. We will improvise the show if we have to. If something goes on to that, I said to Nocturne before she came in, I said, you need to be ready, A, to react to any of the random shit that's coming out of my mouth, to be able to be committal as far as the discussion on some of that stuff, and C, not let stuff, get in your way as far as some of that stuff, but also say, like, be ready to react on your feet. That is the skill, and she's shown all those things as has been for every game we played, this one as well. In this case, yeah, there's also, like, yeah, you need 22 blocks, by the way, on the VMU to run it. We won't be able to save, but I don't care because we can put the code in. So, fine. This is the way we're figuring this, and then at this point, it will unlock everything. So, I don't know if it's because I entered the other codes, did them individually. So, I don't know what that was about. But either way, we'll show that off.
Yeah. I definitely know that we put in the unlock everything code and when we were playing earlier without the VMU, and it worked just fine.
Right, so I don't know necessarily what that is. Maybe it's not saving everything to it, but there we go. Although this makes a liar out of us. Like, we saw it, we both saw that it did it, but I took the VMU out. Okay, it didn't, so wait a second, what happened?
This is weird.
Is that the one I said, fine, we'll put in every damn code. How about that? Yeah, in this case, this is what I did the other day. I said, like, fine, let's treat in every single one of these codes. I didn't unlock everything specifically. So we always see what they all are. Okay, no, I don't want to actually do this mode yet. Okay, no, I have to go in this and hit escape. Okay, so that worked as far as that.
Password.
Okay, wait, hold on. One thing I want to check. I want to check drill mode then. Okay, no, that. Okay, I unlocked all that for that.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll look at the stuff for boss mode later. But alright, fine. You want to do the other ones that we didn't do as far as the drills?
Sure.
Okay, so the ones we didn't do Type Speed 3. We didn't do the last 2 reflexes, and we didn't do the 3rd special key, and we didn't do the final. I think we're both going to run the final exam, though, specifically. Taking it that way? Okay. Okay, so yeah, Nocturne, this is going to be on you.
Alright. So, typing speed 3.
Alright, so yeah, let's show this one off. And also, I'll show off the full unlock on the boss mode. I'll just put in all the passwords so we see everything. But alright, fine. Swords are the ready. So, average type speed for a letter it takes to destroy 10 zombies. Don't take damage. So basically, you have to destroy them quickly and have an average run on this. As far as, like, average speed, if it's under 0.2, you get an A.
Yep. Alright. Let's go.
Alright.
I think I did get an A earlier.
You
on
did.
This one.
You did, and if she doesn't get it now, I'll edit in the A she got. It's actually pretty easy because they give you a preview of the letter and they'll do a countdown before they let you type it. But it's something, yeah, if you're as fast and accurate as Nocturne is, yeah, this is gonna be for the pinworm test. I don't even know what that is. If it even is a thing. Oh, the Naked Emperor. Okay, that makes sense. There you go, the big bad wolves.
That was bad.
And anywhere but here. Alright, the power of the elderly, okay. And then, yeah, okay, talk about being personal. You're useless to me now. Good job on the drill.
Pretty sure that's gonna be a solid
A.
A. Okay.
Alright, there you go. So, yeah, you got live on stream. There's a feat video right there as far as a clip out.
Yeah,
But good job.
Pretty sure my result is almost exactly the same, too.
Yeah, what the hell?
I know it was, I know it was a 1-5 something.
Fine, you know what? I'll put the video
At
of
least-
your off screen
yeah.
then here. Then I
Yeah.
think they'll be fine to
Yeah,
show that.
at least I'm like 90% sure it was 1-5 something.
Ready? Go!
I think if you a little bit of preview what the word is in the countdown for it's like, yeah, fine, now start typing. Those are all those I cannot wait for the chat reaction on this. I really can't. If our reactions are what they are now, with the receding hairline. That's incredible. Squeeze it gently. Yeah, I'm sensitive. Yeah, don't do that to it as well. Piston cylinders. And the check is in the mail. I would just clip through the wall at the back there. But alright, fine, good job on the drill. I'm curious what that's gonna be looking like. Hey, awesome, good job. So, 0.167. Alright, there you go. 96% accuracy. Etina is your weakness, but there you go. That's an A. Good job. So fine. Some of these are gonna not be so bad, but as I said, it also I think goes to the idea. We were saying this. We're doing our play earlier, which is what is your typing style and what is it that you kind of end up being really good at for certain things. How would you focus? How do you get in the method of that? So in that case, well, we got that. I'm glad we got that on tape, as it is just an example. All right, and we'll have seen it by now. So perfect. Okay, fantastic. All right, so there you go. You at least got A on show on top of off show.
Yep.
So good job. All right. And there's our first try specific. And right, that's also something that you'll have seen as far as the off screen as well.
And this is, I'm just being silly with that.
Yeah, it's not fine. It's fine. It is 11. It is 11 at night, specifically Eastern Standard Time. So fair enough. It's later, but not super late.
But yeah, I'm just goofing off with that.
Well, there you go. Okay, good job on the type speed 3, and then next we did do that one. We did all these.
We did that.
Everything but the first reflex. Okay, we did everything but the last 2 reflexes. So yeah, there's 1, 2, and 3.
This one sucks.
All right, we'll show why. We'll show the folks at home what this is all about. Unless you want me to do that one.
It starts okay.
You have to keep an eye out because it's peekaboo. There's going to be citizens in there, and you have to make sure you don't type out the word completely on the people, otherwise you get a game over. Or if you do a miss on a zombie, because it'll go off. So, alright. And they'll do the waving in the hands, which seems like, okay, fine, you can tell. Sometimes you have to kind of stop and take a look at where are they. And also, yeah, they're praying, and sometimes there's more than one. Alright, there you go. DVD, yeah, what the Dreamcast didn't have. Okay, they're hiding their faces. Okay. I'm getting our dance party on that way. Okay, it looks like it's just gonna kind of cycle through as far as what they are. Oh, wait, there's none of them. Okay, so there's like, they're both humans. Okay. But okay, glad we got to show that. Well, good job as far as that.
Well,
There's both humans.
That one looked like a...
Yeah, they did kind of specifically, because I was looking, I was like, wait, hold on. So, yeah, they're going to trick you. So, if nothing else, that's the reason why it can be a tough thing. But you did really well as far as that. I know you said, like, better than on the test play.
Still bad, though.
Yeah. But either way.
Well, it's still bad as far as the game is concerned, though.
Yeah. Yeah, this game is not going to say, like, oh, yeah, you did well, specifically. It's not going to necessarily sugarcoat it, but either way. Either way.
Yeah.
Alright, so good job on the Reflex 2.
Yeah.
3 is interesting, though.
Yeah, I don't particularly like Reflex 2. Reflex 3 is interesting, though.
Yeah, we're going to show you why. Yeah, you're going to basically type out to keep the coin in the air. And if you keep it in the air long enough, you were able to get a nice rank. You keep it in the air for 2 minutes, you can get the best. Again, this piece of music I think is not anywhere in the game as far as, you know, the main story. And I think that's way with House of the Dead 2 as well. I believe the training stuff for House of the Dead 2 uses the song somewhere. We'll figure when we play House of the Dead 2. Which I mentioned at the beginning of the show, we're going to use the version Alec first mentioned, having familiarity with on that, which was House of the Dead 2 and 3 Return for the Wii. Because that's the way I can play it with the form factor. Because if I can make sure we do that, I'll play each of those with the form factor that I can guarantee for the program. With the exception of the Sega Saturn version, which I would be importing it because otherwise I'm paying $600 for that. And it's not a good version from what I've understood. It's like $30 for the Japanese version. And I can put a mouse into it and we can play it that way. Just to show like the original one, but if you can get it on the PC, you probably want to get it on the PC and you can get it running modern.
That was bad.
But as you go, it'll drop faster.
Yeah, and it won't fly as high either. Oh.
Alright, so we went Dutch and the coin is on the ground. Yeah, minute 13. Yeah, but you still got a B.
Mm-hmm. Earlier, I think I ended up like around a minute 30 or minute 20, minute 30.
It was like minute 20, I believe.
Mm-hmm. So, not too far behind where I was.
Yeah. As I said, because we did do a bit of practice on this just because it's been a case of, hey, neither one of us had played this in a semi-long time as
Yeah.
it was.
Well, I think I mentioned this earlier tonight.
Yeah.
But I've only played it once before today.
Right. This is the most I think both of us have
so-
actually really played this. Even when I've been showing it to other people, it's like, hey, play it. So we went our full way to go on to the show you're seeing tonight. Okay, so next, as far as the reflex stuff set, is going to be the special key training, which is going to be just the last one. So we did the axes, I did the frogs. This one. Actually, we did this one. Right, yeah, don't drown, you have to be in the water.
Oh, yeah, this thing. Oof.
Right, if you take damage, you lose, but you basically just destroy all of them. Well, fine, it says destroy all of them. Yeah, we'll see this. I'm trying to remember, we did show this ourselves off screen, but we're showing it now. We'll see what that's about.
Yeah.
Ready? Go!
Oh, right, because they mixed in the fact that, hey, they're going to be tossing stuff. That was right. Alright, you got a nice hug by the Bengals. You love that band. Alright, that's D. Yeah, it's not easy, especially because they're basically combining those special keys and all the other stuff. And also the tosses, which, by the way, is worth pointing out one thing. They do come out, they get thrown slower in this game compared to House of the Dead 2 because of the fact that, hey, you're running typing. Whereas usually in House of the Dead 2, it's way faster, so you have to shoot them out of the air in that game if you're going to be avoiding.
I can imagine that.
Yeah. It is amazing when you do that. It just feels so good. You get the bullets like bounce off, getting thing. Yeah, like the sound effect working to that specifically because yeah, it's awesome.
Alright.
And then the last part of this is going to be the final exam, and then in that case we could show the original mode one more time with the magic hands, which should be infinite, or it should be infinite. If it's not infinite, we'll figure something to that.
Yeah. Alright.
Well, fine, or I'll put all the codes in and then we'll check that it's infinite. So yeah, go ahead.
We never actually completed final exam, but I'll give it a shot.
Well, we'll see, yeah. Well, you got the closest of the two of us.
I only got a little bit farther, though.
Yeah. In this case, it's a 100 zombie parade. You have to go through that without taking damage, and you have to clear the 100 in the time limit. Yeah, the A is under 280 seconds.
Which is not going to happen.
Alright.
I don't think it's going to
Alright,
happen.
we'll see. We'll show what this is. It's also kind of going the path of the training mode a little bit, kind of. Sort of. Which you didn't see, which basically, it's basically just kind of going through this, specifically, but it's a bit shorter and easier. You had to enjoy the great music of Stage 2 again, which is amazing stuff. Yeah, we are armed, in this case, we're armed with keyboards, specifically, as we're made on edge by Pectin and Frappe and Wizards. Eggy Wags, that sounds familiar. Oh yeah, Puckhead is down. Okay, yeah, you do give a buzz cut at the end by putting a bolt in, or putting a keyboard thing in his head, I guess, like a key in his head. Like and throw. Yeah, we're getting the thing as far as the random stuff. It's like, yeah, we went from Girl Killer to Mouth Piano to Baked Potato, Suspicious. Yeah, just talking about the trains, and then now going extra large. Yeah, in that case, yeah, they get the ones really close to you that quickly. Okay, do on T, which you saw a lot in the practice, but I don't think we've seen it all tonight. Karate Master and lo and behold. In case no, that's not his real arm, but now it's starting with sentences and all that. I was close though. I think that was actually further than you got on the test at least, so good job that way.
Yeah.
It is hard though. So yeah, this is your final exam for a reason, but good job as far as that.
Yeah. I mean, it was a good... I feel like it was a good shot.
Oh yeah, no question. I would definitely agree with that.
And 9 more enemies.
Okay, you're up to good case of that.
So that was almost the end.
Alright, so there you go. Good job to that.
Okay.
Oh, you want to do it again?
No,
I was gonna say, wait a
not
second.
particularly.
I was gonna say, I didn't know if you were. You was like, hey, like you're breathing, like, okay, no, I want to try this again. I wasn't sure, but that's fine. I just wasn't sure. I just want to make sure of that.
But yeah,
specifically.
I mean, that's a genuine challenge.
Oh yeah. Okay, so let's take a look as far as what's going on as far as the original mode. I guess I don't know. Do you want to just load up? Actually, wait, hold on. Right, I just put the thing for boss mode, but it's either way. We'll show that at the end, I think. And
Actually,
versus Peter.
Should we give a better showing of the CPU mode?
Sure, let's give a look at that because yeah, we haven't shown it yet. I just waited to get everything unlocked. And that probably should take us to a nice 5 hours as far as that, which I just said, that's kind of what I thought as far as what the scope of this was going to be. Sometimes it'd be tough to tell.
And we are going with this guy.
Oh, so you want to run against Rogan?
He basically plays the game.
Pretty much. Yeah, feel free to show what you want to play. You can't play level 6, they do indicate that,
yeah.
So just keep it in mind. And also, it's a case of like, hey, if you missed Rogan in House of the Dead 2, he's here, specifically. But I liked Rogan as far as when we played the remake of House of the Dead 1. And him going like, Sophie? Like, Rogan, it's you! And he's like, no one gets out of here alive. Sophie! Yeah, I do love that element, because I love that one in particular. I mean, I love all the House of the Dead games as it is, but there's something about that first one. You play that in the arcade, the first one in particular, just the way that feels. It is so much fun. And it's one of those that really elevated a lot of the light gun games that Sega did. They did a lot of stuff like Virtua Cop. They did a couple of those, and they also did Confidential Mission and some other stuff. I'm trying to remember. Oh God, there was this one I think. They made this underwater, like, a deep-sea diving game. I don't remember what it was called. I'll have a name below of what it was called that the one Sega made. Which is also well, there's some other stuff I know Namco did specifically. But, especially when it came to House of the Dead, that was one of those ones that the open element of its design always is appealing. The idea that, hey, you know, if I get somebody saved some way, you know, I can, you know, go a different path. And it made me want to play the game multiple times. Even if it's a case where you're not going to be, you know, winning. Ooh, that was close. He is hard to do on your own, or even together it's hard to do him. We'll show that thing with the original mode specifically to get a sense of that. Yeah, you're still holding your own against Rogan. That's absolutely it. Yeah, okay, no, you are beating him. Wait, are you player 2 or player 1?
He's got more perfects.
Okay. Wait, he's on the right or is on the left?
He's on the right, I think.
Okay, that's what I thought. That was close. Inches away as far as Rogan. Oh, let's see what the same words are going to be. Okay, fine. Modes of transportation. So you're going to try this mode. I'll say the easiest thing to do is that it's probably easiest to get a beat on him when it comes to multiple zombies being on the screen. So basically go after one he's not going to go after, or be really quick on the draw. Really. Yeah, like right there. That's perfect chill after that. Not good. Yeah, you're doing really good against him. Well, we didn't show her dying, so that's, in that case, that's fine to that.
Although it doesn't really change much.
Yeah, the only thing is that happens, you get a life torch, but since you don't have lives in this, it doesn't make a difference whatsoever. Alright, so one more run on Judgment Type 28.
I'm just gonna let him take that one.
Alright.
I almost caught up to him.
Yeah, you're doing really well catching up to him as it is. I'm impressed. Yeah, fine. He can take the bone mirror bank.
I missed the B at the start.
Mm-hmm. They got him. Good job.
He got it.
Oh no, you were red. You got it.
All right.
Close. Yeah, you did really well as far as this. I'm impressed.
I figured I'd be able to get pretty close to keeping up.
Mm-hmm.
Not beat, but
right.
No, but it's very similar to the 1998 Tyrion case.
That case?
James, go and prevent the confusion in the city. Okay, let's meet at Sunset Bridge.
We're counting on you, Gary.
Oh, that's not Gary. That's Tom. That's Rogan. Okay, so let's see. 96%, 99%. Yeah, that was actually not far off, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, the scores are way off from each other.
Sure.
But,
No, I get that.
but not for a lack of skill, really.
Oh, indeed not. Okay, so then in that case, I don't know. We want to try and see about. Actually, I guess we probably should put the rest of these codes in to see what these were. Let's see. Or fine. I guess we can put in the boss unlock code, which is UECHODA. Make sure it's all capitalized.
UECHODA.
Yes. Alright, so you go to boss one. That should have unlocked it. I don't know why it didn't do that. I swear that we had this happen on our test. It was fine. Okay, that unlocked. Which just gives you the staff rolls for each of the things. It gives you a full boss rush specifically,
Yeah, like
and then
it
Emperor.
unlocks everything from Emperor to staff roll DC.
Yeah. Basically, this is the Dreamcast mode specifically. So yeah, we technically, except for the all bosses thing, actually, I don't know the all bosses thing. It's like that one. I want to see something. We don't have to do it. I just want to see. That's. I don't know if that's taking off the final boss thing at. Oh, it is just a regular boss rush going through each. I don't know if it's taking the stuff that happened at the end of What is it?
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, by the way, hit the pause key. That is how you pause the game. Oh, what, the control delete for it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure if it was like, hey, it's because they tend to give you a boss rush at the end of the game anyway, so I didn't know if it was the same as that. But alright, fine, because I'll time it that way. You have that element. So we did show that, and I think the only other thing I guess is gonna be we showed all the drills.
Oh, like showing
Original.
magic hand spam.
Assuming that the code worked, but yeah, we'll try it. We put in everything for that, so we'll try that. So yeah, feel free to show off that element.
Alright.
Assuming it's there, we'll see as far as when the item comes up. If it doesn't, we'll try and put the rest of the codes in, but as I said, it's kind of confusing as far as what they do. Or the other thing, alternatively, is I could try unlocking them specifically the other way, but that was the idea of what this was. Alright.
Alright.
Okay, it did, so you hit the F1 key, there you go. You're gonna get A's every time just hitting the same button.
Please be safe, G.
And it does hold over, yeah, okay, it does hold over a cutscene. And it's worth pointing this out also, is that basically what happens with that is you wait until, what is it? Okay, looks like the game's going fast, you're seeing this, right? It'll flash like that.
Stuff is dying so fast.
I guess so. And then the only thing she has to do is just hit F1 when it goes up, because it looks like it's going out. It'll flash and then it'll go out. So check F1 on here. There you go. So in this case, we'll also show what happens going the other path. So actually, this might be the kind of thing we can probably beat this game really, really quickly, and then this can probably be the end of the show, specifically. Unfortunately, still can't save him. You just keep hitting the same keys that way. You have to unlock this. You can't do this by default. You go away. What? Fine. We've tried to help him. We're helping him this time. Just make sure you just keep hitting that. There you go.
Thanks. You can get outside that way.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, if you do save, you can go this way. So yeah, basically you can get every single item. You're going to save everybody.
Thank you for rescuing me.
Yeah, he'll just walk off stage right. Okay, shampoo and a trickle. Okay. I guess this feels satisfying. Look, we showed Nocturne could do this without this assistance. But seeing it happen this way, like, yeah, that's, it is indeed something magical, like this game is. I'll see what's going to be on the genre dictionary for this last hurrah. Parrot, cuckoo, robin, variations of birds. Falcon, eagle, hawk, vulture, seagull, tern, penguin, and yeah, look at that perfect change. Jesus Christ. I mean, she was getting kind of close to that anyway, even running without this, but there you go. Yeah, I don't think stands a chance with this case. Chill out. No, we can't chill out. We have hands. We're running now. Well, we should also show this, which looks like, yeah, you can only have 4 items at a time, and the last item in your F4 key gets swapped out. So, I have machine gun, ho ho ho.
Please take this.
Or machine keyboard, as is in the case of this game. Which is fitting, because the people who made this game originally, they did make Die Hard Arcade. As for you ever play that?
No.
It's a beat 'em up that was in. Oh, it was called Dynamite Deca as far as Japan was concerned. They licensed it for Die Hard for the US. It's on Saturn. It actually costs a lot of money on Saturn. Unless I imported. But, yeah, so that was that case. And there's also the Die Hard Trilogy games, which are not Sega's, but either way. So, fine. Let's take down the final the boss here one more time with good measure. And, yeah, you have the nice glowing element with daily affirmations. You just have an element of peace.
There's a torch.
Uh-huh. And you have maximum of 5, which you already showed you getting maximum 5 anyway, but either way. Are they biting? I don't know, the fish? Yeah, we haven't gone to the area of water yet for this one. But now it's your turn. Yeah, while you're doing this Nocturne, I guess... I don't remember, no, get a sense of, like, when's gonna be good to go into final Drown Your Misery. Not in this game, there's no misery. Because Because we'll do final thoughts at some point. I guess we'll do final thoughts when we get this figured. So Neglected Kid, because yeah, this is gonna take like no time. This is your speed run method. Although it's gonna be a case of, you know, running that specifically for like get the magic hands running. I would say yeah, the S is like fine, musical chair, and then S.
And that broke the combo.
Okay.
That broke the combo.
Okay.
Combo broken.
Oh no.
I fail.
No, it's no. They say it's combo breaker, which is still we need to do Killer Instinct at some point. But I gotta practice that game and get decent at it before we play that. And I have to get the version of it that I want to run, which would be the Xbox One port, the arcade version, mostly directly. But there you go.
No more fooling around? That's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, 98%. Okay, so I mean, the only reason it wasn't 100% is because of the fact that, you know, we had misses in some cases. But yeah, first place ranking and you get a life bonus. Yeah, because you get your score high enough to get to number 1, you get a life.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, so yeah, that's going to be the aspect of it. And I guess as we get closer, then we'll do final thoughts. As is. In the meantime, though, Nocturne and Chad as well, whatever you want to go into specific, I'll just keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going with this because this is funny.
No, yeah, but also anything you want to talk about because there's not going to be too much you have to manage, I guess, when it comes to this. And we'll show some of the other paths. Like, hey, we went through original and arcade mode the same way, but if you're having to, we're going to save this dude now. There you go. You can save him, but it's hard to save him.
Thank you for rescuing me.
And by saving him, we go this way. So nothing else is also going to show our element of the paths. And it means when we get to House of the Dead 2, which will probably be the next time we come back to this franchise, unless Chat, you want to see another one first. I won't have to necessarily show many paths. Although, honestly, when we played House of the Dead's remake, I didn't show all the paths. I just said, like, hey, I'm going to try going down a different way each time, sort of, kind of. As we got a good twist. And we got a mission. So it's repelling the zombies. Victor Chris, shut up and eat. Fart in a bottle. Okay, there's the thing. The letter Z for some reason. The mental exercise. No funny stuff. What game are you playing? Tailgate party. That's tomorrow as far as the NFL season. B to appalled. The letter K. This job stinks. Fine. That's why we don't do this for occupation. We say like, no, we're gonna do this for the purpose of the fun. You talk too much. Fuck you, anybody who says that as far as this program. But Hunt Peck. And yeah, you gotta have.
Nah, I'm not doing Hunt and Peck. I'm just basically doing God mode.
There you go. Yeah, and there goes the owl. Hi. Let us alone, double chin. Yeah, the door spoke. It's like, yeah, the door's thankful. It's like, yeah, I'm throwing all this stuff. It's not doing anything. Actually, yeah, by us going this path, it shows something a little different. Alright, party girls. Yeah, bullseye, that's the way to put it. Yeah, actually right there, because, yeah, the key is on the ground. If you don't type the key, or the letter for the word for the key right away, you go the other way. Also, okay, a Titan pill. Zombies will strengthen. Okay, not that it's mattered because it's killing time.
Don't worry, I'll get him out.
Okay, and since we saved the kid, we go in here. Save his father. Which I think we'll save him. If you don't save him, go the other way, and you save the family out that way. Wait, he still died? You were hitting as fast as possible. Maybe.
Well,
Like, wait a minute. That seemed weird. Maybe he can't live. I don't know. Okay, fine. Maybe he can. But like, wait a second. It seemed like you were hitting him as fast as you could. Gotta do with the deceased. We also take an alibi with a wet blanket and a piece of cloth. And speak dead language black or something. And then have some sulfuric acid. Okay, so fine, that's probably what it is. Like, the targeting thing's still gonna be in line. But alright, fine. We weaken the zombies now along with strengthening, but Not for you to pick it up. Okay, on your bike. So yeah, if you're familiar with British colloquialisms, they always say on your bike. It's like, yeah, get going, get out of here, kid. Stand up and dread syndrome. He's praying to be living with power of rock music. He's living.
Thanks. Sunset Bridge is just ahead.
All right, thank you. I do like that we're doing this, honestly, as far as this part of it, but then of course the whole game. Okay, we always say this as well when we play. Okay, you win, little roadie, stand up straight. We'll play games specifically, so we'll have, you know, the full look as much as we can. And that's what we do it. And this game is no joke. It's not baby friendly, but that's the idea. Yeah, how charming with the scrap iron.
How could anyone do this?
Okay, so we did come down this way. They're basically eating people here, specifically.
Okay.
Oh shit, did the game crash?
I think it may have.
Oh shit, okay.
I crashed the game, guys.
This is also going to go in the glitches compilation I do eventually. Yeah, you need to hit pause, I'll think.
It's not paused, it's frozen.
And you can't control delete. Okay, fine, the game froze. Alright, fine. I'm gonna try one other thing. Can I swap reset on the controller? No? Okay, fine. So, you know what that means then. I guess I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to turn the console off actually again, so fine.
Oops.
Either way, I'm glad we showed that. I'm glad we caught that on camera. I don't know why that happened, but okay. Alright, so there you go. At least you get to see the Dreamcast logo again, the great Dreamcast logo. And we get to have our fun as far as the typing of the dead. Okay, so...
Oops.
Okay, that was pretty great.
I can't even be mad about that.
I was gonna say, also, here's the question. I know, do we want to continue back for the next level as far as it...
My arm's pretty...
Or do you want me to take over?
Sore.
Fine, I'll take over, and then we can also talk about, what is it? We'll talk about, I guess in that case, while we do this, we can go into final thoughts that way, I think. I'll put the code in again for everything, and then we'll do that. And fine, I'll have my fun doing this as well. See how this goes. So back to the, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me try something. No, I put that code in to start. So fine, we showed everything. Let's put in the password entry again for, tests AIs. I said, that's the other thing. You never know what's going to happen on this program, and we always will make that promise. So fine, we got to the end. You did show the other way. It crashed the game. Either way, I'm glad that happened, but we'll go to darkness. And we'll show those people getting saved. We couldn't save those people. We're going to save them now.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been a while. Okay, so I guess in that case, fine, we did see what's going on with this. I'll have this set, and...
Okay.
So, yeah, in that case, Nocturne, I guess as we go through this specifically,
Are you all right?
you want to go on your final thoughts on the typing of the dead.
Yeah, like, I think it's a fantastic game and has a lot of potential for learning touch-type keyboard skills.
Yep.
For people who maybe aren't so great at it.
Also, I did intentionally miss that because I said, fine, we're going to go the other way.
Yeah.
Looks like we can go around to the right.
Alright, we'll go around from the right. Yeah, keep going as far as that.
But yeah, it's just this fantastic combination of things that should never be combined.
Mm-hmm. But they combined it and they made it great.
Yeah.
Which is a case of that. And yeah, I've had such a great time just showing this game off this way. As we get our phone call, but fine, we're skipping the phone call.
Yeah. I don't mean that they literally should never be combined.
But you would think never. I said, like, I said what I said as far as the thought that, you know, best game ever made that you never thought you wanted for a reason. Like, you might not think, like, who would think we're going to do this? As saying Devil's Hand, Euro Tunnel, Forum Smash, Burial Alive, Johannesburg, Curly Tutus, Soft Skin Payback, here you are, and there they are, dead. That way, but they did it. You had Tyranny Fence, Jersey that way. So I had to set that C.
James, over there.
False Face, you live, friend?
Let's hurry.
Yeah, we'll hurry. But you would think, like, hey, why would you necessarily go for something like that, or why would they go that direction? But they did, and they said, fine, we're going to actually take it seriously. I mean, maybe that's the other thing, because you can imagine a game like this being great as far as, like, a joke game, perhaps.
Yeah.
But they then say, no, we're going to take it seriously. We're going to make sure this thing goes really well. We're going to make it so that it's going to have this permanence.
Yeah, like, it's a genuinely good game.
Right.
It's not just a joke.
Right.
Like, it's a joke and a genuinely good game.
Mm-hmm. You think, like, hey, like, you have a concept, like, that sounds like a great concept, and then the idea is that that's all it's going to go.
Friends went inside, but they're not back yet.
But in this case, that's the idea. Alright, I told him not to go. Okay, they came in this way, so fine, we went in another direction. Oh, they're calling people now, but... Oh, I'm throwing them off. Okay. Here's the question, though. I
I'm
want to try...
not sure if it'll work with these questions.
Let's try it. Which class in school? Oh, it goes to the right... we'll see.
It potentially goes to the correct one.
What's in music store? It does go to the correct one. Alright, so which one's sweet? Soda. Because I wasn't wondering how does this affect the last boss. How many people like you? Smile, you eat them, or dump. Which is two ends in it, singing. What floats? A destroyer?
I'll get you.
Okay, so you're also getting different stuff, like ear guitar. I can also say, like, fine, no, let's show the other stuff. Fine, let's burn this thing. Let's also go through the other items, just to show them. So yeah, we'll burn it as far as that. We did get temporary invincibility, which means that, yeah, you don't take damage. Actually, in this case, I do have to start typing this way. I don't think I can combine. I can't combine my, what is it? But yeah, if it does miss, you don't get credit for it. It just goes away. You just don't die. But in this case, fine. It's like, yeah, the time for typing correctly is done. So we're gonna type adhesive tape by typing in a random bunch of letters. But yeah, if there's anything else you got on the final thoughts, Nocturne, you want to go in.
Yeah, if I had a Dreamcast, even though the price has gone up significantly, or considerably even, I would still want to get a copy of this eventually.
Sure, I think it is one of those games like when you see it, you're a believer. And the good news, as I mentioned, is there's a cheaper PC CD-ROM version. Yeah. As I said, I don't know how that runs on modern systems. If I knew, I would give an answer.
Yeah.
But that's the cheaper way.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have a Dreamcast.
Uh-huh. But that being said, as I said, that's also the thought, like, maybe we can get another re-release of this. Specifically, I mean, fine, there is the typing that did Overkill, from which what I understand, I guess it's something that people have been liking. And also, apparently I think the developers who made that, they either ran out of business right after it came out, or basically saved them from going out of business. I don't remember what the complete story is. We can do that when we show that game at some point. I have to get a copy of it, specifically. I mean, hey, if you're like, hey, you want to play that, that might be worth picking up as far as on Steam for it. So you do have an element of the type you did. Alien Dictionary, crazy spelling. I want to see what this is then. Bra Mitzvah, fine. You know what? Just so I can see what it all is. Salad Bays, Utler Bay, Speech Impedimental, Potato, Charbroiled, with Cheese Brew. Sega Ages. Yeah, to be this good takes ages. Or a code. Tetrabicycline, Scourge Speech, Alphabetical, Strawberry, Con on the Corb, No Space Sphere, and the number 8, and the letter N. And an N is going to do nothing. Because, yeah, it just did nothing in my face.
Help me!
I'm not gonna let you get away.
But I know what you're saying as far as the idea of what this is and the idea that you want to play a game like this. And even the most skeptical people, yeah, we did it perfectly, so I guess you just can't save him.
We also came from a different path.
That's true. You don't want to get shot? Yeah, I think they were okay about being shot. 100% pre-shrunk cotton. And the gold frog. Okay, so yeah, we haven't seen the gold frog gotten yet. Verbal diarrhea out of the Lone Star State, where you starved to death, and you see an Inuit in a kayak.
Help me! Thank you for rescuing me.
Okay, yeah, I just barely saved him. Shall we ding dong? Alright, so Rainmaker, Beach Bum, Fatty Tuna, and Wild Kid. So yeah, that is basically gonna be, I guess, the... Oh, wait, Prorova, hi, how you doing? Bring Nocturne into Game Dev Tycoon to make this, perhaps. Yeah, we do still have to come back to the game. So good to see you, Prorova, for Typing the Dead, for the Dreamcast. I don't know if you ever played this game. Feel free to let your memories flow. We were using a code as far as the end of the program, specifically for it. Yeah, we have to figure when we're coming back to that game specific, when we're finished with Lunar. For that. This is a great game. If you never played this game, I would highly recommend you play it. You're gonna have to track down copies specifically through Dreamcast or get a PC CD-ROM version and try and get it run modern. It is good stuff though.
Find out who's right.
Alright, so fine. There's Goldman. He is a case of... Also, we're gonna tell you a story. Fine, I'll tell you my story this way. So, Nocturne told her story when fighting Strength Type 205. I'll tell you mine. So, you have to type the long sentences. So, warning. This game may contain depictions of gore and violence. If you're under 17 years older, please play with your eyes closed. Yeah, this game does have a mature rating, it is worth pointing that out, because of its violence and some of the sort of stuff. Oh, how I love eating birthday cake. But sometimes the cake burns my mouth. I guess you should wait until it cools off. Or blow the candles out before I eat it, or to quote the Chibamato song Birthday Cake, I don't give a flying fuck though. Which wasn't a Sega game, it was in Jet Set Radio Future, which means that that's gonna be a tough one. Yeah, these Zoo people have no sense of humor, by the way. I went in there with a pretty good costume. Dressed as a hunter on a safari. And, yeah, the story didn't have an end, so unfortunately, yeah, the game said, like, fine, I don't know what happened to him. I guess he didn't live, specifically. He's gonna end up like Harry, dying, I guess. That's probably what the thought is on, that element. I guess he died. I'll have to look at that, because I don't know if he actually dies. It seems like he's just hurt. I mean, I guess he's dead. Or dying. I have an answer here as far as, like, does he die or not? I guess he does.
I mean, he seems like he's dying here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I'm not gonna let you get away with this.
Yeah, he will not get away with this, don't worry. And then at that point, we'll be in a case that... I'm wondering, though, with this hands mode, or the magic hands this way, how does it affect the final choices? Actually, in that case... what ending do we not show? Okay, fine. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll show all three endings. So we showed the one you get all three answers correct, the one you get nothing correct, and then we'll show off the one where you get at least one, or only one or two. So I'll say something that's totally fucking wrong.
Shall awaken.
So at least we'll show off all the endings. So, alright, fine. That's an even better case. And at that point, then we'll be shutting the show down. I guess as we go along, I will mention my final thoughts on the Typing of the Dead. Nocturne said a lot of things, I think, that was going to say that tattoo on her tummy shot her jealous husband, big royal men that don't bite your pencil. Maybe letter I. Nocturne said, I think, a lot of what it is. 3 kids, 1 of each. They just read sprouts. I love this game. This is the kind of game that it is the epitome of the Dreamcast for me. The case of you would not get this kind of game. Here we go. We got the actual Sega letters for this. Fantastic. Got to show the Jet Grind Radio, Afterburner, Crazy Taxi, Sega Rally, Virtua Fighter, this game, The Typing of the Dead, as well as letter D, which is a Sega game anyway, on the Saturn. The House of the Dead, as is. So I'm glad we got to show this.
This must be the car.
For it, as well as Outrigger, which is on the back of the case of this End Space Harrier. And P is not the name of a Sega game. But it's Devil and P, which is that unreleased game that was on the Sega Genesis Mini 2 that we showed. And it stops with the boss, so like there you are again. But yeah, Nocturne said basically everything I think in some ways that I would think, in the sense that I love this game. This is the epitome of what the Dreamcast means to me as a console. The fact that as Sega's last system, they went out swinging with games that under other companies, you'd say, like, they would never do this. It's like, why would we want to take a chance on a game like this, thinking, like, is it going to sell well? And also bring this to market in the US. Because this was Japan specific when it came out, and they said, fine, we're going to release it here. And apparently it got people's attention. They liked what this was, and they were really happy to see what came of it. And a lot of games on the Dreamcast that were really reflecting things that you didn't see a lot of things like that on other consoles, which made it very unique and made it so that, yeah, why the Dreamcast is one of my favorite consoles ever, just that because of the great games on it and the unique experiences that, until some of that stuff got ported, you didn't get on other consoles. Even now to this day, there's certain things that are not on other systems. Not counting the Overkill version of this game is not on anything but the PC. I mean, the Power Stone games are only on the PSP, is an example. We were talking about this off screen, stuff like Cannon Spike and Project Justice. I know those are Capcom games. Those are stuck on the Dreamcast. They've never been brought out to anything else. And even other stuff, as far as, I mean, the Dreamcast also, as I mentioned, is the only good version of Sonic Adventure. I'm gonna die on that hill, specifically, because the other versions, they didn't do them right, and it's only the Dreamcast version that we got, because they said, fine, they fucked it up a little bit in the US, or Japan, I should say, when it first came out with issues with collision detection and camera, and then our versions of we're fixing something. So what's up?
Also, the last one was Boo.
Yeah, Boo. So it's like, yeah, you're getting a scary case for our Halloween block. But the company is paying... Yeah, take that free lunch? I don't know. For obscure designer clothes. It's not going to work on me. Okay, so fine. They're not swayed by, you know, a company payout of clothes. But I got hit by half-eaten hot dogs, I guess when I was leaving or something from the company, saying, like, I'm cleaning the desk out. And I was replaced with a robot. Man, that was fucking prescient. Because it came out in 2000, or 1999 for the Japanese arcade release, and then 2000 connected with Roots. I don't know if the robots are connected that way, specifically. In a deep fried kitchen. Boom. Yeah, there you go. Down into the ground view.
Too bad. You're better off that way.
Yeah, in the water, so bye-bye. But as I said, this game totally epitomizes the idea of what Dreamcast is, the idea of a game like this. And the House of the Dead series, this kind of B-movie, you know, joy that goes with it. Also saying, like, we're kind of in on the joke, but in on the joke in a smart way. It's not the case where you get the sense that, oh yeah, they're in on the joke, but it seems like, oh, you are trying too hard or posing. Not at all with this game. This feels like totally a logical extension of the other ones, which you never think in a million years off of just looking at those light gun shooting games that let's turn that into something, but they did, and it's great. And so if you have a Dreamcast, as the customer's always right, there's an SOS from the girlfriend, there's a French maid's uniform, typical Saturday night that way, I guess. They are in the case of that, as I mentioned, this game is expensive because there are not many used copies, because I don't think people want to get rid of this game, and they shouldn't want to, because it's fantastic. I've seen one used copy for the disc for $90 on eBay. It might be gone by now. And here's Judgment Type 0 from House of the Dead 1, or Magician Type 0, I should say, from House of the Dead 1. Okay, fine, we're not gonna have this problem anymore. Danger, what danger? Oh, fine, as far as that. Yeah, it does cost a lot of money because of the fact there's not many used copies, so you have to get usually a new copy, which is like up to about $200, which for new price is not horrible, but it's something that's going to be a bit of money. The Dreamcast keyboard is $60 on its own nowadays. I have that adapter, that Total Control 5, which I don't think is that expensive. It lets you put a PS/2 control keyboard or mouse into your Dreamcast to play this, and you get a chrysanthemum going on as well. The problem is that, as we showed at the beginning of the show, it doesn't always recognize some of the keys in the tutorial, so the tutorial might potentially be impossible if it doesn't recognize the key correctly for the left bracket, which it doesn't on this old Gateway 2000 keyboard that we're using the second one. So it is going to be a bit of a cost element unless you get the PC version, can run it on a modern system, which I guess maybe you can. It's about $50, so that is the cheap way to play this game. And there's the different game of the typing the Dead Overkill that's on Steam, which I believe is like $15 as it is. And there's also DLC they put out specifically for it, for stuff for Shakespeare, quotes, and other things. Also racial slurs. That one leans it to a mature rating massively, just like House the Dead Overkill itself did. Specifically, sit back and enjoy the ride. We're definitely enjoying the ride on this one. And I've enjoyed the ride on this game, and I love this game. This is not, I know, the kind of Halloween game you'd expect, but that's also what it is about our show. We definitely do the stuff you don't expect. And I'm so glad we were able to play this. And thank you, Nocturne, for joining me for this game and showing off some terrific skill for it.
I mean, you needed to do this eventually.
Yeah.
And what better time than Halloween?
Sure. No, absolutely. And I'm glad we were able to get going. Yeah, the spooky season. And yeah, we are not done with the spooky season. I will go into the spooky season as far as it, when we get to the end of this. And at that point, we will be, I think, at our little tad of 5 hours for the program. So yeah, we did get about a 5-hour element out of the Typing of the Dead. So that's that good element. Is it? After that, we'll do that, and we'll go schedule, and that'll be in the show for tonight. Specifically.
Yeah, I would definitely say that that this game, if like to get best possible scores and stuff, is exceedingly difficult.
Yeah, shockingly.
Not just extremely, but exceedingly.
Yeah, you have to be really good at your typing in order to do it. But as we mentioned also, if you're good at typing on its own, you may make the impossible possible, as they're saying right there. And you might be in a case where, if you've never touched a video game in your life, you might come to this game and it might be something in that case. Yeah, Captain, there'll be whales there, but if you want to change the place, yeah, you can put like a nice bit of shrubbery in the lobby here. With some unease and rearrange it with some white fonts and a sapphire. And a tough geek in the guard's element, but then he says it's time to go. And a free meal every Thursday, I don't know. But a goose went down for some reason, and it's a notoriously bad incident with chicken and kobayashi. Yeah, so that's the idea, is that it is hard. Going at warp speed is bad for your age. And just the hilarious randomness of it. The fact that they totally went all the way. They did not work in half measures whatsoever with this game, and I love this game for that very reason. All you see over there, there's the golden hands. So I got 2 golden hands. Well, I don't know if they're infinite for both. Either way, yeah, if you do not remedy the malparkage within 72 hours...
Yeah, try the F3 ones, just in...
Yeah,
okay, so those ones are actually consumed, but the one on F1 is permanent.
And you have to unlock that specifically, and the way you unlock that is get coins out of the normal mode. All fed up and no place to go, and I was like, yeah, that's fine, they're coming towards us. There's a ghost following you, there's zombies coming at us, but fine, there might be a ghost. And I guess the ghost might be waiting for their Prince Charming. You dirty, rotten swine, you. Yeah, Venus Rub-a-Dub Health Spa. I was like, okay, yeah, it's also very random and hilarious. Grab your change with both hands. No, I don't grab my change with both hands. I know it, I just can't spell it. I didn't even eat my shoes. I'm not a fan of shoes for eating. I'm not sure about you, Nocturne, but yeah, I don't know. It's not my style. We also captured. Oh right, I forgot. I got this. So actually, I have to type this out correctly. So fine, I'll show you how to. Fine, we showed how the game actually is played. But fine, I'd like to have a vowel. Right, so I guess I'd like to buy a vowel for Wheel of Fortune. For that. At some point, I have to show the Wheel of Fortune game I have on N64 because it has rumble pack support. What's up? Yeah, it's just a game for you. It's a game for everybody. with coffee-flavored gum and the power of the elderly, we are going to be playing through.
Honestly, coffee flavored gum sounds interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting.
Like, not even bad, just interesting.
Yeah, it is something. What's a good vacation spot? A cemetery, Friday, or Europe? I'll find Europe. Depending where you go. Find the constellation Aquarius, King Dipper, or King Uranus. Alright, so which one's hot? No water, lava, or there's something else there I missed. But either way. What's bigger than the bread box? French roll, refrigerator, or one muffin? And next, what's best served cold? As I mentioned, revenge, but they don't have revenge, so yeah, don't serve your New York steak cold. What's a Greek god? Yaros, Ares, or Precedent? It's Ares. And which one's an insect? Mosquito, raven lunatic, or yellow teeth? And lastly, which can you play with mom? Reindeer games, go fish, or chicken? Okay, fine. I can't play chicken with my mother saying like, fine, I dare you to run across the train tracks while the train's coming. It's like, no. I can't play that specifically. Or what? Fine. You could play reindeer games with your mother. What does that even entail? Specifically? They always say like they would never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Like what? Games that the reindeers play by the lake? What do they play, really? Like Ignition, great piece of music out of Sacred Rally, and leg warmers and stuff going. So unsettled nihilists. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, yeah, we'll almost be to the case of that, and we have about 2 minutes, so we have more than 2 minutes. You want me to do what? I want to live from hand to mouth. I'm anxious about freckles. Why not? It's flexible sigmoidoscopy. What is that?
I don't know. It might just be nonsense.
If it's not, I'll have down below saying what that actually is. Because sometimes I see words like, wait, this is actually something real, probably. Fine, Goldman, we're fighting your creation. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to intentionally get one of these wrong so we can show the final ending. So you did show all 3 by complete happenstance, so either way, we're all set. So let's fight you one more time, and then we'll be set. For Emperor Type Alpha. So swing those hips, yes, tie-dye apron. But also, yeah, come to the dark side, you hoser. Yeah, I guess fair enough. A hiccup is a diaphragm spasm. Okay, that is true. Frankly, my dear, I don't build a dam. Okay, so I didn't know there's a reference to Gone with the Wind in this game. Aged employees and a weekend yuppie and an annoying waiter. Yeah, so they all walked in the bar and I don't know what happened. Write the joke specifically yourself. Number 1 in Asia. What strategy and autumn breeze? Germinating potato. It feels so good as far as what that was. Like, yeah, the voice of doom is going down. And then lastly, bye-bye to Columbus, and then negligee. Alright, Cosmic Cash Machine. Yeah, I still can't, I mean, it's not getting old. Alright, fine, the question, let's see, which game is the most annoying? Beautiful graphics, crappy controls, crashes right before the final boss. That happened to us before, 3 weeks of gameplay, 3-second ending. Let's see. Oh, so is it giving on the right answer? But fine, okay. Okay, describe yourself as a child. Fine, you know what? I'll do this so I get one of them right. And then lastly, let's see. And anybody's chasing you... We said that was wrong, right? The rush immediately was wrong. So I'm gonna say that. So as long as you got one of them right... As long as you get one of them right, we'll show the other ending. Yeah, so there you go. That was the element of speedrunning this game. Again, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so he is off
That was
the map.
interesting.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully I got the last ending. I hope so.
Friends,
No, I think I did.
it is not over yet.
Is that all you
I
have
think.
to say?
I don't know. We'll see.
In time, a successor will come. Farewell, friends.
Oh, never mind. Okay, it didn't work. Because, yeah, the other thing he's supposed to do is supposed to bungee jump up. So I don't know why that went that way. Okay.
Well,
but
I guess we'll have it inserted, right?
Yeah, I'll see what I can do with that specifically. Or I'll at least have a video link. One of the two. I'll figure it. But there you go. That is the typing of the Jade, ladies and gentlemen. For the Dreamcast, we had a great time doing this game. If you haven't played this and you can afford it and you have a Dreamcast, absolutely pick it up or get the PC version. Try run that modern. If you know if it can run modern, we've commented as far as our YouTube upload this, which is coming up in a couple of days with a couple extra stuff.
Yeah.
But
this was a blast.
Yeah, no question. Thank you, Nocturne, as far as your element, as far as this, how you played this, all the experiences we had as far as this game. It was terrific.
My arm's still a little bit tight from all that key mashing.
Yep. No, there you go. That's fine. It's like, hey, we get to rest now. We're all set with it, and we can, have a nice break to that. All right.
Hey,
so.
At least I'm laughing about it.
But also, it's like, hey, it's a good case of it, and yeah, we can rest that way. Okay. So next time, come back to House of the Dead. I guess we'll come back with House of the Dead 2, which is technically the game you just saw, which is also why there's not a tag, by the way, on Twitch for the typing of the Dead on its own. So I had to put it under House of the Dead 2 as far as the categorization. That's why it's showing as House of the Dead 2. Like, wait a second. But it is House of the Dead 2 mostly, except the ending. That's the one case is different. But next time we come back to that, I guess we'll come back to House of the Dead 2, running the Wii version specifically. At some point, whenever the remake of House of the Dead 2 comes out, because Forever Entertainment said they were going to make one. They announced it, but it's also one of those things that there's a lot of projects they've been working on that we're still waiting on. We're waiting on the remake of Front Mission 3 that is out next from them. Also, the remake of Panzer Dragoon 2 Zwei, which they say they're working on. They didn't cancel it. It is on their website saying we're still doing it. But we haven't heard updates on that for quite a bit of time. I'm waiting for that so I can get a sense of, getting a case of being able to play that game. And she has it on Saturn, so we can run that game on Saturn as it is. But I like the Panzer Dragoon remake as it was that they made. And the remake of the House of the Dead as far as well. So I'd love to see what they do with Panzer Dragoon 2 Zwei because it costs a bit of money as is. But next time we come back to this franchise, it will be with House of the Dead 2 specifically. We're talking on Panzer Dragoon.
I believe right now Panzer Dragoon 2 is worth somewhere in the mid-100 range.
Yeah.
Mid to upper?
Yeah. It is definitely expensive one, but it's a great game, and at some point we should feasibly show that. Fine, we got an S ranking at 33 words per minute of match and stuff, but there you go. And fine, there was no clear on Chapter 2 and 1 because we started 3, and also because Chapter 2 crashed the game. And fine, I'll do my profile entry, you did yours, so let's see. We'll start with Captain D-Trag. I will not lie on age, because I've said before. Job is, gamer. I'm a lifelong gamer. And message is, let's see. I think it's a good case of, okay, so I love the typing of the Dead on Dreamcasts. And, okay, fine. We'll also backspace out. Oh, fine. No, on Dreamcast or Dreamcast. So, alright. Just to get an element of that. There you go. Not as funny as how she did, but I can't top that, so I'll just say something that's true.
Yeah, I mean, what's better for the comments than keyboard mashing on a typing game?
Yeah, indeed not. No, there you go. And somebody said ARG, as mentioned, was a scary game. I almost wet myself. And reminds me of the 2 and Sega Rules, period. Alright. Yeah, in the case of this game, and also for the Dreamcast, that is absolutely true. Okay. So with that last order of business, then, thank you again, Nocturne, for joining. And it's good to have you back as far as show. Good you're okay, and we're all set for the show.
Yeah, I had a great time.
Okay, and I'm glad of that as well. Alright, so that leaves schedule, and it leaves our last Halloween block entry for 2023. It is next week's show. It is also going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next week. It's going to be for Castlevania Rondo of Blood, playing the PSP port that is within Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles. I've been practicing that game for the past couple of weeks on my lunch break exclusively, and I'll be doing that as much as I can this week. That I'll have to figure as far as when I'm going to be able to do that as much. But I know how we're going to handle that game. Electrus wanted to see this. We're going to play through the game, fully showing off all the levels, showing off all the paths, because multiple paths this thing is like Contra Hardcore they did last month. There are different cutscenes that go with Richter Belmont and Maria Renard's characters, because you can play as both of them. We'll show them both being played. I'm going to have another save file set up where I don't have any of the character meetings with so I can show them off with Maria or with Richter, depending on chat what you want to see as far as that. So we'll show off all the cutscenes that way. We'll go all the alternate paths, and then they converge at one point, and then we'll go through the rest of the game as far as that. As far as it, for our next shot of Castlevania, and a really great one that is celebrating the 30th anniversary of itself to the day next week on October 28th. I actually announced the show last year for that very reason. I said, I know I made people wait for this, but yeah, you're not waiting any longer. Next week is going to be our case of that game. It is fantastic. And Nocturne, I know you said specifically you've not played that game. Am I right about that?
Yeah, like, my actual experience playing anything in the Castlevania series is fairly minimal.
It is worth pointing out the version we're going to be showing. We're going to use the PSP for that, as I mentioned, which is going to be our first PSP program. So we had PS5's debut last week. We have PSPs next week. That version is ported within the Castlevania Requiem collection, which is on the PS4, which has that, and it also has the version of Castlevania Symphony of the Night that's in that has its retranslated element. And next week when we play that, I'll also talk about how I'm going to eventually handle when we get to Symphony of the Night.
Yeah, like, I am curious about the Castlevania series. And, there's a couple of the games that I would be really interested in playing.
Yeah. And there are a couple collections you can pick up on any of the modern systems for them, which is the Castlevania Anniversary Collection, the Castlevania Requiem Collection is PS4 only, so you have that extra, and also the Castlevania Advanced Collection. And hopefully we get another one specifically because it's been a while since we had the last one, and I've been begging for a re-release of Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth, which I played last year. That is actually lost to time unless Konami re-releases, and I hope they do because it's awesome. But so that's what we're doing next week as far as our show to close out Halloween for 2023. I cannot wait to do that game and have more elements of Castlevania. Then the week after that, Gemini 96 is coming back on November 4th for Part 2 of Earthbound for Super Nintendo. That's also going to be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We got 3 of the Soundstone markings last time, taking Ness, Paula, and Jeff on Venture. We're going to see what's going to happen to them next. What's going to happen to us next as we play through that terrific RPG for the Super Nintendo. That definitely is one to play through. If you haven't ended yet, if there's anybody's going to sell that game on people, it's going to be Gemini 96. As is, because I've shown you bits and pieces of what we've done so far on the show, including the Sword of Kings obtaining on the first audio test. My God, I cannot believe that happened. But yeah, that was incredible, and yeah. And you have Earthbound. It is probably worth putting in. It might be one of those things that, yeah, you know, take a shot on it, and I think in his case, he was the one who really sold it. And when I played it, I said, yeah, he's got a point. This game is fantastic. We're going to continue on with that. And that's going to be our show for November 4th. Week after that, Nocturne is back again. Question also on time for this. Do you have a preference? I'll tell you in just a second what it is.
I'm going to need to figure out exactly what I have left to do.
For Mega Man Legends 2, because we were going to finally be finishing it. It's been off the table because of her having COVID for the time it was, and also because of how she's been recovering over the past couple of months. But we are going to come back to that. As far as what's left on the game, I know this, and there's also the other parts. Maybe go back to those are the parts to remind yourself what you did. But that being said, the fact that we only have to go in the last room to fight Sarah, as far as the story is concerned, that's all we got left. The other thing we have left, I know you said you wanted to show, is you wanted to show off the side quests that we have left, which I don't know which of those are left, and then the weapon showcase, which is going to be using a Game Shark for. Yeah. Is that right?
Well, yeah. Well, Game Shark to get the money to upgrade everything.
Right.
I'm still going to be obtaining all of the parts needed to build the weapons through gameplay.
Okay.
which is why I'm going to be doing side quests and stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. As I said, that also, I guess, is dependent on how long you think that's going to run for this. We'll figure it. I mean, we did the last Mega Man Legends 2-part. It was, it'll have been almost 4 months by the time we get to that in a few weeks. That was a 5 p.m. show. Do we want to do 5 again?
I'll need to get back to you on that.
Okay. As I said, I will need an answer by the time I do the Earthbound show, right before I do the Earthbound show, just to remind you, and also to make sure you have everything in line for what that is, specifically, because if it's a case where we can't do that, or we don't finish it, we can't finish it, I'm going to have to put that off actually for even longer than we had to put this off, just because of how schedule is. There's not going to be much I can really shuffle around. So she does kind of have a little bit of an ultimatum on that one, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. I mean, I know it'll be finished.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think it will as well. And we technically were ahead of it because we only said, we thought maybe 6 parts, but we did 5. And I think we've kind of balanced that out with also what we're going back to in December. But that being said, that's going to be where we're going. It is the finale as far as this specifically at either 5 or 7 p.m. It's going to be probably one of those. I'm going to guess 5 if I'm just going to think about that just because of the thought of, hey, if it's going to potentially be longer, it can be potentially longer. But we'll figure it. I'll have a full announcement to that when Gemini 96 and I do the next part of Earthbound, and I will depend on you to give me an answer to that. But I'll reach out to you as far as is always the case, but that's be the idea. Week after that, it's going to be our first play on NES, technically, as far as on the console, because I have my Disney Games Showcase, that's the pre-Thanksgiving weekend program. We're doing Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, and we're doing Adventures of Magic Kingdom. I'd practice Adventures of Magic Kingdom in particular. There's parts of that game that are really difficult. It's not a long game, but it's something that I want to be set to. Chip 'n Dale I'm fine with. I can manage that one, no problem. But also, since I'm running on NES specifically, I'm going to have my NES basically on the table right next to me so that if I have to try and clean the damn thing live on the show, if it doesn't load game after I do a swap out of the one we get to second, I think we'll play Adventures of the Magic Kingdom first, because I think that's the one that we've taken the longest. Well, if I can't get Chip 'n Dale working as far as that, I need to be on hand to do that. And we'll talk it through as you always do, but I'm going to rub that shit with isopropyl alcohol before we do the show as far as both of those games. I'll make sure that I have Adventures of Magic Kingdom loaded or loading in the console specific. I'll run the cleaning kit on my NES for it, so we'll get that running. Have another double shot of Disney for that Capcom's representation again, but going to NES specifically. So that's going to be that. And then we get Puzzle Showcase on the weekend after. That's going to be, I don't know if we're going to do that at 5 p.m. That's going to be 7 p.m. by the way on the Disney Capcom 2 for. It might be 5 as far as the post Thanksgiving show for the showcase. I'll talk to Dolly Finn about this if she has a preference. That or 7. It's going to be one of those two. But as for the Puzzle Showcase running the Nintendo Switch, I got all the games that everybody's wanted, including Baba's You, which was your selection. And another one that she made a selection of, I'm going to keep that one a little close to the vest as far as it. We've announced a couple of the games we're doing, but I'm going to give a little bit of an idea later on some. So there'll be a surprise. Stuff the chats wanted to see, stuff the guests would want to see, stuff that gives an interesting perspective, and a game we're going to be playing fully. That is going to be Strange Horticulture, which we're going to be playing as our last 2 shows of the year on September 23rd, or December 23rd, and December 29th. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for both of those. But in between that, in December, we also have on the 2nd, we have at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we got the next part of Earthbound with Gemini 96. Brodorova, who's in chat, is going to be back on December 9th. We're going to be playing the next part of Lunar, Silver Star Story Complete. I recommend, Nocturne, you watch at least the last part of it, because there's a lot of stuff that happened story-based on that one as far as the last 2 parts, because she was not on the last 2 parts. She will be able to be on these parts. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I should be.
December 9th. Just want to make sure that's what's going to be specific. And remember, she was only not on those other parts because of her COVID, and also to ensure safety for herself and everybody else. So, and also like the health of the being. But that's not going to be a case of it for this. And I guess Blood Spice Moon as well. Figured that. And then the week after that is going to be Tetrisphere for Nintendo 64. We're finally playing that. I've had that for a bit of time. I've been wanting to get a sense of what we're doing. Electrus wanted to see it. That's going to be our viewer request for December. And then we get into next year where we have the start of the year. We're going to be starting with Sonic Heroes running the super hard mode, which I've unlocked via a demo disc for the Xbox version, which nowadays, if you're going to be doing an unlock of that, you want to do that. And you need an original Xbox to do it. It's worth pointing that out. Because the GameCube codes for that for action replay apparently don't work very well. The Super Game Brothers show indicated that because they ran the GameCube version. But so you ran Xbox before, we're on that super hard mode. To come back to Sonic, it's been a while since we touched Sonic. And then the other stuff is, for dates to be determined, we're going to have the next parts of Earthbound. We'll have the next part of the finale of Lunar. I'm going to think that's going to be the end of the month. We'll have that, and the Lunar parts at 3 p.m. This is always the case. Yeah, the finale of the PlayStation version is going to be in January. And then we start Metal Gear Solid 2 as well in January. Specifically running Substance on the PlayStation 2. And then in February we have the next parts of Earthbound and Metal Gear Solid 2. We'll also have... This is either going to be the second weekend of February or the third. We'll figure this. It's going to also be dependent upon all 4 of us of the Lunar crew, because we're going to have one last shot of Lunar after we finish the PlayStation game. We're going to have a little bit of a show-off of the PSP version, going through some of the greatest hits. That is also deliberately going to be a short show. I'm going to deliberately have that limited at 2 hours, because we'll have a sense of what's going to be coming up as far as all the guests, as far as that, and also with Bloodsmith's Moon specifically for that show. We'll figure that. I'm thinking that's going to be the third weekend of that, but we'll logistic that when we get closer. And the last weekend of February, that's going to be the Friday. That's going to be on February 23rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Edwack and Nikki are coming back. They're going to be playing the games that Nikki was going to play back in September, but she had to push back. We're playing Pajama Sam, No Need to Hide When It's Dark Outside, and Putt Putt Goes to the Moon. You ever play those?
Don't think I've even heard of them.
Yeah, they are 2 more games by Humongous Entertainment, and Nikki is our resident expert of Humongous Entertainment, the same way you're the resident expert of Mega Man, as an example, for that. She's going to give our next element, and because they are short games, we can run both of them. We will run them on PC, as has been the case for all these. We also do what we do with these, because we have to break feed for the way this is running. We'll have a commercial break for about 10 minutes. These are short games, like an hour, hour and a half, and we'll do both in one show. Specifically, and then the only other stuff we got is in March. We're going to have Nocturne back on March 2nd for the start of our play of Xenoblade Kids 2 for the Nintendo 64. We're celebrating 25 years of that game. We're figuring the scope of that, the length of that game specifically, and that is going to be what our elements are, because I know you love that game.
Yeah.
I love that game too. I'm showing that off, and we're going to be looking forward. Good as far as like a winter game that way. Specifically, and we'll also have the next part, the finale that month of Earthbound, assuming we need it, assuming we don't finish it too early. As far as the finale of that part, by the way, is going to be Gemini 96 speedrunning the game, because he can do it. And we'll also be showing off the differences of the Japanese version via the Switch Online version as well, because that's what we're playing the game as is. For as far as in between, if we have an empty slot where Earthbound is not needed, we will figure that. And the next part, Metal Gear Solid 2. I'll figure, Proto was mentioning the idea of Game Dev Tycoon, because we have to come back to that. That should be at least 1 or 2 more parts. We'll figure that. And also Pokemon Gen 9, we've got to figure what that's going to be, just to get closer to the end of my blind play of that one. And then the only other show that I know is set in stone right now, the only other 2, I should say, are the April Fool's Day show. We were playing Justice League Task Force for the Super Nintendo. I first wanted to see that, so we're going to have our fighting element with DC. And then the only other one I know is, along with the long-form stuff we'll have going, which is going to be Metal Gear Solid 2 at that point, as far as what I think is all there really is. And Snowboard Kids 2, because that's, I think, we need more than one part. We'll also have Title Legends coming up in May, because that's going to be chat selection for our annual Memorial Day compilation program. What's your background on Taito? They made Bubble Bobble, so I guess that's your background.
Pretty much.
There's admittingly in that collection, which was published by Sega, weirdly enough, as far as there's a lot of very obscure games. There's some big ones like Bubble Bobble. There's also Space Invaders. We talked Space Invaders a lot on this program. We got to show Space Invaders. That's going to be part of that collection. We're going to be doing what we always do for the compilation programs. We're going to go through the entire collection. We're playing the Xbox version of the first one. For cost reason, because that's the one I got, and also because it has the best output elements as far as how the consoles. But when we get to Title Legends 2, eventually we're gonna have to use the PlayStation 2 because, interesting story, the Xbox version is only in Europe. It is region free from what I understand, but it's also $80, and I don't want to necessarily say like, oh, I'm gonna buy the Xbox version and say, oh, if I get screwed out and it doesn't run on my console for it in the US, it's gonna be questions over that. We're gonna play on PlayStation 2 eventually. And yeah, that's kind of where the show's going. Also, one other little note I want to mention. I didn't mention this the past couple weeks, but I will mention it now. We do our edits on the show as far as how it is in the week. I'll have the show you're watching right now will be edited and uploaded with extra stuff and corrections for things I might get wrong or other information like we don't know. It's like, here's an answer down here. The link list stuff we've mentioned. But it is also worth pointing out this, that I found out that as far as Twitch is concerned, because they're owned by Amazon, and there is linkage with your Amazon Prime account, I did that with my account for the show here. So what that means is that it used to be a case where the previous shows we did were deleted after a week. At this point, you now will see them for 60 days. So this show will go up, will stay here for 60 days in its original form, but the YouTube site has the cleaned up version as it is. But all of the shows we've done in the past couple of weeks are up there so far. The last part of Lunar is up there as far as one example, as well as our play of Contra Hardcore and our start of Earthbound and Man of Medan from last week. So just wanted to indicate that as a little bit of a aside. But yeah, I think with that, that is going to do it for our play of on Super Old Game Saturday of the Typing of the Dead for the Dreamcast. I had a great time, Nocturne. Thank you so much for that.
Definitely had a blast.
All right, now I'm looking forward to seeing you in a couple weeks for the end of Mega Man Legends 2. But yeah, until then, keep being awesome, everybody. Have a great night. Hope you have a great rest of your night, great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I'll see you next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Castlevania Rondo of Blood for the PSP. Until then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night again. Enjoy your typing. Maybe you'll learn something on this program in that way. And take care, everybody.